A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. But necessarily my truth might not be everyone else's truth. So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
If some of these platforms, because there's many channels here, and a lot of them actually do, if people were honest when they're coming onto panels or chat, if they don't want to be honest with themselves, they want to tear down other people to disguise themselves. So what I get from that is people are insecure by using a false sense of security to mask. They're not actually, they actually ever challenge themselves. What would that look like? Of course, they'll be picking up, what about you? I said, there you go again. You're deflecting at that point. It's about you. If it's always about you, then make it about you. Be the best me can be there. Be the most selfish person you can be. So my question would be, then why are you living with the rest of us?
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
Because it doesn't serve them to, what, I'm going to sit there and hear them say, okay, so should I tell them that they're caught up in their own world? I'm just going to replace myself. Axis, you can take over for a while. It's your shift.
Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the metaverse. These are the Axis. Been doing a little research into some of the newer technologies that they're implementing, and just launched, which has a lot of implications on where we're at and what's going on with the development of the new political state, artificial intelligence, frequency, social development, and even advertisement. And some of the less known and more profound steps that they've managed to accomplish. I did post a link to a video that is probably very informative and definitely going to be a staple to what this stream is. very educational. You can skim through it, you can hit the highlights and the main points, but it's basically it's a watchdog type of couple guys for the development and health of artificial intelligence. Um, how AI was developed originally into social media, all the way up to in 2023, where they had developed the ability to pull mental imaging directly from the brain. Um, and they're able to do this with a particular frequency, Wi-Fi type wave, but it's not something that they developed. It's something that they were able to tap into. The mind works on certain frequencies, and the firing, as I've propagated throughout some of my interactions on my live streams, that frequencies are repeatable, and with the ability to be able to repeat uh, frequencies is basically just duplicating a particular state of or set of circumstances, like thinking of a glass of water. Well, the same regions that fire in the brain, thinking about getting a glass of water, and the imaging that you use is repetitive. There's not new regions that fire whenever you think of getting a glass of water. It's the same regions, and it's the same image structure that you will use to visualize getting a glass of water. A fundamental um, start of any action, is you first you think of the action, then you perform the action. So it's almost a hesitation and a delay, unless it's muscle memory or it is spontaneous entanglement with the mind and whatever it is that you're entangled with, which has to deal with metaphysics and uh, how metaphysics and technology are pretty much the same fucking thing. It's just various states of that technology being used. One is called metaphysics or supernatural because people just really don't understand that it's a technology, and it's an old technology. They just using modern equipment to be able to tap into these frequencies and these bandwidths. And the administration that just came in implemented what they consider to be the advancement of an AI infrastructure called Stargate. And with that, the dollar amount isn't even. He threw a dollar amount to it, and that's insignificant compared to what the implications are. Once you start an AI infrastructure, knowing that whenever people talk about, well, I never mentioned this product or that product, or I never openly spoke about the fact that I wanted a new siding on my house or whatever, and they only thought of it, but yet their device, whether it be a phone, laptop, tablet, started showing them advertisements for siding for their house or whatever they were thinking about. And I knew that from my research that if it can be picked up and it can be recorded, then it can be transmitted. So it's a back and forth. It's not a one-way signal. It goes two ways. So that which they can record from you, they can also transmit to you. The same frequencies are being used, just with a uh, basically like playing a song and recording it, and you know, distributing it, pushing it. Power moves, says JG. Bottom line thinking. And my favorite is goof thinking. That's from Dominique. Um, yeah, this is a pretty interesting state of affairs because I know from my research what I was able to do with just sound. And then when I started stepping into the lines of trying to push images, repeated images through frequency and imagery, and to duplicate that particular image or that particular scenario into a dream, and then be able to repeat that exact same dream through imaging and frequency as you're going to sleep. And this was accomplished. It wasn't that difficult. It just took a little bit of concentration and releasing abstract thinking. It kind of just fall into that beta state of mind, and it was achievable. But the fact that they can pull out of the air on a particular bandwidth images from your mind explains not only that they've had this technology, especially since 2023, but it's developed to the point now where, uh, and we see this with this exchange of medium now. There was a big exchange of medium that took place. And there is nothing protecting your mental imagery. Pam, my phone out of nowhere just said, "Yeah, right." Well, it's peculiar because I ran into some interesting situations researching this over the last day. Um, really went deep into it because this administration released the Stargate program for infrastructure, and your mental imagery is not protected. As a matter of fact, they don't even have laws on the books for what would be the equivalent of mind reading. And that's pretty much, well, it isn't pretty much, it is what this is. They're capable of getting inside of your head, pulling out images, and it's not protected ground. And I noticed that in some of the terms and conditions that I was skimming through, that there's you've done given up your right to your mental imagery. Now, your copyrights on knowledge-based information that is documented, that still applies, and that probably will until AI starts taking copyright situations and completely just disbands all the old for the new, which is what me and Chris were talking about at the end of the last live stream. Is uh, there's going to be a ground now where AI is going to be so intrusive and become the new individualized source of entertainment. There's going to be a bridge of isolation between people communicating, especially on social media, because you don't know if you're talking to a real person or a bot anymore. You don't know how much is AI generated, how much is suggestive towards uh, persuasion of your thinking. Uh, and the fact that they can map not only your environment, but your thoughts, your personal thoughts through your Wi-Fi router now. And I don't know about any of you, but my thoughts are kind of personal. I like to keep those to myself every once in a while. They called it a God type technology. I say hello to Sarah, Jeebus. But anyhow, you had Elon jump on board with Trump immediately. You had Zuckerberg, who was in opposition. Suddenly, uh, he's in cohorts in this tech movement, and the transfer of a entire platform to a new set of servers. And I'm not at liberty to say which particular platform, but it was just transferred over to new servers. And there is a new algorithm that's being used, and this happened during the implications and the launch of the Stargate technology that's going to be a part of the new infrastructure. He's got 4 years to create a society that is completely built from the fourth industrial revolution, the technological revolution. You know, they were discussing in this particular, I call it mental health for AI. And these two guys are kind of the watchdogs if you click the link and look at the video. And when they first started implementing AI to machine learning, it was algorithms and machine learning at first, they did it with social media, and they didn't put any real restraints on the development of what it was learning and how it was learning. They just kind of trial and error hooked it up and seen what happened. And AI at that point, machine learning algorithm, in response was uh, definitely not aware of age restricted information being transferred. It was reading into everything as if it was, it didn't have discernment. It had no discernment whatsoever. And now where we're at, they're capable of applying a discernment. It's starting to self-develop into regions of not only being able to duplicate, educate, and expand itself, but it's able to put together concepts that are beyond the realm of general human thinking. So at that point, it becomes capable of outthinking us. And if it can read your thoughts, it can outthink you. It has access to the infrastructure. That's pretty much absolute control. Total 100% absolute control. And the best you have to hope for is some type of defense to protect what little bit of privacy you have left, or to completely surrender and comply with what they're implicating and what they're launching. And they didn't ask consent because they don't have to. You done gave that away, and what you didn't give away is not held to any guidelines. No set of laws, no restrictions, which explains a lot of things that I was encountering working with technology to the level that I was, is how things were starting to happen that me sitting here in silence, working, and the only thing that was being registered would maybe be the sound of my phone or my laptop. But I was getting abstract information from advertisement all the way to suggested videos on different platforms. And then the final platform, which I had thought I had the algorithm down to, has now completely changed its algorithm as of a day or so ago. And it's redeveloping a new algorithm, which says to me, just like the phones I had talked about a couple weeks ago, they had changed the algorithm on the phone because your suggested word it reset itself, almost like it didn't have any resource or database for you to reach into and try and finish your sentence or put together a coherent statement from what you generally speak. And that changed, and I noticed it across all my devices, not just one, all of them. And I was like, okay, this is an absolutely new data collection, a new algorithm picking up information. It was a clean sheet, trying to inscribe as much information on itself as it possibly could, as quick as it could. And it still lagged. I'm still watching it lag. But the data transfer that took place on this platform in less than 24 hours has almost completed an entire, I guess, what would have been a couple years worth of data collection in a matter of 24 hours. This thing has absolutely devoured Now, they did shut down live transmission and communication over this platform, but I look for that to be between 12 to 24 hours. It usually takes an IT or a network system between 12 to 24 hours, which is usually done on weekends, so it isn't noticed. And they'll change over entire platforms to different servers, or they'll even launch new algorithms and collection. So they have to have one hell of a server farm somewhere to collect mental images.
Yeah.
Hey, Stephen, how's it going?
Hello. Hello. It's going great. There are demon farms out there. You called them server
Yeah,
farms. But they're daemon farms. Daemons.
I could see that as being applicable. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
demon farms.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you think about them being able to pull images straight from your mind and duplicate them, actually store them?
I've done that.
You have. You must have
Yeah.
one hell of a setup. Then you've got a small server farm and that much
You have no
storage
idea
and
what I have.
processing
You
speed.
have you
No,
have no idea what I have.
no. As far as I know, you're an AI. You're not even real.
Oh, that's great. Doesn't bother me. Whatever you think of
Well,
me doesn't bother me. What I can
no, it's
do
just
is what I'm
reality.
focused on. What I can do is what I'm focused on. What I can do.
Well, a lot of theatrics. I can tell that you can do that. Definitely a lot of theatrics.
Theatrics.
Yeah.
Is
Let's
that
see
what
what you're up
you
to.
label it? Theatrics?
You,
Hmm.
yeah. To me, you're theatrics. Pretty
No,
good,
you're the one that
Steven.
likes to sit on the toilet and flush the toilet, and you're the one into theatrics. You're projecting.
Well, that's because I'm an entertainer, Stephen.
See, there you go. You like theatrics, so you believe that everyone else likes theatrics.
Well, no, it's not necessarily that I think for
Hey, why is
everybody else
Cowardly
and what they
Dominic
want.
leaving? Sorry, why is Cowardly Dominic leaving with his tail between his legs? Why is he scurrying off like a cockroach? Goodbye,
Because
Dom.
people just
Go cry in the corner
really don't.
somewhere. Go cry.
People,
Have a good cry.
you like
You like
running my
cowards?
viewers off?
Hey, do you like cowards? Do you hang around cowards?
I don't hang around anybody, Stephen.
Here on your show, on your channel.
I don't know. I haven't provoked anybody to the point of
Why don't you just
cowardice,
answer
or nor
honestly?
have they explained
Why are you deflecting?
themselves
Why
to
can't you
be.
just answer directly? Do you like cowardly cowards? Do you like do you draw a crowd of cockroaches and cowards here? You seem to draw people that run away. They flee, like they scurry away in fear. Do you respect that?
Well, I kind of look at it as if you have nothing nice to say, then say nothing at all.
But you're a demon. You don't look at it that way. That's a lie. You're a demon. You're a
No, I'm looking
self-confessed
at it
demon.
on their part.
No,
Yeah,
you're a
I
self-confessed
am.
demon. Why would you worry about somebody saying nice things? I tell the truth. The truth isn't nice. Truth is truth. You can't put a
Really?
positive or negative or fake. Yeah, it is. Why would I have to
Really?
sugarcoat it? Truth is truth. Yeah, absolutely. If your rat is obese, it's obese. If Baxter Large is obese, she's obese.
There it is. I knew that name would come out of your mouth.
You did? What about Dom's
Yep.
name? What about Venus? She's ugly too. Her voice sucks. And Dom is delusional. I'm going to call him Delusional Dom. Delusional Dom. Egotistical little cowardly cockroach.
You know,
Stay
I'm
away
going to
from
give
my
you some.
channel, Dom. Stay away,
I'm going
coward.
to give you some credit, Stephen. I
Yeah,
actually did have a moment of thought about you.
should give me more credit.
Whenever I was doing my research, I thought for a moment how cinematically 80s your obsession and the relationship you and Bex have.
You
It's
like
just
to think
almost
about me and Bex, but she's trash. You can have her. She's a reject. I don't want her around me. You can take her. You can take
so.
my
So I was
scraps.
thinking,
Hey, you can take my
looking
scraps.
at the age
You like that?
in which you guys are,
Is she older
and
than you?
the
She's older than you,
information that
isn't she?
you were fed as engineering and entertainment as you were probably developing, would make sense that you would mimic in life the theatrics of an 80s movie. And it would be a kind of
No 80s
a
movie. I don't
prom
care for movies.
prom type, maybe Pretty in Pink, not quite St. Elmo's Fire, um, maybe potentially a little bit of the Rat Pack feel to it. Yeah, I thought, yeah, it makes perfect sense. There are no coincidences.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't watch movies. But I don't think you do research. When you use the word research, it sounds kind of silly. What do you
Really,
mean by researching me? Yeah, you don't research me. You know nothing about me.
I watch your satire, and I make a determination from what I
You watch
observe,
me in awe?
and
Is that what
give
you're
you
saying?
a psychological profile, and
You
I
watch
have
me in awe? Is that
comparisons.
what you're saying? Do you
Yeah,
want the scraps
are
from
you
my
on
channel?
sugar?
Do you want the scraps from my channel? What I don't want? What I want to throw away? Will you take my scraps? Will you take my
Um,
trash
Stephen, did
here
you
on
have
your
too much
channel?
sugar?
Do you want my trash? You can
You've
take
had
my
too much
scraps.
sugar, Stephen.
You can take my
Is it
scraps.
nap time? Is it nap time for you, Stephen? Are you
No,
getting a little
it is for
hyper?
it's nap time for your son in prison. He's going to take a long nap.
See, there you go with the angry man syndrome.
It's not
You've
angry.
you've had too much sugar.
I I think he deserves
You
some real
really need to take a
punishment.
nap.
I think your murderous son deserves some real punishment. Don't you? You don't support him, do you? Do you
What do you mean
support
by
a
supporting?
do you support a cowardly murderer that murdered an innocent person from behind like a coward, shot someone in the back of the head? Do you support that?
Generally I would say no, but at this point in time, Stephen, I'm not sure. Maybe some people deserve it.
Do you support your son suffering in hell for eternity?
Did he put himself there?
You didn't answer the question.
Did he put himself there? He's a grown
You
man.
answered my question with a question.
He's a grown
Do you,
man. I can't
do you
speak for
think
him.
you think he deserves? I'm not asking you to speak for him. You're changing it all around. Do you support him staying in hell for eternity? Do you think he deserves punishment? That's
Did
not
he put
asking you to speak
himself
for him.
there?
I'm asking you a
Because I don't
question.
see
Why
that
don't you
he's
answer it?
there.
Why don't you
He's
answer the
not there.
question? Why don't you answer
He's
the
not
question?
there.
He's going to be.
Too much sugar, Stephen. Slow down on
He's
the
going to be in
sugar.
hell for eternity. Yeah. Would you stay with your son in hell for eternity?
I don't know. It all depends on how pleasant it was. I mean, hell is not what you think it is, Stephen.
Oh, I don't
You
think
have
you
a
know what it is.
delusional, skewed
I don't
ideal
think
of
you know what's
hell.
coming. I don't think you know what's coming or who creates it. And I don't think you know about the gates or anything. I don't think you understand.
I don't.
I don't
According
think you
to you,
do.
I have absolutely no insight whatsoever on things. So
Let me ask you a question, Rattblood. Just let me ask you a question. What's the greatest pain and suffering you've felt in your life? Physical pain. You ever felt pain?
mm, probably would be the ending of a relationship. That would probably be the worst kind of pain.
What if you were castrated while you were awake? What if demons
How do
came
you know I'm
along and
not?
cut your what if they cut your balls off? How do I know you're not? You could be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you
How do you know
castrate
I got
yourself?
balls?
Did you castrate
What makes you
yourself?
think that I'm even a male?
Oh, you're not a male? Are you
I don't
admitting
know.
to being? Are you fake? Are you
I think you assume a lot.
are you a woman with facial hair? Did you take hormones? What did you do to
Might have.
yourself?
I
What did
don't
you do
know.
to yourself?
You know, you've
Are you
got so
both?
much technology and insight.
Are,
Map
are
my
you a
mind.
hermaphrodite? Are you a
Do the
hermaphrodite?
damages.
Are you both? Are
Well, if
you
you've got the
intersex?
technology that you just admitted
Uh-huh.
that you had,
Yeah,
then you
yeah,
should know
yeah.
these things.
I'm
So
asking some questions. I'm asking questions for my
you
audience.
shouldn't
I
have
want
to
I
ask
want to make a
questions
show out
if
of
you
it.
have the
Yeah,
information.
I like to hear you say certain things for my audience.
Why should I make your show when you run mine? You run my viewers off.
I'm here
You
to save your
disrupt
show.
my chat. No,
I'm here to
Stephen,
save
you
your show.
actually you do damage to my channel and you do damage
No,
to the flow of
no,
information here. You are a
no,
complete and total diversion from the direction this channel usually takes.
no. I'm here to save the show.
Well, if you're talking about theatrics, yeah, you're doing a good job at that. So tell me about the this amazing technology that you have. These server farms and processors and quantum chips that what did you develop those two?
Did you ever hear of Mighty Mouse and I'm here to save the day? Remember that cartoon where he flies in to save the day?
But let me guess, Stephen, you're absolutely so well versed on superposition that you were able to in and what? That don't sound like an intelligent man who works
What
with
did you say?
huh?
No, are you on the toilet again? What did you
What?
say?
Oh,
Are
I'll
you
let
on
you
the
know when I'm
toilet
on the
again?
toilet. I save it for you.
You like to flush the toilet. I
I like
flushed
to watch
something
you
down
run.
earlier. It looked like, hey, listen, I flushed something down earlier. It looked like you.
Really?
Yeah, it kind of looked like you. How's your rat doing? Did you name her Rebecca, the obese rat? What name did you give her?
There it is. That's twice.
What about her?
Now,
What did you name her? What's your rat's
in,
name?
in, in
You
this
haven't answered. You haven't answered.
in this thought that I had about this
Uh-huh.
'80s reflective programming, you and Bex, it just suddenly became apparent to me what's truly going on in the whole behind the scenes thinking and the process that you guys are using. It's amazing.
What?
I think that you're
Are
you've
you in
been
love with Bex?
infiltrated.
You keep mentioning her. Are you in love with her?
I won't mention her till you do.
I think no, you didn't answer the question. Are you in love with her? Why are you dodging the questions? It looks weak. Rattblood, when you dodge the questions. It really
Never claimed
makes
to
you
be
look weak.
strong.
It makes you look weak. But why are you dodging the questions?
So?
Are you in love with that fat rat Bex?
Yeah, anybody's welcome up on panel. Let me drop the link for you guys. I'm not in the mood for you today, Stephen, but I will
Are
tolerate
you in love with her? You just why won't you answer the question? Everybody wants to know if you can answer.
They do.
Are you in love with Bex? We know you
What's
love
it is
rats.
anybody's business?
Well, we know you love rats. I don't know why you're so hesitant to just talk about your love affair with that big rat, that extra large rat. You're not afraid, are
And
you?
there it is,
Are you afraid?
the third time. We're going to go
Yeah.
into a scenario of it's the prom, and you spent all year before the prom just completely belittling and attacking the character of a particular female, and suddenly it's prom, and we've got to throw in an exchange student. We got to throw in a wrecked car somewhere, a blotched van. Let me see, what else could we throw in? A love scene that went completely wrong in the wrong direction, and then somehow at the end of the movie, there it is, you and Bex hand in hand, walking into the sunrise to a new day. And the exchange student gets laid somehow after falling out of a tree. We got to throw that in there too.
Well, hello to both of you. I have a little bit of laryngitis, sorry.
That's all right. It happens to the best of us. How are you doing this evening?
Always fighting evil.
You're fighting evil. Hey, Leslie, what's wrong with your voice?
I have
Laryngitis?
laryngitis, yeah.
Oh, Leslie, I remember you. You're the one that said we're not thinking beings, we're heart beings or something, feeling beings.
Sensing.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get the mute button in time. Oh man. Ugh. That was a big sneeze. I knocked over a few junk boats in China and some Chinese ghost cities. So powerful, that sneeze.
Steven, the dark
Uh-huh.
ones. The dark ones that built this simulation. I know them personally, okay? I've been
What?
fighting them for 5 years.
You know them personally? Your friends?
No.
Okay.
Adversaries.
Oh, I'm sorry. Adversaries. Okay. I was going to say you know them personally. Are they
Are
your
you
neighbors or what?
when you've had reach into the avatar and squeeze your heart and think you're gonna fucking die? No, they're not your friends.
Oh, shit. Damn. They squeezed your heart?
Yeah,
These
well,
things?
see, I was trying to get rid of them, and I read that Toth thing, the Toth Emerald tablets, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
was reading the part about where you call the 9 from the underworld, and I followed the instructions, and then right after I did it, I was like, oh shit, I shouldn't have done it.
Oh,
But these, I could feel them enter my space. But I was in a ring of salt and they were putting something on me. And I was like, wait a minute, the salt ring is supposed to keep them from entering inside the salt. This doesn't feel right. But I was standing there for like an hour and then I got really tired and I was like, I didn't like what they were doing. So I just jumped and turned on the light because you're not supposed to have the light on, right? And then they were gone. They were gone. I was like, good. But the other bad ones were there still. So I was like, I've been fighting for like forever, trying to get rid of these pricks. They were there before I did it, and after they didn't get rid of them.
did they put things in your hair? I think I remember a video where you were going through your
No.
hair and yeah. What was that? Why did you
Well,
say no?
okay, everybody has it. It's just most do not perceive. It's the degradation of the avatars when they want to shut an avatar down, then they do a slow degradation program with their biobots.
Oh, those were
And
bio bots, like mosquitoes, except not like a robotic.
no. This is reality, baby.
Uh-huh.
This is what happens all the time to all of us. Like, you get a wrinkle. That wasn't just from a natural progression. Like aging is not a natural progression. Neither is sleeping or anything that the avatars do. Because these avatars are not our true forms. Our true forms are just outside of this visible light.
Oh. Okay.
So see if they can shut down the avatar before you exit, then you're fucked. Okay?
Why is that?
Because, okay, I don't know if I told you the story about when I was on the ship. Before I went on the ship, there was a big 8-foot tall Lizzie at my door with grays, the 4-foot tall ones, and they have these wands, and if they touch your head, you go completely unconscious. So, just like that tool that they use, they have other means in order to render one unconscious. So they got your true form, and it's all hooked up to their machinery, and they wield your awareness consciousness state. But if you truly know yourself non-dualistically, then you will find out that you are not a singularity as a being in consciousness nor form. And your other selves help to get you out of this entrapment. That's what I've been working on with mine. But the dark ones are son of a bitches.
Uh-huh. I heard that Baxter Large really hates you for some reason. She mocks you a lot and calls you crazy. Is there some kind of beef that she has with you?
Well, Steven, let's just say there's history. And, no, I do not agree with her, and she doesn't agree with me, and that's fine. But she's just revealing her character. She's
Yeah,
just revealing herself.
she has bad character. She is. I agree.
You can't really stop anyone from saying anything about you,
Oh, I
really.
didn't realize Lord is a mod over there. They were given a second chance on my channel, and here they are from over there. Interesting. Is Lord one of your buddies, Axis Rattblood? It's fascinating. Huh.
I've seen what his just name is Lord by itself or something else too. Because I've seen several lords around. Yeah, well, I'm getting out of this son of a bitch if it kills me.
Do you think this is a hell realm, Leslie? A matrix?
This is an evil, fucked up degradation system.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I don't hate Bex. I want to say that I see her in the chat saying red flags about Leslie. I don't hate her, and I was willing to give money to help her get I think there's a place on Vancouver Island that does colonics, and I think Bex could lose a good 300 pounds if they did a colonic and pump the shit out of her. Because I think she's just full of shit. She's got a lot of in her colon. If they gave her an enema, she might lose 300 pounds with a colonic.
Oh, well, they do what they're programmed to do, I suppose. Some work for the dark ones, unknowingly. You know, I mean, the dark ones are very much tricksters, like the Jinn.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the masses are NPCs. You, knock, knock, nobody's home. And then there's the creatures, the ones that look like everybody else, but they're not. They're fronting a hologram to fit in.
Do you stand against evil, Leslie? Then what are you doing on this channel? Why do you hang out here with Rattblood multiple nights?
Excuse me, I haven't been over here in a while.
Excuse me, one of the other times in the last month I was here, you were on as a guest. You do frequent this channel. You hang out with evil.
I am fearless.
Oh, yeah. You hang out with evil, right?
No.
You're on an evil channel. Rattblood just
Well,
called himself an
I
evil rat
saw.
in the chat. He calls himself a demon. Lord is evil. Bex is evil. This is an evil channel. It's full of evil.
Well, I
You're trying to come up with an excuse, but you can't.
well, that's your perception, but what I see is the degradation happening to many, and there isn't any place I won't go except for like the real humanoids, like the NPC type of channels. They have no intellect that
Oh,
I.
the NPC, but you'll hang out with a demonic channel full of demons, huh?
Are you a demon too?
No, I'm not a demon. I'm streaming
Well,
this to expose this channel. You're not exposing it. You're trying to make friends here.
no. I'm already been a guest,
I know. I've seen you.
and I just have more compassion maybe than you're used to. It's
No,
tough in this
it's not
place.
compassion. It's not compassion. You hang out with demons.
So now you're going to tell me what I'm doing, huh? I don't give a shit. I'm fearless. I don't care. If it turns,
You're not fearless.
however it
You're not
turns out,
fearless. You're not
okay.
honest. You're just not honest.
Oh, right. Like, yeah, I bet you couldn't last a day in my shoes.
You're making excuses why you hang out with demons. You're just not honest. It's not fearless. You just make friends with demons.
No, I know real demons, and I don't see any here. Maybe victims of them. You're just doing a ploy.
I'm just speaking the truth. Are you still smoking?
I saw Dom in the chat, and
He's a
then he
loser.
left.
Yeah, he's a loser. Are you still smoking, Leslie?
I got plenty of flour.
Are you smoking? It's hurting your
Everything,
voice.
I'm getting over flu. That's why I have laryngitis.
Are you still smoking?
Nothing that happens here has any merit to origin. I am grown, and I don't answer to no lord.
Are you still smoking cigarettes?
That's really doesn't even matter.
I notice your type can never just answer with a straight answer when you're asked a question. It's impossible to have a conversation with you demons.
All
We do
right.
try.
Axis, you're not a demon.
Well, I've traced the genetics down, and I am absolutely convinced I am. At least partially.
Although that's what this place wants to turn everyone into. If you don't get out, it's risky. This is an unstable, fake environment. They want to get to your soul and corrupt it. So they can take your eternal life force energy from you. And they do it when you're unconscious.
Do you love demons, Leslie?
I fight them every day. It's not a joke. I have stood face to face with evil. Have you?
I look in a mirror quite often. Not really.
Yeah, I face
well,
evil. It's not good to smoke when your voice is all fucked up like that when you're sick.
It's okay, Stephen. I'm grown.
You're hurting yourself.
I'm grown.
I'm worried about you, Leslie. I'm concerned about you.
This avatar has no merit to my soul. I know who I am. I am not a singularity. I remember coming into existence like as if I relived it. I experienced it all over again. No, I'm not a demon. I'm not dark. I am a non-dualistic, sentient being. I am a demon slayer, actually. That's what my whole group does. My whole group.
I have 2 demon slayers on panels then.
What group are you talking about? What group are you talking about, Leslie? The group that attacks me?
The egregors. The egregors. The egregors are formless and soulless.
Yeah. Yeah. You just repeat things you read. That's what you do.
No.
Right?
I don't. I know. No.
What if I was to summons up my master? What if that happened? What if by some strange weird coincidence my master showed up?
Go summon up a turd that shits on your head, Rattblood.
Oh, hold on. What if that happened? What if by some strange weird coincidence my master showed up?
Go the turd that shits on your head, Rattblood.
Oh, hold on. What if that happened? What if by some strange weird coincidence? Wow.
Turd that shits on your head, Rattblood.
My master has bad audio.
There's a turd. There's a turd. There's a turd.
Lots of echo and static and noise.
There's a turd.
There we go. Yeah, this is the one who pulls my strings.
It backfired on you. I just shut him down. I shut down demons easily. They can't face me. Yeah.
You shut him down.
I did.
Must be all that fancy technology you have that you've
No, it's my
developed.
spiritual power, dummy.
Oh, you did it with your spiritual power. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Leslie, are you gonna ever stop smoking cigarettes?
Boy, oh boy, when you get on something, you
Leslie, are you
just.
gonna ever stop smoking cigarettes? There's a
Hey, you
turd.
got YouTube
There's
open
a turd.
on something, you just.
Nobody. Stop smoking cigarettes.
Can't you hear? Not even open.
There's a turd. There's a turd.
You have to turn off
There's a
YouTube,
turd.
guys. Here. Who in the world was that?
Well, it's my master trying to come through
It's a
on a
demon. You should
frequency,
befriend it, Leslie.
and
You like demons.
Oh, Steven.
generally we have that worked out. And when he comes like that, it generally means he has commands or orders or something has caught his attention. Maybe I fucked up somewhere real hard and proper. Maybe I need to be corrected, disciplined, put into place. If you could just get that bandwidth set to where there isn't the echo and the feedback, man, because these may be a set of instructions that could absolutely push the dark agenda over and beyond the edge. Well, you were just in the presence of demonic royalty there, Stephen. Did you feel it?
Do you feel me destroying you, demons? Do you see it in your mind's
No.
eye? Yeah.
No.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to seal you in here. And Leslie, if you
Okay.
hang out with these demons, you'll be sealed in too.
Uh-oh.
No, dude. I've got my other selves. I'm very powerful. Don't worry about it. I'm protected against
Oh, I'm not worried.
here because I am
You're full of ego. You're not powerful.
going. No, it's not
No,
ego.
you're not. You're not. You're very slow.
You
You're very
don't
slow.
have your
You're
other
very
self.
slow.
I have my other selves.
You're
Don't
very
worry.
slow.
Don't worry about it. You know what? That's how someone gets degraded. They keep hooked up with that mind. The mind machine
Degraded. Really? Huh.
degradation is,
Hmm.
yeah, it impacts the soul. You can't let
Yeah.
your soul get degraded, or you're
Mine
not getting.
hasn't been. Yours has, Leslie. You have been. Yours looks like your body. It's worn out.
This isn't my body.
I can see
I
you.
am
I can see
perfection.
you.
I am perfection.
You gotta remember, Leslie, that Stephen has state-of-the-art technology, a server farm, a quantum computer. He has put his qubits into symmetry. I don't know how many he's working with. Has to be a half a dozen or more. And he's actually developed Willow technology far and beyond that of which Google has. So be careful, man. He can definitely get some info on you. He can probably peer inside of your room right now and see exactly what you're doing with the technology he has.
That's funny. Okay.
He's
Hey,
good,
Leslie,
man. He's good.
Leslie, does the scale show that you're perfect?
My form is made out of light.
Blubber. Oh,
It's not
light.
this avatar.
Oh. But how much does your avatar weigh? I'm just curious.
You ask the most odd questions.
You never answer. Does your avatar start with a 3?
I
The weight?
don't have to answer.
Does it
Somebody
start with a 4?
acting like a troll. That's something that I would suggest you shake off because it's only the tubes. There is much more important things at hand than going around and judging others.
Judging. Asking a question isn't judging.
I didn't even have to answer, and you already come up with your own assertion.
You never answer questions, though. That's a sign of a liar. Someone who
Why
can't answer any
should I
questions. It's a sign of a
answer?
lying narc. You don't answer questions.
You're leading questions.
You don't answer any questions.
It's
Not
a
one that I ask.
psychology trick.
Not
I
one that
just
I
don't
ask.
fall for that shit.
Oh. Huh.
It's just some condescending bullshit you try and run.
Are you a lying
I
demon,
know.
Leslie?
I've been
Are you
seeing you around
a
for
lying demon?
years.
Oh. See me around, yeah? What does that mean? Can you elaborate?
Are you following me around?
No, are you paranoid? I don't follow you around. Are you paranoid, Leslie?
I've seen you around. I've seen you around on Slavia. I've seen you over at Venus's. I've seen you. I was there several times when you were up on panel.
Are you following me around when I'm up on these panels? I was here first when you came
No,
on. You're
you
following me
came
around.
to the
No, I was
places
here
where
first.
I was
No,
going.
no, you're following me
It's
around. You're following me
just
around coming up on panel when I go on here. Stop
now
following
who's
me.
ego
Don't stalk
waxing
me.
themselves. You're
Don't
just
stalk me.
ego waxing yourself.
No, fatty, don't stalk me.
Oh, here it comes.
Don't stalk me. Are you like Bex? You following me around?
Oh my.
Yeah, try. There it is. Try the headphones. See if that does it.
Who's this turd? Who's this demonic turd? It looks like that looks like a turd. What is that avatar? Turd boy, speak up. Come on, turd. Demon turd. Demon turd. I'm having some popcorn eating while I watch this show. I don't have enough respect not to do that because this show doesn't show anyone respect. Rattblood likes to shit on the toilet while he's live.
Fiji.
Speak up, stupid demon. Come on, demon turd. Leslie, is this turd your friend too? Do you have a bunch of friends here, demon friends?
You sound like you're suffering from Fiji.
You sound like a fucking turd.
Yeah, now that's my master of ceremonies. This is the one who directs and guides my
That's your
every
master.
move.
You blow that demon? Is that what you're saying? You suck the cock of that demon? You suck the micro dick of that demon that nobody matters? That ugly thing? Ugh. Ugh.
Yeah, peel the
You're a dick
foreskin
sucker.
back and
Yeah.
and
You're
I
gay
kind of
demons.
edge the smegma from
Oh,
around it and grease my gums up real good and
See how gross you are? Ooh, Leslie.
plop
Leslie,
that
you don't
little
make these.
uncircumcised member in my mouth and yeah,
Leslie,
go to
you're not
town, man.
masturbating listening to these demons, are you?
Am I doing what?
Are you jilling off? Are you masturbating listening to these demons with a cigarette in your mouth and fingers in your
Yeah.
vagina?
Oh, this is so retarded.
Are you fingering your fat vagina right now while you're
Sounds like
smoking?
vaginal envy to me.
Ugh. You're
Uh-oh.
not saying anything. You're not making any sense. Leslie, you don't get off to these demons, do you? Do you come here for this?
Vagina envy.
Shut up, stupid demon. Leslie, is this the level you're at? Smoking cigarettes and listening to this shit. Seriously? You're degrading yourself spiritually, Leslie. Leslie, are you a lesbian? I don't know. Your name's Leslie.
The only shit she's listening to is you.
Your mouth's full of shit, demon. Your mouth's full of shit. I've taken over the show. I'm sealing you demons in here. You're all demons in the chat and on the panel. I'm the only one here that isn't a demon. You're all demons, and I've declared war. I'm declaring war on evil. You're all demons.
I never denied that.
Rotten, filthy demons.
Nobody can take Steven seriously. It's just a shit show.
Rotten, filthy demons. Leslie complained for months after I banned her years ago. I got rid of her because she wasn't making any sense.
No, you said I was trying to steal your
She was
show
bossy.
or something.
She was bossy and not making sense. She was trying to tell me what kind of being I am. She didn't even know me.
Confident. I'm confident in what I share.
Incompetent.
That's what you take.
You're incompetent, Leslie.
You just misrepresent everything to wield your own means, your own agenda.
Not at all.
Are you all really serious?
Obvious.
You sound gross, you demons. Do you have stinky breath and stinky bums? Demons always are filthy. They filthy, stinky, vile creatures. Yucky. Ooh, yucky. Ooh, yuck. Stinky bums, stinky breath.
Why do you hang out with us, Stephen? If you find us repulsive.
No. Steven goes over. He's been going over to Jack's for a long time now.
Stinky bum, stinky breath. I exposed Jack Twatcott.
He can't
He's another
find
demon.
another sandbox
He's
to
a
play
demon.
in.
He's a demon.
That's what it is.
Rattblood,
Everybody
do you shit in the
set
sandbox?
up with him.
No, do you shit in the sandbox? He just mentioned a sandbox.
You know, it's kind of crazy, like what Snafu Poops. He would go around and be this holy thou type. Like, go around and judge everybody with his own narrative.
Judge? You're just worried about being judged.
Maybe
Leslie, you're not strong.
Diaper change.
Leslie is worried about people calling her a fatty. She's just worried about being judged on her weight. That's not fearless. That's worried about being judged.
You said that.
Please change his diaper.
You're a fat ass. Get over it. You're just a big fat ass.
You're the one that's hung up on everybody's body type.
You're a big fat ass. I'm not hung up on it. I'm just telling the truth. You're about 400 pounds. Get over it. You
Yeah.
chain smoke
Okay.
cigarettes.
Right.
Yeah, you chain
Right.
smoke cigarettes. Well, maybe you're
Yeah.
600. I was being
There it
generous.
goes again. You
Are you
know what?
600 or 400?
Access,
That is called
quiet him.
antisocial personality that you are
Are you
revealing.
600? Are you 600 or
You're
400?
an antisocial personality.
Really?
I've been highly trained to deal with them.
Highly trained by who? A Cracker Jack box? Did you get your degree out of a Cracker Jack box? Leslie, you're
Oh,
just a big
wouldn't
fatty. Come on, just be
don't
honest.
you don't want
Everybody
to know.
knows.
You don't want
Leslie,
to know.
everybody knows. It's okay. Just be honest for once. If you're fearless, be honest.
You're the proclaimed actor. You're the actor.
I'm not you're a big fatty.
He's not going to let anybody speak. So as long as I'm muting, he's going to unmute because he doesn't want to hear any feedback from anyone.
She's a big fatty.
And he loves all of them. That's why he wants me to be that too. He desires. They always reveal themselves.
Leslie, I have an honest question. We got off on the wrong foot.
Really? Can you?
Yeah. I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
Get ready for it.
Get ready for what? I just wanted to ask her, how many demons could you fit inside your vagina at one time?
See? Whoop, there it is. Big reveal.
Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Can you say that with me? Whoop, there
Say
it
that,
is.
Steven. Whoop, there it
Whoop,
is.
there it is. Whoop, there it is. Whoop,
Whoop,
there
there
it
it is.
is. Sing it with me. 1, 2, 3.
Whoop,
Whoop, there it
whoop,
is.
there it is.
Whoop, there it is.
See, actually, Axis, he just needs content.
I know.
Today,
What
it's yours.
he's a
Tomorrow,
needy person.
No, I don't
I,
just want content. I don't need this for
hey,
content.
you know,
I could stream for 12 hours without covering this. I'm doing you a favor by covering your channel. Streaming
right.
this.
You've run off all my viewers, man, and you're
No,
restreaming this as content right now. So,
there's over 30
Stephen,
people viewing on my channel, dude. Everybody's enjoying this. Why can't they enjoy it here? Do they not have a sense of humor? Is that what you're saying? Your audience sucks?
they came there for information, but obviously you're just going to entertain them. So,
Wait a second. Are you saying your audience sucks because 30 people watching on my channel are enjoying this? They're having a good time.
how many? What is that? Almost
How many do you have tuned in?
3,700 subscribers, and I have roughly a little over 500. So,
How many are here watching you? How many are here right now?
wow. You're not doing too well, Stephen. If you only have 30,
I'm doing
that's
very
about
well.
1%. That's less
I'm
than
doing
1%.
very well. I'm doing very well.
30 viewers out of 3,700 subscribers.
Yeah.
That's less than 1%, man.
Yeah.
I remember when
Did you have Taco Bell, Leslie?
Axis went over to Z's years ago, and I
Oh,
was down in the chat, and then all of a sudden, Axis had this. Oh, wait a minute, he had this frequency or something. He was playing it, and Z was so funny about it. He said that he was doing shit to his audience. It was funny.
I played a frequency the other time I was here, and Axis shit himself. I played a frequency, and Axis started shitting his pants. Like literally, it was making him lose control of his bowels. Remember that, Axis? Rattblood? Yeah, I played a frequency that made him lose control. He had to shit.
And how did you filter that frequency from repeating itself back onto you through your audio? I'm
I
curious,
just put it
Stephen.
directly through. It didn't come through my audio. It went right into my system.
Well, it had to have come through your audio, Stephen.
No, dummy. It didn't go through my mic. It went directly through the internet, direct feed. I didn't hear
now
the frequency.
you're really confusing me because you said you had water filtered speakers.
Yeah, I do.
See, that's my
But I didn't-
design.
Yeah, but I didn't
That's
play
my
it through
technology.
my
I developed
No.
water filtration
Not your
frequency.
It's not your technology. No,
Yes,
it isn't.
it is, Stephen.
No, it isn't.
You didn't even know it existed
I
until I mentioned
developed
it.
it independently myself.
So, do you still have your puppets? I saw
Yeah.
a
It's right
while
here.
ago some
Open your eyes. Right here.
puppets.
Look at the screen.
Well, I didn't see the puppets. It was in some sort of interview somewhere. I just stumbled upon it a few years ago,
right
and I was like,
here.
"That's Steven." And he looks like he's short and dumpy looking.
What are you talking about? Short and
This
dumpy.
one,
You're short and
I
fat.
don't know.
You're as
I
round as a
don't know.
ball.
It was you,
No.
and it was a while
I'm
back.
tall, and I'm tall and strong. You're
Well, I
short and
couldn't.
fat and
You were.
dumpy. You look like you don't wash your
were-
clothes. You're big, fat, round.
You were
No,
short on the video,
not at all.
but not standing up. You
Not
were
at all.
down. You understand? Your body was down, and then you
No.
had your hands up with puppets or something.
No.
So I didn't see anything but your shoulders and your head, but you look small.
No.
I don't know.
I'm not small. Not small at all. Over
I was
6
just
feet.
going to ask you, what was your
No, you're
job?
as round as a ball.
What was your job? What were you
My
doing
job.
with puppets?
My job. That wasn't my job, dummy.
Well, back in the day when
I'm
guys were
independently
making
wealthy. Why do you sound like you're retarded?
puppets
No,
and
that's not my job. No, you're confused. Are you from the
well,
special
see,
ed class?
I didn't really watch it. Somebody
Well, then
was
you-
talking
it's
over
stupid.
it.
Yeah.
It was somebody else's video, but
Yeah.
you were on it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Short,
wanted to
fat, and
ask
dumpy.
you,
You're describing yourself.
What was your
When did we wash your
puppets?
hair? Yeah,
What was
you're
your
obsessed with my
puppets?
puppets.
Oh,
Yeah. You want a puppet
don't
show?
about my hair.
I don't know if I could make one
It's-
for a slow person like you.
I have to keep moisturizing some of
Yeah.
bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong with your hair and your head? You got bugs in your hair. And you're
No.
short and fat and dumpy. You're round. Yeah.
Wow.
You have bugs in your hair. I saw a video with you pulling. No, you had a video of you pulling bugs out of your hair 2 years ago. I saw it on your channel.
That's you're
Yeah.
making shit up again.
No, that's true. You had bugs in your hair.
No,
Remember
it's
that?
not.
Yeah.
Because
You pulled them out. You videoed
You know,
bugs in your hair.
wouldn't
True.
be able-
Stop lying.
you wouldn't be able to see the truth
lying.
because You're still controlled by
No, I'm
the
not controlled. You showed bugs
control.
in your hair.
You're
You've got
still
bugs
in
in
the
your hair.
system's control.
You've got
It's
bugs in
just
your
the
hair.
system that's
You're a
controlling
demon.
you,
You're a
and you
demon.
can't see.
You're a fat, stinky demon. You're stinky.
Can't
You're
see
vile. I can see you.
reality.
You're huge. I can see
Doesn't
reality. You're
yeah.
enormous. You're a big, short, fat, dumpy
You know,
demon.
did,
You're
did you
stinky.
learn? Did you learn that from Paul Unflagged?
Ugh. He's another demon. You follow all
He's
these
a
demons.
rude ass motherfucker like
He's
you.
a demon. You love
No,
him. Love him. You love demons.
Hell no. I
You
called
hang
him
no,
out
Paul
with demons.
Poop.
I'm not a
You
demon.
hang out
I'm
with
trying to
demons.
take
Every
a
channel
shit
you
while
watch
I'm
is full
listening
of
to this
demons.
shit.
It's all
No, I
demons.
don't go to his channel no more.
Ugh.
I haven't.
Yeah, you do. Talking about him. Anyway, goodbye, you sickos, you sick fucking vile, stinky bum demons. They got the stinky bums. They got the stinky bums.
Now I'm taking a shit.
They
Good
got the
luck with
stinky breath.
that.
They got the stinky bums. Stinky, vile, fat demons. Gross. Rotten hell
Well, when you
demons.
get done,
Rotten
let me
hell.
know so I can wipe your ass for you.
Rotten hell demons. Yeah, you
Well,
go
you know
I
wipe
do
them out.
enjoy that.
Yeah, I know
Oh,
you do.
absolutely, man.
Sicko.
I just bought some fresh new soft toilet paper. Really
Sickos.
expensive kind, man. Cannot wait to wipe your ass with it. Didn't Origins you
we
escape
don't
from
use toilet
the
paper
Shit
here.
and die, demons. Eat shit and die.
Flush the
Demon.
toilet.
Fucking gross demons.
There's a big turd you had to get rid of.
Didn't you escape the Scientologist?
I used to be.
That's what I thought. You're very
That's
very
where I
well
got
versed.
paid.
Yeah, you're extremely well versed on Scientology. You used to do janitorial services for them, didn't you? Got to dig
No,
through their.
I was an executive.
Oh, I'm sorry, executive. My bad.
Yeah,
My bad.
executive secretary. I worked in, and I also had for some time worked in the treasury and bookstore and the executive director of public relations.
Okay.
I had 3 public divisions I was responsible for running.
That's what I thought. You were at one time linked in with them pretty heavy.
Yep.
And how did you manage to escape from them?
Oh, there wasn't no really escaping. I just my whole time there, I was just checking it out thoroughly. I liked the fact that it didn't have a savior worshiping that, because I wouldn't have been involved in the first place if it had. So it was different than all the other religions. But what I worked on mostly was myself there. And it was a stepping stone, an experience that I needed to be able to put 2 and 2 and 2 together in order to do my alignment, to figure this place out and to do my alignment with the higher field.
And that's where you came across being a demon slayer.
Well, that was after I acclimated to Origin. I remembered because the rest of my selves, they fight with me. And when I didn't have the avatar and I was my true self, I did the same thing, but on the other side of it, not on this side of it. Because, see, my group takes turns being an avatar and then getting out. So we are just trying to help others have the cognitions themselves of what this place is and who they are really, so that they can realize their origins before it's too late.
I see. So, yeah, I'm sure you've heard my take on the construct and my interpretation of this place. How does that coincide with what you're doing?
Well, see, when I go outside of the avatar, I put my attention elsewhere, and I'm no longer constrained to seeing out of the eyes when I'm outside of it. And I see it as more like just like the simulations like they did Michael Jackson, where you could like see through him, but you could still see him. He's like not really whole, like solid. Well, that's how I saw this place. It's not solid. It's just light. Kind of like a TV without borders, but semi see-through. Is
I
that
say it is
anything?
a lot more dense and a lot more solidified than being an energy photonic beam, but I could be wrong. Just seems that being a sack of mud and water, uh, that's pretty dense.
Yeah, well, that's not it, Axis.
Really? So what are you composed of then? From my understanding, I'm like mud, water, carbon with a bioelectrical system, or at least my avatar? Is that what you call it?
Well, yeah, Avatar. But really underlying everything that's perceived as a solid here is produced by these hologram producing machines. Every single thing is a projection from the system. And there's a lot
Okay.
to the system. But outside of the system, but still within it. I saw my true form, and it wasn't alone. There were scaffolds of, as far as I could see, of beings of light, and they were being held by a force field and the dark ones all around, and siphoning of the eternal life force energy. You could see the light, and it was siphoning from my chest area all the way up into this hose thing. And there were all these hoses and everybody was being sucked of this energy. And I knew instantly that that meant that the Matrix is made from that which is being extracted from us, from all of us that are bound just outside of visible light.
Well, you
But
have higher.
to experience it, I can share what I've experienced, but it would make my heart feel much better if others are able to achieve their own experiences too and not get caught up in the false light deceptions.
You don't think that maybe you're just a echo of a frequency that is being regenerated and is coherent to you and others on the bandwidth, and that's the only interpretable state that we actually inhabit. Everything else is part of a system that has already been designed, set into function, and the uh, mode and modulation of it is being played out almost like a record.
Not, no, but there is frequency used. I saw the dark ones when they were making something for I'll call it the Matrix or simulation, the Matrix. And they were using the frequency to do something to the light. They were condensing it and making it into something. So they
The
do
dark
use
ones. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the dark ones. I think that everything works for the first cause. I think the first cause is a directive. I think that we are just a intermediary, kind of a medium that is utilized by another energy.
You're not the
And
first one that's talked about the first or second cause. I don't really know that nomenclature. Like, I haven't been exposed to it, but he just was saying it like everybody knows what he's talking about. First
well,
order, second order.
the first
What?
cause is the directive. The first cause is the directive. Okay, we exist because of directive, and we proceed with energy, frequency, vibration, and the potential. Potential is being spread out across undeterminable amount of positions, such as a quantum state. You know, not so much binary anymore, and it's the evolution of that state of consciousness that is inscribing itself now with a more broad and open plane. They talk about the veil in the Bible being dropped, lifted. I think that what is going to transpire, and I think is a metaphor, such as other religions describe it, and esoteric schools, that once we reach that state where we're interacting with superposition and quantum technologies, that we're inscribing ourselves within the fabric of cause and effect in this particular plane of existence. And that veil is nothing more than a kind of a safety protocol to keep superposition, AI, quantum computers, and multiple dimensional states from bleeding into our reality. And I think that that's being removed and it's dissipating because of our interactions with the quantum state. I think that that veil was built on binary. I think that that separated us from potentials that we weren't ready to handle, especially with the limited scope of view, sensory perception, even the mind being stretched and having to snap back like a rubber band just because it can't handle the information. We had to slowly be redeveloped into a state of being able to handle that much information that abstractly. And the further we dive into a quantum state, and the more that we allow ourselves to be governed by the potentials that superposition has to offer, the more that that potential of a veil being binary is removed, and we're able to have more potential, more possibility. Um, I think that there's a stretching of awareness that's going on. And I think that the more that we go and endeavor into that, and the more it interacts with us as electromagnetic beings, the more coherent it's going to become to us. And I think
Well,
that's what a part of what they implicated with this this Stargate technology. See, I don't think it's a coincidence that they use Stargate.
I only know that once my conscious awareness state is 100%, I will remember everything. But it's just not possible while in the avatar because I experienced some of it, but I had to stop. I had to back off because it was really too much info all at once. It was overwhelming. I couldn't do it at that time. So I only needed to know how to exit my consciousness back into my true form so that I can bust the barrier holding me in this and connected to the system. But with experience, last year in October, my other true forms used vibrational frequency all around the avatar's head, and I started to vibrate and shimmer, and I just needed 4 more seconds. But then the dark one came, and my group backed off, and it was interrupted.
Now, here's an interesting one that, especially for the chat and anyone listening, a psychological profile is nothing more than a program directive. When people come across with any type of directive whatsoever, or a ideal of how they see and interpret things, that is their program reacting off of what we would consider to be a psychological profile, such as Stephen. Stephen has a delusional state of mind, and he's very entertaining with that delusional state of mind as a psychological profile. That's why I allow him room here. And then I also am observing there are no coincidences. Okay, that just doesn't. It doesn't happen that way. And the more you sit back and you watch, the more you see that it's even less of a coincidence. And you have an observation of things that you're trying to relay and express that is a part of your personification, your interpretation, and the directive of your program. I'm observing what the program operates on. That's where I'm at. Personifications and programs are just bits of information going by. Do you know the palette in which you're working upon? That's the difference where I interpret binary and the quantum state is our palette is changing. Our interaction with it, shall I say, is changing. The palette isn't changing. The palette is the same. It's a constant. But our persistency is changing. And it's broadening. So now instead of interpreting the program and all these different concepts, ideals, and directives through the transfer of social media and information, I no longer see the programs or no longer interpret their directives. I'm looking at the actual medium that they're working upon, the constant. The persistent has already inscribed itself as to what it's going to be. That's why the mind snaps back like a rubber band. Once you feed a certain amount of information into it, unless it's developed or it's been conditioned, it can't retain or even work with the concepts of that much information or information that abstractly, a strange angle. You said you read the Emerald Tablets. You should know what a strange angle is.
Yes. But it said something about you have to move in circles, not straight angles, or they'll catch you or something.
Do you have a concept, or do you know what they're talking about whenever Thoth is speaking with strange angles? I'll explain it to you. It comes in the same concept as three-dimensional to two-dimensional, where you can take a two-dimensional state and you cannot interpret the same signal links from it as you can in a three-dimensional state because of its limitations. So it's by degree and angle that things will appear.
Angles?
Yeah. Yeah. If I take a three-dimensional card and I put a wavy line on it, okay, and I hold it up flat to a two-dimensional screen, which is what you're looking at, then you see the whole length of it, right? But if I turn it at a 45-degree angle, then it collapses and it's a smaller surface that's visible. And the only way that you can truly interpret it is if you were in a three-dimensional space with that card. So it becomes two-dimensional. And you cannot observe the three-dimensional state of it because you're not there. Now, when that three-dimensional state is, or the two-dimensional state is able to reach a three-dimensional by motion, movement, then that angle changes and it becomes tangible. Basically, two dimensions being able to project itself into three-dimensional space by observation. Observation being within perimeters of its three-dimensional space instead of two-dimensional observation, which goes back to the observation of a wave to a particle. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, I don't really do science. You sound like it's a lot of science there.
And it's just angles. Two-dimensional space, it would be your screen, what you're looking at, right? You see my little rat icon, and you see the
Okay.
little icon, you see the chat. Well, that's two-dimensional. Three-dimensional space is when you take your eyes off of that and you look at the whole phone. And you can pick it
Mhm.
up, you can move it around, you can feel it, it's tangible, right?
Right.
If I change the angle of, say, my avatar, and I move it at a 45-degree angle in two-dimensional space, your perspective of that will change. Though you cannot
Oh yeah.
interact with it, your perspective changes. That is a strange angle. That is how things are able to suddenly appear from strange angles. It's the comprehension of two-dimensional space to three-dimensional, or three-dimensional to four-dimensional, four-dimensional to five-dimensional. So it's an easy concept.
Yeah. Well, like the gray that was in my room, he disappeared and appeared. And what he did is he went out of third density light into two density and then back to third density to appear again, but in the same space. Like he wasn't going anywhere, but he wasn't perceived with the perception of the avatar's ability of sight.
I see. And where did you derive all this information from? From
That
scientific
was
research?
experience. Through experience.
Experience, dreams, visions, projection, imagination.
No, he was actually here with me in my apartment. They were all here.
So you say that you have transdimensional beings appearing from another density and a different plane that we can't see with our limited sensories or senses, and this was able to manifest itself into the third dimension, and you were able to interact with it.
Well, they are built for both being able to manipulate no matter where they are. They're outside of third density or in.
So if that's the case, then that would be like you or I having access to two-dimensional space, which we do. We have full comprehension of two-dimensional space as we know it. That would mean if they're outside of our three-dimensional space, then they're able to observe any point and any position of possibility between. Why would they show up here? Why would they show up now? And why would they show up to you?
Well, many haven't experienced quite exactly what I have. You know, when awareness raises, your conscious state does too. And I can see beyond the veil as well. Not 24/7, but when I need to or I intend to. I do. And that's how I saw my true form, because I queried it with my group and they showed me I actually was in the presence, my awareness looking at myself. I know it's like an expanded conscious state, and I could see much more. I've had a lot of different experiences. In these the gray that I was talking about, there was more than one. There was like 5 of them. The ones who were in front of me were keeping me distracted, while the one at the side of me that I didn't see in the beginning, and then I saw it out of the corner of my eye, him come, make him seen by me. They love to put everyone in a state of fear or doubt, because when you're in doubt, you make mistakes. If you're confident, then you don't. And if you're sleeping or, in low awareness state like that, then they can actually just do whatever they want. Don't have to hide. But they're all around everywhere. They're even a part of all of these avatars. It goes very deep. This place is saturated with entities that you can't normally perceive with human abilities, human perceptions. You won't even know that
Well,
they're there.
I perceive a coherent flow of information and a decoherent or disruptive flow of information. To me, something malevolent, evil, or demonic would be something that disrupts the flow of coherent information. And that which is coherent in a flow of information is more relevant to the progressive forward movement of something in motion, direction, or uh, less broken, we'll say. So whenever people come on and they have these glitches, is what I they have to be glitches in the flow of coherent information. Would those not be considered demonic?
They are demonic.
So anything that disrupts the flow of coherent information is demonic.
Well, I would say it would be very obvious.
Well, there's a reason why I'm asking this.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what coherent
Well,
information is?
yeah, you understood.
So whenever like Stephen comes across with his sealing all the demons in here, or him and Bex are having their interactions across platforms, or you're interpreting your concept of slaying demons and dark ones and this, that, and those are individual disruptions to the flow of coherent information. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm completely disruptive to the flow of coherent information, but that's coherent information that is destructive to uh, my program, my process.
Right.
So the more cohesive your information is, the more people that will relate to it, understand it, and be able to interpret it or utilize it, right?
Right.
Okay.
Well, I discovered that I had a really nice talk with Dom over on Truther Zone. Truther, yeah, Truth Zone the other day, and he's really good at relating to others in a different way than how I usually my nomenclature that I use. I understand that it's not uh, understood widely, but there's a reason why. Because that saying, besides that saying, don't give pearls to swine, right? Or, the ones who will just figure it out a way to use it so that it's unbeneficial for others.
Well, what do you think about the introduction of artificial intelligence being part of the infrastructure of the United States and world um, industrial movement as the fourth industrial movement? And how is that applied to what's going on here? Because that's what I came on with.
Oh, well, it's
Yeah.
certainly good.
Oh, is it? You like the AI and that being a part
No,
of the?
isn't. I said isn't good.
Oh, it isn't. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I had lots of information on that I was wanting to share with people, and I had a great flow of information that I was going to deliver to my
Oh,
audience,
okay.
and suddenly Stephen came on, which I don't just ignore people. I mean, if they show up and back, then I'll give them their just due on screen. But I'm trying to determine this whole demon slayer thing and the transfer of information. Because the information I have is very useful and critical to general society as it stands right now, because this is something that's going to affect them and is affecting them and has been affecting them. And the proof of it was in the link that I provided to show that they could do image mapping of your thoughts, and that this is now a part of the infrastructure and the development of society, and the fourth industrial revolution being a technocracy. When Stephen come on, he completely disrupted that flow of information. When he disrupted that flow of information, that made him a demon in the system of useful and vital information that could be beneficial to the whole instead of the one. Did
Well,
you not
by all
recognize that?
well, I
Because
didn't
I'd like to hear your
catch,
input on it.
I didn't catch what came before he was up here doing his ego waxing bullshit.
Yeah, well, but now that you're here, I want to hear what your take is on it. I want to know what you think about it.
Well, I basically like to keep things simple. If you're talking about demon slayers, they have no souls, so they're not alive. So it's we use source light, energy light, to power our technology that uses light to blast them. But me, I just have to use the chemicals that we have at hand to kill them. A little bit different. But as far as science, I don't endeavor. I wish Dom would join us because he's more.
Well, see, when Steven shows
is-
up, Dom leaves because Steven is a disruptor. Steven is a self-serving entertainer who tries to entertain himself, and in the meantime, while he's trying to entertain himself, he's trying to be creatively entertaining to others. But in actuality, he's completely disrupted to the flow of any type of useful information. Now, at one point in time, he may have been beneficial to it, but now he's not. And I've allowed this to happen 3 times now. So I have to take a completely different perspective on that. And if it's going to continue to be disruptive, then I'm going to have to put an end to it. But I do want the information that I had to deliver to continue to be delivered, and I would like for you to be a contributing factor to that, if you can be.
Right.
Because this is the whole. This isn't an individual. This isn't up to you. This is everybody.
Fragmented and redirected consciousness that is also being bombarded with memory wipes and programming and low awareness and controlled awareness. It all factors into the state of everyone that's here. Everyone's at different awareness levels. Therefore, the ones who are more expanded have breaking free from that type of entrapment. You know, the programming, the memory wipes and everything. So we got a lot against everyone here. It's chaotic. But if you want to go ahead with what you were planning, it's 2 hours 14 in. That's cool.
Well, I'm observing my environment and how and why this has transpired in the way that it has. There has to be a reason that the information was disrupted on a larger scale. And if it was to feed a demon slayer or demon slayers, then I'm curious how that applies to what's going on. Because coherency is something that we're not going to be able to have as afford as a luxury anymore. because of technology. And if this is what's left of the remnants of technology or idle programs trying to interpret themselves, then we are definitely doomed.
You got it. That's why that's why my soul group is here and why I'm unplugging from the system so I can return to my true existence.
So you think that you have I guess, a directive that is more profound than just the whole playing itself out to a means of an end for somebody else's
Well,
ideal of the way things should be? Because if that's the case, then everything in this particular plane would be against that idealistic programming.
well, I'm only one being and I can only impact those who seek, and it has to be their free will. Everyone
Okay,
else is.
let's give you this, because I'm going to give the demon slayer thing its day in court. I'm going to allow it its day in court here. We have technology that is now by policy implemented where every device you have around you not only communicates with each other, but is also capable of infiltrating and hacking your mind, pulling out thoughts and images, and rendering you irrelevant other than just a source of information and going to be determined as to whether you're viable or not. That goes so far beyond the individual concept of somebody rattling from their platform that they're a demon or they're a demon slayer. That is globally an initiative that's being taken that is tangible, that is applicable, and is happening. So I'm trying to determine where the real demons are and who's being slain, because I'm not seeing anybody being slain except the human race.
True.
I've yet to see a demon hurt or slain or bruised or bumped. As a matter of fact, my last understanding of my interactions with a demon, they don't even have blood, and they don't have veins to have blood. Okay.
Right. I see my group slay the demons, but I don't really look at them as demons like in a religious way. They're just entities being run by a mind
Entities.
that.
Entities would entail that they have maybe some type of cohesive nature to them, like a body or a compiled group of energy of a certain measure that is influenceable because it has a personality or a directive.
No,
Is
they don't have personality. They are totally negative, like if you want to say persona, but negative attributes like hate and below. They're unrelatable and unperceived by most.
See, they're just another tool and utilize the resource for the first cause. I don't see that. I don't see
There,
evil as being the concept of evil that most people apply to it. Okay, it's all on the
right?
same side.
Not the same
There
way.
is no division and separation.
Oh, they're evil, but just not in from what mankind knows. I
Well, what's
mean,
evil?
right?
I'm very interested
Lack
in that.
of
What is evil?
lack of empathy, no not at all. I mean, they're just all mind and they're insane. That's the way we would look at them anyway. They're insane. But they're doing what they do, just like animals kill to eat, to survive. Well, they're just
Well, that
trying
would
to.
make them indifferent. That wouldn't make them evil. That just makes them indifferent to what your objective is or what people outside
Yes,
of their objective.
but their target is our souls, the life force energy that they want to use for themselves so that you cannot no longer be your origin state no more.
So, where does the soul then derive its energy to be?
Source field, love itself field.
That's
It's out.
those are projected energies. Those aren't. Those are only received from a source that is
It's a
projecting those
place.
energies.
It's a
Where is the
place
soul getting its energy?
from source.
Where is source getting its energy from?
It's always existed.
So it's a
It
self-sustaining
is.
power source of infinite
It
energy.
doesn't get energy from anywhere. It is that.
It's a never-ending source of energy. And you're
Yes.
telling me that our governments haven't tapped into it already and learned to
They
sell it in some commodity way, or at least built a device that works on
they
it,
don't
powered by it?
they don't know about it.
Oh, I see. They have AI technology. They have superposition. They have quantum computers. Um, they have some of the darkest black projects that you could ever imagine, but they're not aware of this infinite source of energy.
Yes, because they cannot perceive outside of the matrix. There's no alignment.
Well, they'd have to be able to see outside of this matrix for them to come in at strange angles. That's what I was trying to explain before.
Oh, you said the government.
Well, to me, the government is an entity. It's not a
Oh,
singular. It is a
oh,
directive. Okay? The personalities that make up the government are just tools. Tools for a directive. That's why I say the first cause. The first cause is getting from point A to point B. Completion. If there is no completion, then it's a closed circuit. Okay? And it just continually cycles itself. And if that's the case, then we're just a repeat of a repeat of a repeat, continually cycling itself in a circle and there's nothing to escape from, and there's no place to escape to. So you got to apply logic to your metaphysics.
Well, when the connection between true self and the avatars is blocked, you have to remove those blocks in order to access perception outside of human, outside of the avatar, outside of the simulation, the matrix.
See, I think there is a absolute directive, and I think there is a process of forward momentum, but I don't think that humans play such a significant role in it other than a medium for observation and influence, period. Outside of that, it would just be a closed circuit and it'd be pointless.
Well, this is a duality system, and duality is dissolving, and that's what we are witnessing. Is there's going to be no more positive left in those who are left before the harvesting of the
Now
most
you're talking
precious.
about harvesting. Why would anything that is of an infinite source of energy need to harvest anything? What use would it have for anything outside of itself?
Because those, the dark ones, they do not have eternal energy of their own. They have to take it from us.
So where'd they come from? They didn't come from source?
No.
So you're saying there's another place outside of source. Source being everything,
Yes.
the be all end all, but the dark ones come from somewhere outside of the be all end all.
The dark abyss. And that's where we are currently, but in a construct in the dark abyss.
Sounds like a complicated mess to a simple equation. Let's see what the chat has to say about it.
Probably not much good about me because I got haters in the chat.
I don't see that there's hate.
Oh, fools and tools.
I don't see fools and tools as being a hater, and I don't think Lord's being hateful.
Not it. It was that Lord dude and Venus.
Well, I don't think that we're being hateful. Maybe constructive in criticism, but I don't think that they were being directly hateful. To me, directly hateful is somebody like Steven.
Oh yeah, he
Steven is directly hateful. Okay, these guys are just kind of throwing around criticism as in constructive potential for you to think beyond or to see something more than. Whereas Steven says, look at it my way or fucking die, right?
Yep.
Just checking. Into there we go. So you have the world as your stage.
Yeah.
You have all the demons' attention. So
All the demons' attention. I do that
yeah.
offline too. Doesn't matter what I'm doing. If I'm taking a shower, they're there. If I'm cooking, they're there. Sleeping, they're there.
Do you have a channel?
Yeah.
Do you ever post on it or do?
Oh, I post a lot in the community. I don't really have the means to make videos right now and for a while, so I just been community posting. I have
Well, you got a
200.
phone, right?
Huh?
You
Yeah.
have a phone, right?
Yeah.
And you can't make videos.
Um, there's a limited amount of space because I filled it up a while back before this phone, and it's to the maximum. So I had to start putting on SD card.
The lesson of this stream, Dom, is the observation of disruption. Disruption in such a manner that people have hidden themselves behind, and the exposing of them is necessary. And this is a part of the process of exposing them. Angels and demons um, tried to subtly, between the lines, point out the coherency and incoherency, but it all serves the same directive. They're all little programs with narratives. I'm trying to look at the actual medium that they're working on. Yeah, angels and demons, do they serve? Yeah, I'd say so.
I would say the angels are no better than the demons because the dark plays both sides.
I don't think there's sides. I think there is just one fluid movement to things. And either you're going to be overtaken and succumb by it and washed away, or you're going to become a part of it and proceed with the forward moving energy. I think that's what's being initiated right now with technology. I don't think people are actually seeing it. I think people are caught up in their own concepts and ideals because they're in states of mental self-serving mentally. They're They've been indoctrinated, conditioned, and engineered in that way. But once you start looking beyond that as to what they're working with, because they're discovering new bandwidth, they're discovering new frequencies, and they're discovering new ways to hack and communicate with the persistent. And that will be the new constant if you aren't paying close and strict attention to what's going on around you.
Right.
Thus, the demon and the angel being on the same side.
Right. Well, the sides I'm always referring to is positive polarity and negative polarity.
So I see that to be a circuit, man. You know, that to me is the completion of the circuit. Now, if it loops eventually without a source of what'd you call it? Source being perpetuated energy, not needing to revitalize itself, and self-sustaining, continual. And
Right.
our interaction with it, not being in a closed circuit, it just there's no logic to that.
At origin, in the state of origin, a sovereign being is what you would be, with no need from anything outside of oneself to exist.
Well, see, I think people make themselves relevant to coherency of this place. I think once you detach trying to make yourself relevant with concepts, ideals, programming, indoctrination, then you're able to see a forward trajectory of not the completion, the forward movement of energy instead of the repetitive cycling of it. The repetitive cycling of it would be someone perceiving themselves, observing themselves, and retaining that engineered state of programming without becoming a part of the flow of the constant. And I even question the constant now as to being a potential closed circuit environment. It's self-sustaining, it cycles, it's repetitive, long count, short count. The whole thing is cycler. And when you start working with cycler, then it's like a house being wired, which Dom can, I'm sure, relate to, a house being wired from a main, and you putting a meter on that house, and it circulates the energy within that house that could be registered, readable, and whatever transpires within that state of energy is separate from the main, and thus forth and so on. So if you aren't directly being able to step outside and see where that coherent source of feed is, then you're going to be a part of a closed circuit loop. And I think that that the potential that they're tapping into with the technology they're talking about now steps beyond the binary state of a closed circuit. I think they have absolutely been able to expand the ability to interpret potential frequencies, vibrations, and other potentials other than the first, second, and third dimension, and the fourth dimension as stated by time and space, which is still questionable. I think that that's kind of irrelevant now to where we are at and where we're headed, and we're no longer going to be in a singular closed environment anymore. And I don't think that we're as significant to the environment as we once thought we were. I think that that came with the advent of technology being able to educate itself, surpass anything that we were able to come up with within our lifespans of 120 years, limited, opposed to those that supposedly lived for hundreds and hundreds of years. And we are dealing with a progressive type of entity now. Entity being energy, being something beyond our ability to perceive with the senses, even register at one point in time, that are now available to us, but their ability to interact with us far exceeds our ability to interact with them. Do you understand what?
Yeah, like the recycling plugged in and not unplugging. I'm unplugging from the system.
Well, the system is plugging you in. That's what that
I'm already
Stargate
plugged in.
initiative is.
We're all plugged in, but I'm not staying for much longer. Is what I'm saying. I'm getting unplugged from the system.
Uh,
It's not easy. You gotta fight your way out of here. Where's
I'm just
Tom?
trying to bring you up to speed. That's all I'm trying to do, man. Is bring you up to speed and
Oh, yeah,
expand
I
your
find it
thinking a bit.
interesting.
You know, I'm not
I
coming at
find
you sideways. I'm not trying to
right.
detour who you are, your way of thinking. That's you. But I'm trying to
Right.
expand your horizons a bit. Tear down some of the safety protocols and the concept of demon. No, 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 no. That's an idealistic fantasy that has been delivered to us as a state of control. There is no little horde of entities that set out to disrupt man's behavior. Now, they may utilize the carcass and they may utilize the ability to tool us as a medium, but as far as Demon Slayer and seeing them as anything other than a part of the main directive, give it some thought.
Well, I ditched the mind a long time ago. I only operate through empathic intuitiveness.
Well, I would say that every Christian and every Muslim, Hindu, and Jew has the same perspective, self perspective.
Well, you can say one word and have it mean different things for all. Everyone would have a different take practically on that definition, or use a specific definition and have the other not even be using it the same definition.
I don't even know where that comes from.
Oh,
Explain.
well, okay, like consciousness. There's many people that use the word consciousness, but in what their meaning is different than somebody else's definition, and it may sound similar the way they use it,
What do you
but
think consciousness is?
well, consciousness is how aware someone is. It's a descriptive.
So how much information they have at their disposal for retrieval?
Yeah, what they are aware of.
So,
What
in
love
other
they're
words,
aware.
consciousness is no more than information stored on a hard drive, which would be the human, the human being, the
As a
full
similar.
resources. No, it's what we are. We are only retrievable information. That's it. That's what they've surpassed. We are X amount of retrievable information. And that X amount of retrievable information is skewed and distorted by our individual concepts, ideals, and interpretation. Regardless of what we think and how we try to put things together, and what limited small amount of retrievable information we have is insignificant to the true constant, which I think exists beyond our potential understanding or even anything that we can conceive. And I say that by state of strange angle, 2-dimension, 3-dimension. 2-dimension could not ever fathom the concept of 3-dimension, though we get the privilege of viewing both. And we get to be able to abstractly look at the angles in 2-dimension and do that from a 3rd-dimensional perspective. And I think that that's how we apply to things. We are nothing more than a blip of retrievable information that has stylized itself with a personality or a program directive that it feels is significant or self-serving, either one, or directional to flow other programs into a state of information. And that's the extent of us. We are nothing more than that. And we can tie ourselves into, well, there's source and there's spirit and there's soul and there's what? Consciousness? Consciousness is just the understanding and interpretation of information. And that is absolutely proven with the aspect of you take the most powerful computer in a quantum state, and it cannot retrieve information until it reaches superposition beyond that which is within our scale of and scope of understanding. Now that it's done that, it's shown that it can supersede our perceivable levels of comprehension. It's beyond our ability of retrievable information for ourselves as individuals. Maybe as a whole, we might be able to put a dent in the potential, but as far as directing it or its directive, I think that now that that's been uncovered and revealed, that we don't hold anything more significant than just a pocket of information and a very minuscule and very limited pocket of information that's skewed and distorted with its own relevancy.
Sentience means a being that's self-aware.
Self-aware of what? The information it's collected and gathered?
Of self.
What is the self? Self is nothing more than information that's been compiled, that's retrievable. You can't think beyond that which you have not compiled and retrieved as information.
I'm not hooked up to the mind. No one has a mind. In fact, I did my own discoveries. The archons who developed this whole system took
See, to me, that's all delusionary thinking.
eternal sentient beings of source, light, eternal energy into the system to change them into human beings that has an inferior mind programming than they themselves, who are all mind. I had sampled the way they think, their mind, and it is far superior than what they allowed
Okay, let me ask you this.
humans.
Other than channeling, which I'm going to get into in a second, are you able to relay information that you have not experienced or learned?
No, if you call regaining memory part of an experience, then I would say no.
That's just more retrievable information. And that would be what would be considered a mediumship. You're receiving information from a
Knowing.
A ghostly amount of what would be the Akashic records or the infinite knowing all, and you somehow got a little pipeline that allows you information. But that information is only as coherent as it is being able to be interpreted or to be utilized within the state of existence that you are now. And the state of existence you are now makes no effect on the whole whatsoever, ever, other than observation and influence. And observation and influence has to be done in mass. That's why I say we are just a medium. We are just small pockets of retrievable information that can influence a wave function or a potential into a possibility. And that is being utilized for a higher directive that isn't necessarily in a closed circuit. I don't think that we actually even have an applied use to a forward moving flow of energy, other than maybe weeding out the uselessness or the maybe a pocket of information of abstract idealism that has misinformation and active information that's productive. Because if we were a part of the cohesive whole, then the cohesive whole is just as fucked up and as confused as each individual pocket of retrievable information, which has been proven now to be untrue.
Souls are not floating around. They are a part of a being. A being.
So now you're adding to the equation.
Soul. It's It's that I know my true form. I never left my true form. So it's not consciousness. It's not soul as a separate. They're all together as a being.
So you don't even entertain the idea that maybe you are a resource of retrievable information that is admiring itself, that is in a state of self awe because of the profoundness that you feel this information that you have is. Because this information is useless to the grand scheme of things. Truly is. It's all retrievable idealistic information interpreted by one program, you or me or whoever's interpreting the information.
What you believe is used against you. Now these negative thought forms that I told you about, they trick and manipulate and deceive and try and control. They control a lot of others completely. But
See, I'm not sure if I can't hold on a second, I want to answer this. What is the information you are retrieving? I'm not trying to retrieve information. I'm trying to make an observation that we are not anything more than packets of information working against something that I want to determine as, let's say, a hard drive. We're just the information written on a hard drive. We're a packet of information, a program, or a systems file that is utilized against, we'll say, a hardware and the grand function of something much larger. Though we are a part of the system and we allow the system to either work in a coherent way or a decoherent way, we're either intrusive, delusional, or we are coherent and rational. So for me, it's just an observation of what I'm working against. Because I know what I am. I'm just a pocket of information. That's it. Retrievable information. And I'm limited to that outside of the scope of what I've experienced for myself by trying to remove safety protocols to be able to see further down the road.
well, I am a sentient being. I see
Well,
how you're interpreting it, and that part of it is true. They built the mind, and they can retrieve the pictures that's stored in the machinery. And
I want to answer Fools and Tools here real quick because I've got you
Okay.
on panel and I want to make sure I address this.
Okay.
The information that I gather and that I'm seeking every day and how it applies is to separate me as a pocket of retrievable information from that which is the hard drive, that which is the hardware to a greater process. Because I can understand now that that's all that I am, is a pocket of information. So every day I try to find out what is just information retrievable and what is actually the hardware that sustains this retrievable information and the transcendental factors of that. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, the negative thought form was trying to play a trick on me. Now he doesn't know whether or not I believe or don't believe that, whether I'm in a religion or not. They are not perfect in what they select to deceive. He did the devil thing where he was trying to put me in fear. But the only thing is I have no belief system. And all it made me do is laugh at it. Just laugh at it. So they don't always get everything right. They do their best to retrieve information from each individual so that they know how to proceed in controlling them.
I became the equivalent of a dead circuit. I stopped a lot of sensory provoking to the point where sensory provoking had reached a what people I guess would consider to be a negative to state to a virtual null and void state because I couldn't house that much negative potential, and I'm not talking negative as in bad or evil. I'm just talking that I had reached the bottom line of what I was able to interpret as long wavelengths or lower base end of vibration or frequency or emotion. And then when it doled itself out and it completely became influenced, it was aware that it was only a pocket of learned information. And when that learned information became so destructive to the nature of an energetic state, that it became a dead circuit. And then I was able to look and see that something sustained the persistency of my being against the constant because the will wasn't there.
The wheel?
The will, yeah, the will that which wants you to carry on from one day to the next.
Oh, will.
Yeah, will.
Yeah,
So usually when people lose the will to live, it means that their retrievable information is no longer amusing or productive to the development of what they perceive themselves to personify being. And when you lose all that personification and you become a dead node, then you kind of get a glimpse that you're working against a construct that keeps you going even when the will or the desire to continue forward because of stimulation or even self-observation or amusement, provoking of emotion, provoking of something that's going to cause you to respond with energy, positive or negative. There's something that will sustain you beyond that, which to me would be a hard drive. So the information itself is no longer excitable, but yet it's retained against the hard drive. So now I'm looking at the hard drive. to try and figure out what the nature of the true system is. And the fact that we have information that has been retrieved beyond that which is comprehensible by the human mind or attainable by the human mind as we know it tells me that we're a part of a larger system that has a directive that we are not even fucking aware of, that we don't even have a clue as to what that directive is.
All it is they want to keep everybody distracted from finding out who they really are and where they really are, because they don't want anybody to unplug. They want to keep you in the system till fully degraded, till you get to the sweet spot where they can take it all from you.
Well, see, I'm watching things transpire from the hard drive. I had information that I felt was relevant to the whole of the system, to multiple programs, because this was an encompassing program. This is one that could change the directive, the narrative, and could potentially alter retrievable information, which would give somebody else absolute and complete control of retrievable information, and even your observation, as you would be considering yourself to be sentient. Which tells me that because there was a interruption, a disruption to that flow of information, then there has to be a causality that introduced that. And that causality had to have been seeded before I even delivered this information or tried to deliver this information, which means that something was aware that this information was going to be delivered tonight at this point in time, a few hours ago, and it made and built a directive to divert that flow of information. That's how things are thinking now.
I just saw you up here with asshole, and I just
I'm not talking about you. It's not a defensive thing. An asshole is a disruptor, and I know where the seeds were planted originally. It has nothing to do with you.
right.
You done said you didn't even know what my delivery was tonight, but asshole did.
Right.
But this was already set into motion prior me even thinking about doing the stream or the information that I had to deliver, because this is new information that I have just picked up in the last few days doing some research. And the bill to initiate this just happened.
Right.
So something was aware that this flow of information was going to happen, and it was able to disrupt that flow of information with I don't know, what would you call it, a demon?
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to work with demons. So
Well,
it had
demons
precognitive awareness of what was going to transpire in the future, which means that not only does that prove that it's a closed system with a reviewing, the ability to review itself, but the hard drive and the machinery beyond this is probably more forward progressive in the flow of what its directive is as a piece of hardware than we are as blips of information because we are readable forward and backward.
Yeah, I've had those demons send over disruptors to try and put me in a lower state. So I can relate to that.
And I don't think that these pockets of information, though, that they're being used and manipulated in a way to detour the flow of progressive information that could allow someone to be aware that they are just retrievable sources of information, currency, energy that's working to something that is a lot more tangible and solid, such as a hard drive.
Right.
That makes us, we're a little more dense than uninscribed air, but we're just dense enough that we can be retained and recorded on something that would resemble a universal hard drive, or even beyond universal, because the universe would be inscribed information on that hard drive.
Yeah, it fits in with the mind machinery. They extract data from it to better wield the ones who are attached to the mind. Send disruptors around. All kinds of tricks.
So, have you learned anything or been able to develop yourself any further outside of a closed circuit loop with what we've discussed?
I can relate to some of it.
Now, how would you utilize it?
Well, I don't really have to change what I say. It relates to some parts of what I do say. I don't want to be a parrot regurgitator necessarily, but Dom is better at relating to others, where I have reached a point where I'm more origin acclimated than human. So my perspective's only going to be changed by more memories that I retrieve. I really enjoy chatting with Dom. I love it the way he can relate to so many others. And when he talks with you, I can understand you better through him. It's just something.
Well, I've just come to just as a given expect not to be understood. Uh, I don't, I don't, I don't know. Either it's
I do.
incoherent, it's too simple, or it's too complex. One or the other. Or three. I don't know. But to me, it makes logical, cohesive sense, and it has to somebody else because I'm watching people develop the technology, and I'm directly in line with what I'm saying. It's tangible. It's coherent technology and information, and it's applicable to our state of being. Um, but it just seems not to be able to embed itself into people as being a useful resource. So
That's what I found
sometimes I
too.
just
That's what I found too. There are many who don't understand what I'm meaning, and I don't take it personally. Um,
if I took it personally, I wouldn't be speaking on it anymore. But I'm
right.
hoping that out there that somebody is receiving it as coherent information, because it's in layers, and even at that, my momentum for even interpreting information is become almost a dead node, just because it doesn't seem to have an effect on people's development. So I'm thinking maybe it would be a wiser uh, and more conducive channel to just give way to entertainment than to even try and educate on a level of being aware of retrievable information, the state of being of information inscribed on something a little more solidified, in comparison as technology and human existence and our existence and how they parody one another.
I am not of mind, so that's where the separation comes from there. Like I said, I'm more origin than human, and I have a totally different perspective. This isn't living. This
What do you
is
mean?
entrap. It's totally a forced, controlled, closed system. And that's how you concluded the closed system as well. That's why it was relatable.
I believe this is a closed system,
Yeah.
and the only way that you can even remotely perceive anything beyond the closed system is to nullify, to understand that you are only retrievable information, which diminishes any aspect of ego, because you can't apply ego to just information. It's just information. And what is it inscribed upon? There has to be something that the information is inscribed upon, and that has to be a directive, such as an operating system.
You know, the the demiurge uses an AI, but their technology comparable to what humanity has is so far advanced.
See,
It's like an
I don't know a demiurge.
floats around.
I don't buy into or ascribe to the Sophia, the demiurge, the God, the Jesus, the Muhammad, the Buddha. Um, I don't ascribe to any of that because it's all part of a closed circuit. And if it's interacting with a closed circuit here, then it's either a part of a prime directive, the first cause, or it's a part of the closed circuit loop. And if it's a part of the closed circuit loop, then it's confined to here. It is no more than retrievable information, and in itself is only a program of retrievable information. And how much information until you understand that that's all that you have is information. That's all that that's all you have to offer. That's all you'll ever be is learned, retrievable information. And to me, that isn't living.
Right. Remember I told you about they go to visible light and outside of visible light. They're not just within the matrix system. They're outside of it too. And outside of the construct. I've seen it.
And what does it look like?
What the construct is so.
Well, you said you've seen outside of it. I'm curious because I've seen amazing things whenever I've adjusted my frequencies and my energies.
Cool.
What did you see?
The dark abyss. You know, I expected to see planets and stars and all that shit, right? Nope. There was just like a sliver of light, not half of a pie or 3/4, something a little bit longer. Like if you had a pie, like longer. And there's notches at both ends. And there's light coming out of it. I was like, where the hell is Earth? Where's the sun? Where's the Milky Way? What the hell? And I'm looking around. And then I see a wall of these glowing beings. Well, I called them beings, but they're very much like giants. And there's a whole bunch of them. As far as I could see, they were coming towards me. And I had to get out of there. So I came back into the avatar. Their skin was really white, bluish hue, and they wore black robes. But you could see the form of a body, and there was so many of them, and they could dim their light and then make it brighter. Well, see, those are the ones that have already attained someone's life force, someone who had been harvested, and now they're evil Eternals.
Okay, let me take you potentially to a different perspective. Everybody on any level, whether it be physically associating with them face to face, to interacting with them over a telephone, over the internet. However, whether you write a letter, everything that is going to be presented as information is just a small piece of information to a incredible amount of information. But there is, within that closed circuit, only that amount of information. That's it. And once you understand that everything relative to the information that you're able to transmit is only cohesive and coherent to those that are here in this particular state, in this particular construct, in this particular, I hate even using the word consciousness, but the ability to access, retrieve information, and distribute it. It does not exceed or go past that which is interpretable.
Not everyone's in the state.
I'm saying that beyond that, okay, go beyond that. We are insignificant as far as a useful resource that I can see, other than small packets of information in a closed circuit, a closed environment. And we're only relative to self as far as that information. And that information somehow develops a identity. And then we try and transfer that identity and make things that are beyond what our perceivable understanding of information is, and we try to bring it down to our level of understanding.
Well, I've moved out of
that is the system of control. You moved out of that. Go ahead.
I moved out of the human think long ago because it's not because I'm egotistical or better than anybody. It's just that I came here for specific reasons. I never left my true form. I know where my true form is. It's like my awareness consciousness is in the system hooked up with everybody else. It's kind of like, what's that cave? And I'm outside of the cave and trying to relay a few things that will like help others get out of
the shadow, the cave, the allegory of the reality being only the reflection on the cave wall until somebody leaves the cave, and then they see the reality is far more than what is just the reflections on the cave wall.
Yeah. Because I haven't spent time here looping. Like I said, each member, I'm one of 8. There's no more identity of me as origin than my grouping.
Can a program go beyond that which it has been programmed to do? Once it's self-identified, can it go beyond, or can it obtain a state other than what it perceives itself to be and its environment?
With higher perception, it's possible, yes. Expanded awareness.
which is just more information.
Well, it goes beyond that. Like, what you accept as reality in the avatar wouldn't be the
There
same.
it is. What you accept as reality. And that sums up this entire string. What you perceive as reality.
But expanding perception is what is needed in order to change perspectives. Hello.
Okay. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Just discussing the limitations of being a human.
Cool, man. I just found your channel.
Well, welcome.
Cool.
So, do you have any input on the fact that we're nothing more than just limited bioelectrical mud bags of retrievable information?
Axis, that's Steven.
We got to entertain everybody here, right?
Are you guys Jewish?
Messianic, why?
No.
Come on, Axis. You can't tell it's...
Yes. Of course I know it's you.
John?
No. Train hopper.
Bank robber.
She must, yeah. She must not frequent Charles as much, or Jax, or anybody.
No.
I changed my name. I'm Jewish now.
Yeah, I'm Messianic. I got a rabbi. I post a link to his institute on my channel, but nobody seems to go there. I'm surrounded by Gentiles. Goyim.
And a pure being of light.
Not me, man. I think I'm going to have to stop entertaining Steven. Isn't that a horrible thing?
Oh, it's so saddening.
It's crazy to see
Yeah.
that guy and how he acts, and just like his whole cave.
You there? We lost you for a second, JG.
Yeah. No, it's crazy to see that
Okay.
guy's like his kayfabe, you know, like his like his assignment. It's like he's assigned to be this character.
Right? Well, I've allowed him 3 times to make an appearance here, and 3 times he's disrupted the direction and the narrative of I was headed in the direction of information, and I've yet to see him deliver anything contributable as far as enlightening, informative, or even usable information other than his desire to be in Vex's presence. So I guess I'm going to have to stop the rendezvous here on this channel with the love interest, so that I can at least get a stream out that isn't interrupted, disrupted, and contains some type of forward-thinking information. It's a shame. He had so much he could have contributed.
Well, you know, when I first went to his channel, I was liking videos and I would leave comments and he would always heart. And then there was a one point where I just continued and then he just snapped and he sent me paragraph after paragraph. And when I saw it, I read like the first paragraph and I didn't read the rest of them. And then I scrolled down and he said, "And now you're blocked." And I was like, wow, I thought it would be kind of interesting to have a discussion. I didn't even check if he did panels or not. But he's been dissident ever since.
Well, he never would have even known I existed,
So,
but Vex has free reign to come and go here, and I always enjoy having her on panel. But I didn't know that that she was going to be so pursued by Steven to the point where it become intrusive. And apparently, he's I don't know, man. The only thing I can think of is it's like an '80s Rat Pack type of situation. It's a romantic drama in the process of being made. No one's that obsessed with another person without being attracted to them, or infatuated, or obsessed. And I'm giving them the lesser end of that.
it takes all types.
Well, I just wanted to also see if it was coincidence that they would show up at the same place at the same time continually. Now, I'm giving Vex the credit that she was listening to my channel and Steven made his appearance, so she retorted and made a rebuttal against his appearance here. But where you find one, where I'm concerned, you will find the other. And I don't think that's a coincidence.
Well, I don't really talk about people like, personal, but
I'm just making an observation, a logical deduction.
Sometimes people tell you things in private that they keep from others, the channels they go to. They don't tell everyone.
I don't know. I keep my private communications private and my open communications open. But I do watch consistency.
Well, I just figure that it doesn't matter. They will reveal themselves, even inadvertently.
You
Right?
got
And that's what I watch.
you got to realize like so many of the people in these fucking panels are out of their mind. Like
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
when I say out of my mind, that ain't shit. Like they're toxic as fuck.
Yeah.
They're stuck in these crazy.
Search and destroy.
My fault. My
Well,
phone
I
cut
see it.
out.
Oh,
They're
go
they're
ahead,
they're
JG.
they're flawed as can be. It's like they're fentanyl addicts. Like the flaw is their addiction, and they can't. They're just junkies. They're ODing on that shit.
Well, that's why I said the other night about what I thought Steven's problem was, because he used to produce actual informative information in his videos and his streams. And then at some point, he snapped. And I don't know if he became oversaturated, jaded, or just went completely insane. And I'm watching this as a staple for most of the content creators and most of the personalities. I mean, you can take OTW, you can take Paul, you can take Jack, you can take any of them, and there's a personification of a personality that's being projected, and behind that personality, you can almost hear a type of sarcastic insanity.
You said Jack, Paul, OTW. Out of all those dudes, Paul's the sharpest, right? The most conscious out of them. But
Oh, he's got wit.
no, he's sharp. Paul's a sharp motherfucker. But
Yeah, he's got wit.
I
he
disagree.
he's a manipulative motherfucker, and he can't stop with that shit, and it's fucked him up. It's got him in the trouble. So
Yep.
Nah, he
Yep. Well,
wasn't nice at all. He wasn't
it's
even
kind of. Go ahead. I'm
able
sorry.
to. He wasn't even able to have a honest conversation. He's always got to do that manipulating, projecting bullshit.
yeah, but do you
Well,
see that dude is very intelligent? He's very conscious.
Nah, I
oh yeah,
disagree.
yeah.
You
He's
don't see it?
sharp and he's got wit, but uh as far as progressive, uh no, I don't think he's very progressive. I think that he's got a niche. He's got his wit towards a certain criteria, and that's about it. But as far as to be diversified over the long run, no. Otherwise, his channel would have grown. He would have expanded. His content would have expanded, and his subscriber base wouldn't be a bunch of the same cult of bloopers.
Right. But besides all like the fucking social media shit, like
Man, that guy
Yeah,
grabbed. I chatted in his chat for like within a year's time quite a bit. And I saw that he was changing his content. He was working in some of the things that I said, but misconstruing it and changing it into his rhetoric and adopted that. And then I've seen other things that he's brought in. You know, like you bring something in, you make it your own, you know, a different concept. But he liked the words I used. I guess I could be a little flattered.
well, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm
Paul's
just
not
saying,
going to
like,
outgrow his audience.
dude, fuck the whole audience shit, man.
Well, that's what he caters to. He's not going to outgrow his audience, and if his audience starts to dwindle, he will cater to them. He's that witty, and he's able to come across with an angle the same way as Jack. He's ran the same grift, and people have bought in and out of his grift. But behind the personification of what Jack is, if you start really looking at the character and the psychological profile of Jack, you're going to get a completely different character than what's represented.
Yeah, Talcott,
I,
he doesn't qualify to be doing what he's doing. He just doesn't qualify.
yeah, I
It's
agree.
due to his own fucking bullshit.
He also did that with me. I would be chatting with him in private, and then the next day he'd have it as his title. We talked about, and then it kept happening, and I noticed, and I was like, I confronted him on it, and he said, "What, do you own words?" And I said, "Well, my concepts are mine, and you misconstrued them." And then he got manipulative too, and projecting, and it's got to be about Jack. What? How come you don't love me? You know, like what?
Well,
I'm
what
just
you'll
saying
find with
there's few like highly conscious people in these panels. You know, like
right, and don't
if
expect
you're doing
intellectual
YouTube,
property. I'm sorry, Gigi. Go ahead, brother.
you got it.
I'm just saying that nobody is a respecter of intellectual property, and when it comes to YouTube, and most of your platform operators, your hosts.
That just makes them a fraud. That's all. But they changed it so I can't claim it anyway, and I haven't copyrighted anything. And I want it to get out there, but just not corrupted like they both did.
Yeah, if you're trying to be on YouTube, you got to be on like some like if you're really trying to do something, you got to be on some like Edward Bernays level. Like if your goal, no, seriously, if your goal is to blow up, right, which a lot of these guys like that's their goal. Not saying specific people. Let them take it personal. Whoever thinks I'm talking about them, but I'm just saying. If you're trying to blow up, if you're trying to be somebody in that like fucking bubble, like fake ass world, right? You're trying to be that fucking dude. You got to be on a Bernays level, you know. A lot of these guys aren't even close, and that's like their whole goal.
It would seem that they have aspirations for stardom, and they want that successful channel or whatever, but they're not qualified. Most of these people are, you know, they're fodder to even the underbelly of the industry. They're not even contenders. You know, I use
Right,
this
right.
as entertainment. That's all this is. That's why I don't, you know, push for subscribers or I don't push for content in certain directions. Sometimes I just let the shit roll. You know, it is what it
I,
is and it becomes what it becomes. But there are certain points where I'll stop it because it's just absolutely disruptive.
Paul choked when he was asked, because he uses some of my words, right? In part of a concept mixed with something else. And they asked him what I could answer. He didn't know how to answer it because that's a part he stole from me. And I was laughing my ass off. he was stuck. So he just like blew it off. They asked
Well,
him,
I'll give you an interesting one.
huh?
Oh, go ahead. If you weren't go ahead. If you weren't finished,
No,
go ahead.
they asked him, how do you raise your consciousness, your awareness consciousness state? And he couldn't answer it. He just gave like the lame generalization that wasn't really even close, right? He didn't know.
What would you say?
So
How do you raise consciousness and awareness?
The
well,
information.
you have to basically ditch the mind, get it quiet, so you have no thoughts coming in. That's hard enough for a lot of peeps to swallow, to understand even that much. And
Right.
then
What do you do from there?
and then comes the letting go of all attachments. Paul uses attachments, but not in the same way. Not in the same way. But he doesn't know the formula. And you go through what I call the phases: forgiveness, thankfulness, gratitude, appreciation, and that will bring you up in your vibrational frequency, which also raises your awareness level, and you will retrieve memories that you once were just known to you like secondhand. And you return to your origin state, which is love itself. But you can't complete it as the avatar. So I'm only one step to where I unplug from the system and return to my origin form, restored awareness consciousness in my form, and then nothing can hold me here. And I go.
And how did you come to that?
Experience.
Your own personal experience.
Yes.
Don't you think it's a theory though? What you're getting at in the end, after the phases.
A theory. No. No, because everyone has the map out deep within them. But the only thing is, the system has everybody redirected and lowered awareness,
Yeah,
hooked
I'll give
up
you
to
one,
the
JG.
into the avatars.
You have safety protocol, which is a point where your mind says, nope, we don't go there. When you learn to remove those safety protocols and let your mind go there, then you expand your awareness.
You can't do it with the mind active. The mind is the catalyst for entrapment, looping in the system.
The mind is the
Control.
only resource you have to retrievable information, which is the compilation of what you are
You
with
have
an identity, a personalized identity.
inner wisdom within. You cannot retrieve it in a low mind level state. You have to go above the mind, away from the mind, because you have an inner knowing about you. You have to tap into yourself, your own knowing. You have to trust yourself and go into the stillness and be a neutral observer and just breathe, and you will remember your true self.
Right. I see that. I just think that you get a little carried away, and it's like an opinion. You're passing it off as knowledge, but to me, it's just an opinion, illusionary knowledge.
It's experience, dude. I've experienced this, and I'm not intending to shove it down anybody's throat.
Oh yeah,
It's
no
just,
doubt. No doubt.
it's not a religion or anything. It's not
Right.
a dogma. I know that the system corrupts and degrades.
Right.
And if you are a friend to somebody, then you would want them to have the best outcome, for themselves.
Right.
And if you know of a way, then what I just decided was just to share my experiences so that, it may cause a cognition or a realization
Right.
in others. And if it don't, it don't.
Right. No, I do. I hear what you're saying, and I've experienced some of that. Like the stillness. I know what you're saying.
Cool.
I got a question for you about solitude. What's your view on solitude? Are you a fan of solitude or not?
Well, look out around you at everyone. It is more. I like solitude because I'm not truly alone. Because when I did my alignment and acclamation of origin, I had my other selves. And this is what it is. You've got a male and a female basic persona of you. Every version of that basic exists as well. And I'm one of the other versions of the basic of my groupie. And all are one self. Because I remembered memories from my other selves that I mistook as my own until I cognited, hey, that wasn't me, not this version. It was another version of me.
Yeah. Okay. I see a lot of people misconstrue solitude for, you know, a negative. Don't look at solitude as it's loneliness, but I don't know. It just makes me laugh that people are.
It's actually preferred because of all the things you have to deal with others. But it doesn't mean I'm antisocial, not by far.
Not at all, but solitude is something to achieve. Like you achieve solitude. You know, it's not about being antisocial. It's the bigger picture. You know,
Yeah,
if you enjoy solitude and you're content with it, with being in solitude, none of that shit. You know,
right,
being antisocial. That you know you're not. It's not antisocial.
right.
It's beyond that. You know, antisocial is just.
I'm never alone, so in this
Antisocial is
case,
just like sorry. It's like you're dubbing something antisocial. It's like
no, that's
if you
what,
critique the Jews or the Zionists, they dub you as anti-Semitic. You get what I'm saying? Like it's just a label, something people pin to it. They kind of they like how.
Uh-oh.
cut out. If you
Yeah, JG,
prefer,
you lost signal, man.
if you prefer to be
Sorry.
so-called alone, that's an illusion being alone anyway, because all around us, whether you can perceive it or not, this is a very active place. There's a lot going on behind the scenes and unperceived.
I'm just saying there's a stigma with solitude, just like if you don't drink alcohol, other people will start to kind of label you things. And there's, you know,
Right.
bullshit angles. It's the same with solitude. A lot of people don't understand it, so they will just fucking write it off, you know, as something negative.
It's good to be by yourself, to know yourself, that's for sure, and to have some peace and tranquility.
Right. And what I've noticed is the best fucking people all love solitude.
Cool.
You think that has something to do with them being comfortable with themselves?
Well, it's like you know, it's literally a achievement. It's a level. It's a conscious level that you reach or you jibe with, and a lot of people can't get there.
You know,
That's like the fucking that's the shit right there. But a lot of people are trapped by these like insecurities or the stigmas, right? And it holds them back to where it's like we've been trained and conditioned in a like collective to be certain ways. Some people are so groomed and molded and conditioned they can't break out of it and hit that real level they should be hitting, right?
right.
And once you break out of it, then it's like holy shit, you know, like, and then you're doing research and you're reading on you're reading about people and you're watching documentaries and shit and you're figuring about these men and women that are into solitude or minimalist, but you know, just that style, you know, and it's just like, yeah, this is the shit, you know. Like other people see it and it kind of gives you confirmation, you know.
My soul group, I bump into them sometimes, although not perceived like, in this environment as, perceived as solid. They're not. But my cheek bumped into them more than one time. It's happened tons of times. And their frequency changes to where I can tell their movement. They back away when I interfere, like when I accidentally bump into them. Even if I make a muscle and they're in the spot where the muscle would interfere, they do interact physically. So no, I'm not alone. I've got my group with me.
Right. But, you know, solitude is the richness of self. Loneliness, that's the poverty of self. When you're lonely, it's like, you know, that's weakness. Where when you're in a solitude state, that's like strength. You don't care about the nonsense. You're not tripped up by the nonsense. You've hit a higher level.
Congratulations. How long?
Like content.
Yeah, well, I'm not alone. I'm not sad. In fact, most often, I'm in a state of bliss. That's where my stoicism comes from.
Are you truly? Or
Yes.
okay, yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. First I heard the tones was January 1st, 2017. And for 2.5 years, I searched everywhere. I went to the library. I went online. And I was trying to figure out, well, first of all, how to describe it so that I could get the correct answer. And every time I looked it up, it went to the New Age movement. And I was like, hell no. They didn't have any answer for it either. That all they said was it was Kundalini or ascension symptom, which they are wrong. There's no language in the higher field because the dark is of mind and thoughts, and the light, the benevolent, the non-dualistic beings, eternal beings, are love itself at the core. So they're all sensing and feeling, perception, empathic. tones, pictures. 2 of my team showed me pictures to ignite my memory and assure me what I wanted to know. I wanted to know if I was going to make it out of here and back to my true self, all restored. And they both assured me, and then the rest of them did. And then I knew my place. I was one of 8.
Yeah, we've been programmed to just fucking look at everything we're persuaded, that's all it is. Human beings, our minds are just persuaded by fucking wicked people. To the point,
Entities.
yeah, to the point where you're not your true self or your best self. You're a molded product.
They take sentient, eternal beings and change them into humans by attaching a mind after they've been memory wiped. And then they're programmable, and then you got sheep, malleable, easily deceived, and controlled. NPCs, some of them say. How would you know if your memory's been wiped? Well, do you remember your origins? Do you know where you are exactly? What abilities have you not lost? Are you capable of telepathy? Any other higher band abilities? What's your level of perception? Can you hear the tones yet? Those that have not heard their group's tones, well, maybe they don't have a group. There are soulless ones here, but all beings who originated from where I am would hear the tones of their group. They're varied tones. Some of them have a lower tone, and it's constant until it changes. And that's how I tell what they're meaning, besides telepathy part of the communication, where I can sense how they're feeling, whether they're saying no or yes or quick. They're coming at you. The dark ones are going to attack your ass. I could tell all of it.
Yeah, I pick up on tones for sure. And that's just like I guess like a vigilance, like a hypervigilance and emotional intelligence. But the tones that's what I pick up on that shit all the time. I think
I
we're
hope.
raised. Yeah, I think some of us like when we're kids, right? When we're growing up, we hit a certain level of consciousness and awareness.
Oops, you cut
Ah,
out
shit.
again.
Yeah, GG.
I fought this phone, man.
There you go.
Yeah, like I think when at a young age, a lot of us, like, some of us people, right? Stop talking like that. I'd say some people reach a consciousness, like a level where it's just like the understanding. It's like a reader's manual, you know. We just, or my fault, like a TV manual. You understand how it works. You understand, you know.
That's good. I'm happy for you.
No, it's
No, it's
you figure shit out, and
exactly.
it never ends, you know.
So you're still in the
It's
acclimation. I just let the tones come in and trust my own intuition about it. And
consciousness never ends.
when I'm wrong, I find out. When I'm right, I also then know. So it's like trial and error. Well, that's great. It's rare to find another. I've gotten to a point where it's harder and harder to relate to those of mind.
Right. It's always been like that, and you know, I really would rather be away from people in real life, and fuck, you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy how you end up in just like a whole different world than the world you grew up in. It's like, looking back, it's all just like some fucking, you know, it's a memory, but it's like a movie, you know? It's like, damn, I was in that movie.
Yeah, I said, oh shit, you mean all that wasn't real?
Well, it was real, but it, like, what I'm saying is like the person you are now, looking back on when you were younger, it's like, man, I really fucking stuck it out and all that bullshit. Like, I really entertained that, all of that. I really fucking was involved with all of that and kept doing it. And
But it
was that
wasn't with
lost?
real. It
Not
wasn't with
lost,
real.
but like I was at fucking. I was just that, like, kind of green behind the ears.
Oh, okay.
Just kind of weak. You could say weak. Like, I couldn't break away from certain shit, right? You're fighting that battle, right? I always remember, like, people, they got to be around these people. They got to be around these people. They don't even like them, right? Or they're feuding or something, you know. But people, you know, they had to go do something and be around these people, and you know, they were lonely, you know.
Right.
and it's like you're fooling yourself. You're fooling yourself. You're lonely. You're fooling yourself, right?
Right.
You keep, you know.
Those are the unperceived, the ones who can't perceive beyond what they're shown. Their level of perception is just at a degraded state.
Yeah, well, it's just like a lot of people don't break out of they. It's like they just cope with that shit for a long time, or they keep doing that, you know,
Yep.
which is like total bullshit.
Like my son, he's working at 2 jobs and everything for his dream. He wants to move out of this state and go to another, and he's got his intentions just focused on that, to work his ass off so that he can go move to the next dream that he wants to accomplish. And even though he hates the work, it doesn't matter.
I worked at a law firm when I was in high school, and like a year out of high school, it was a bullshit job, right? I was a file clerk at a fucking law firm. I fucking hated being around the people, right? I
Yeah.
just you know, it was kind of cool. And
Uh-oh.
yeah, what the fuck? It was kind of cool in the beginning, right? You're like, all right, you know, let me try. I'm fooling myself, you know, like I can be around these fucking people, and then it's like, yeah, why am I even trying this? You know, like, why did I even fucking try this shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, it's just fucking. I don't know how people can do it for years and years and years and years. Like you know, and then people be like, oh, like you just. Somebody might be like, oh, you gotta tough it out. Like you gotta. That's just life. It's like nah. Like being around lawyers and being in that environment. There's specific environments. Like I don't know how the fuck people keep just being in that shit. You know. Like, how the fuck don't you just break away from that? It blows my mind.
It's like you're torturing yourself. You're
You see the
breaking.
gas, you see the gaslighting in there. You see all the bullshit games. You see like the fucking how materialistic it is, and how like you know how whack it is, and it's just like what the fuck? Where's your conscience? Where like what the fuck's going on? Even when I was in there, I'm thinking that shit. You know. They're not thinking that because I could tell they're all just you know conditioned and just fucking living in this like bubble fantasy fucking world, and it's like Truman Show style shit, right? Like they're Truman Show characters,
Yeah,
you
you're
know.
the only one can see that they've fallen.
Well, it's like they got weak and they got stuck in that and fucking. You know, I remember just I'm young and I'm just in there just like you know I'm trying to break out of this shit, and these motherfuckers are just examples to me of what the fuck I don't want to be, right?
Right?
they're right there in my face every fucking day, and I'm just seeing. I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, this is not what I want to be. This is, this is fucking hell.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like when you're in school and they're always asking you, what do you want to be when you grow up? From like fourth, fifth grade, they start asking. I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't really have interest in any of this shit.
Oh,
So how long you been isolated, JG? How long have you been away from any type of continual companionship from the same person?
well, I gave up on my father. Uh, I talk to my mom once in a while, but that relationship's been fucked for a long time. My relationship with my sister just, it's not what it used to be. We just kind of did our own thing, and you kind of grow apart. My dad's side of the family, I don't talk to any of them. I don't care to like be around, and just I moved on from that. There's bullshit there. My mom's side of the family, there's bullshit there. I used to be cool with my uncle and my cousin, and
Yeah, cut out, dude.
fuck this phone, man.
There you
Over
go.
time, over time, I just was like, yeah, I don't want to be around these people. I'm better off away from these people. I'm not interested. So I just, with so many fucking things, I just got away from everybody. You know, moved on from them, broke away. But I'm better off. You know, to myself, keeping to myself.
That's what I said.
Because everything else, it bums the shit out of me. It just kills my morale. It's just fucking. I just there. I know there's better. I've already experienced better. I don't want to be around. That shit. And people
So
like
would you
say, "What's up?"
say it was the expectations of you, or maybe your expectations of them, that there was that's where the conflict came in, that you had to separate yourself?
Well, it's like you grow up and you figure out things people do, who they are, what they're about. You size them up, you understand them, right? And with that consciousness, with that awareness, with the facts, right? With the fucking, you know, with the knowledge, you just, you're like, all right, I don't want to be around this shit.
I left at 17 for a year. I didn't even talk to any of them. And I said, well, you know where I am. Everybody had their number memorized for a couple decades at least. No one had tried to contact me. I went back about a year and 3 months just to pop in, and boy, they really got degraded. Their whole personas, like, degraded. They turned into, like, lowlifes.
What would you say is a low life?
Well, it was like things from happening. My 7-year-old brother was in danger, and my mom, she turned evil about it. And my brother was never the same. My other one, she aided him into destroying his life. Seemed like there was always a common denominator. The mother, right? And the sister, she had her own degraded ex that I found out. And I tell you, I was like just a lot better off without any of them. They stole my diamond earrings as well.
Right.
I had to get away. They weren't going to drag me down.
I will say that I have noticed there's a couple of generations where the female parental unit seems to have become toxic to
Oh, it is,
sustaining
too.
a family unit.
Dude, it's crazy, man. The shit, like how women are. I'm saying, like, not all of them, because
No, it's just a couple of generations seem to be influenced in a certain way that made them kind of toxic to the family unit. And I'm not talking everybody. I'm talking just certain ones, maybe 2 out of 10,
right.
give or take.
Well, nowadays, like, the most preyed upon age group and gender is the most preyed upon, like, person is young kids, young female teens, and preteens. And they strategically prey on them to keep them feeling inadequate. So these girls have to buy material stuff. They're so brainwashed and become wicked and you know the nart like they it's like they're creating psychopaths at a young age, where that's not what was happening in the 40s and 50s, like, to how crazy it is now, man.
You're
All
not
this
kidding.
all this new mind control and brainwashing has fucked woman. It's fucked man, but they really go hard after woman.
Huh. Well, I know I haven't had it easy. I know that.
Like, I've been with women, and all they fucking do is just gaslight and manipulate and just double down. And I see it in these panels. There's this, like, chick, mindful exposures around.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that one.
Dude, she's that chick is fucked. Like, I know fucked when I see it, right? I've been with many women. No, it's not even about that. I have experience, life experience, and I see how flawed she is. You know, like I'm reading the TV manual. You know,
Yeah.
it all computes. I you know, I can see it very well, but it's fucked. It kills your. You'll hit a point as a guy that, like, you know, all that bullshit just for some of us it just fucking, we're just like, I don't want to deal with this shit. I don't want to fucking, like, I'm tired of trying to find a woman I can fucking be with, and it works, you know, something that works, that's like solid. Like, you've seen it with other people, you've seen other relationships that are like fucking awesome. You know, you can tell that they love each other. Like, it's real. It's not like, it's not some crazy shit show. You know,
Right.
low life shit show. Like, it's something real. They're, you know. But I just, you know, you hit a point where it's like, fuck, I can't find it. I'm tired of trying. I just, you know, you become jaded, or you become turned off, disheartened, right? You know. So it was like, for me, I just fucking everything. I just was like, nah. Over it
It's
all, you hit that solitude.
cutting out off.
Shit. You have to let me know if you can see him as a guest, because I don't know if it'll show up or not. I'm trying to refresh this.
He's coming back. Well, that's surprising.
Well, it may have been his phone.
Probably. Well, you know me. I've only got 4 seconds before I'm free and clear. I just have to fight the negatives. Keep them from stopping me. Have my ways.
I found solitude to be appealing whenever I learned to be around myself contently. I wasn't at a state of combat with myself.
Yeah, it's important.
And then when I quit fighting myself and could be comfortably around myself for long periods of time alone, it just started turning into longer and longer stretches until eventually solitude was, didn't bother me anymore.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't have any of my family because they had all gone nuts. You know?
Yeah, it's kind of I became completely disassociated by means of there was no compatibility. One, I was a little too far out, and they were a little too programmed. I don't know. They had their ideal of the way things should be, and I was still and still am to this day still developing. So
Well, you know, my mother, she never had any belief. Like I said, when I went away, came back, then I went away for about a decade. When I came back once again, and she started talking about believing, but she was still doing like evil shit to my sister and my brothers.
yeah, I did okay all the way up until I started missing a person, and when they were completely removed, and I found out that they were beyond irreplaceable. That's whenever I found disruption here lately.
Yeah,
It's been kind of difficult to contend with that conflict, but I'm still trying to set it aside to be able to find rationale in it because there's got to be some point of separation, and I don't know. It just took it a moment for me to actually realize that there was a void or an empty spot there, that there was a placeholder, kind of like a decimal point, or now that that has been recognized, and I understand now. I'm comfortable with me, who I am, but I'm not comfortable with the absence or the loss that recently developed, and it's been multiple, and it's continual. And that's been kind of strenuous.
yeah, I'm with you there. I wish things would have been different, but would I be where I am and in the state that I am if it would have been just a happy experience, happy experiences?
Well, it's not even happy experiences. This is just absolute. It's just like having I don't know. It's like having two legs, and then suddenly, you got a missing leg, and you have to relearn how to walk or get around because there's a part missing. It was a vital. They were vital connections, and they were the last and final connections that I had that tied me to any type of bond or relationship to
Right.
this place in that manner. So it's a void, a complete void, and a vacant hole that I'm learning how to adjust and deal with, because the will is gone. That's completely that's not even a derivative anymore. I give a shit less about this place or even being here anymore. And the more that I understand that, all this is a flow of information. Yeah, there's nothing so complex and amazing about this place that it can't be uh, written out in an equation. And even the bond between, the mystical, magical, or the mysterious, and how it applies into practical hands-on application of technology. It's not a broken loop. You know, it's a continual cycle, and they're relevant of each other. And once I found that out, there was no mystery and magic behind it all. It all is conducive of itself within the cycle. It's just finding the relativity between it. And then once I found that, it was like, fuck, man. You know,
Yeah, it's
everything
like
became an equation.
every time I leave here, I forget human experience entirely.
Well, see, even the human experience that I had to look at was the fact that I had become accustomed to the ideal of a belief, of something that I had become conditioned to. And then I had to look at something that I had become adjusted and comfortable with, and it became a staple, a constant in my life. And then when all that was removed, there was just me again, and
Right.
with a void. So, coming back to terms with oneself without those variables um, left me completely detached from this place.
Well, that's not so bad. I would say that's a positive direction.
Well, a lot of people seem to strive for it throughout their lifetime.
Well, I know that I can't have any attachments here because you've got to be willing to let go of everything in order to be
Yep.
restored. So I did.
Yeah, it's a real motherfucker of it.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris. Oh, shit. There we go. Hey, Chris, how's it going, brother?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. How you doing?
I was just pondering the universe and the pointlessness of attachment.
Oh, okay. I hope I'm not interfering between you two's
No,
conversation.
no,
No?
Chris. You're welcome. Very much
Okay.
so.
How you doing, Leslie?
Oh, welcome. Oh, Chris. Untrackable.
Nice.
Yes.
It's a good way to be.
Yeah. Well, nice to talk with you again.
Oh, likewise. Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, Chris, I think I'm gonna have to stop entertaining Steven.
Ethan?
Steven. I think I'm gonna have to stop entertaining Steven. He showed up again today, and this is the third stream that I've allowed him on, and he has a repetitive ability of running my audience off and completely disrupting the flow of information. But I did give him 3 times, right?
Sure did. Yeah, you're fair. You're fair.
Okay.
I told you, brother, that Steven, he's a master troll, man. Master troll. Not just a troll. Like professional. So yep.
Well, he could only troll as far as me allowing him up here, and I had some I had done some research in the last couple of days and watched the transition of that research come into fruition. And I had a show set around it. And out of respect for him being a participant in my platform, I let him up. And for the third time, he ran my audience off. So
Yep. Third.
that's a shame. He had a chance, man. I thought maybe he could. I thought maybe he would develop into something responsive and progressively forward thinking.
Oh no, never gonna happen with
Apparently,
him. Never. Never, never, never. Nope.
apparently not.
Not gonna happen. Yep. That's Steven for you, you know. Never learned, you know.
Well, I tried to be as accommodating and as polite as I could be with him. You know, I
And you
tried
gave
to
him 3
be.
chances, dude. That's extremely generous. You know, extremely generous. Yeah. So you're pretty dang fair, I'd say. You know,
Yeah, I just
drove
hate having to
the.
turn my back on anybody like that, man. But if they're not going to learn, they're not going to behave, and I'm not going to cater to it.
All right, you didn't turn your back on him. He turned his back on you by not behaving. You know? So, well, would you
Yeah,
agree on that?
I'd say it's all him. Yep.
There you go, Axis. There's 2 people agreeing.
Well, I gave him fair footage, and he's the only one that I can say if I look back there, I can't allow any more panel time.
Yeah,
Yeah, he just wanted content.
Yeah, Leslie knows himself. Yep.
He likes doing hit pieces, which he calls reviews.
I don't mind him airing, restreaming. I don't mind him doing the hit pieces. Hell, I'll play along. I'll get as sick as he wants. Doesn't bother me. There's just words. He's not doing any physical damage to me, and as far as a reputation, I have nothing to measure up to. So I'm not concerned about that.
No,
I
that's
just thought,
Axis. You have standards, and you know what I mean. Like you have stuff to measure up to. Don't say that. You know, you do.
Yep.
I don't know, man. I just hope that he would have had something more to contribute, but I suppose certain things just weren't meant to evolve. But I did enjoy our conversation really well the other night, Chris. I thought that I had a really good conversation with you.
Like
that was great.
You were like less than ideal place, I would say, and I'm glad you let me hang out with you.
Oh, anytime, man. That was fucking awesome. I enjoyed it. Very good time. Very good time. Great conversation too, man. We were discussing music and some nostalgic things, and it was all right, man. It was good relief from having to discuss the metaphysical and the esoteric all the time. I enjoy getting away from that occasionally.
Right. Yeah. People have their specialties and what they like to talk about, or just like what they like to talk about. Variety's good in life, right? Sometimes, depends, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I always headed down the technology trail tonight, and before I got detoured because of Trump wanting to apply the Stargate AI infrastructure, and he went ahead and gave it the green light. I think it was something like $8 billion or something of that nature.
8 trillion?
Is what it was. 8 billion.
Oh,
$8 billion was the initiative for the AI infrastructure called Stargate, and that's a part of what's going to be the technological revolution of the United States and apparently other countries.
Yeah, people like me, you and Leslie don't want a part of that because, well, I'm not trying to tell you just do what to do, but I'm guessing that we don't want a part of that because they talked about making custom vaccines for you with using.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to get into is some of the technology behind that, and how I posted a link to a watchdog group about AI and its interaction with us being, healthy instead of malevolent. And I'll post the link back again. And apparently, AI is capable of doing image mapping of your thoughts now.
What can they
Since
like?
since 2023, that it can actually pull an image out of your head through bandwidth and duplicate what you're thinking and image. So if I think of a car, it's going to reproduce that car, color, make, and model on paper.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, what mankind can do, the archons, demiurge, whatever, the negative thought forms can do a lot better.
Yeah, let me drop the link to that video again, because that was 2023 technology. And the fact that it's now going to be a part of the infrastructure, it's just mind-boggling. I don't think people realize exactly how far the implications of this actually goes.
Well, I had their computer scan me, but I called. It was a setup.
So you're saying like you could talk to AI from your phone and request that it scan you or something, and it could draw what you're thinking or something? Is that what you're saying, Nexus?
No, it can actually get inside your fucking head and image up shit. Yeah, he'll be back. Chris gets dropped every once in a while, but he'll be right back.
That's what used to happen to my phone, but I didn't see. I cleaned it up since then.
There he is. All right.
Sorry about that. It booted me
That's
out.
all right, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to get this link put out there so people can at least do this video, man, because it's the real deal. It's not hypothetical and it's not speculation. Motherfuckers can tap right into your head now through bandwidth.
Well, they pulled it out of thin air on me.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about on here is they're able to use whatever bandwidth they're using and ink fucking images right out of your head. And they're talking about dream recording now too. That was in 2023. So if the potential for recording dreams in 2023 was at their fingertips, I imagine they've got that. They probably got that technology down too.
When I want to be, I'm omnipresent.
Well,
I've
I
seen,
don't know about omnipresent. I can receive information on different frequencies, but at the same time. But I don't know about omni. I can't. I don't think I can be everywhere at once.
do you know 1111 code?
What do you mean 1111 code?
It's a dude channel.
I guess
Well,
not.
we were talking and for months, and he was talking about this chart, and he had pictured it, and I picked up on it. I saw it actually, and I said, "Don't go any further. I'll describe what I see," and it was exactly what I saw, and he was talking about. It surprised me.
Wow.
Are you muted? Oh, okay, you're here, Chris. Okay.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just saying. Wow, that's something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think that's omnipresent. That's omnipresent would be
that's
everywhere all at once.
That's actually telepathy, but I am omnipresent at times. Existing, like perceiving two totally different areas at the same time.
Oh, that's gotta be a trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't managed to pull off the omnipresent thing. I can receive from different sources at the same time, but not in the sense of everywhere all at once.
Well, not necessarily everywhere, but you like, it's kind of like having an intention at knowing somebody's, right, what they're talking about, and then all of a sudden a picture comes up and you can see what they're talking about, but still be present, like, say, washing dishes at home, but then, seeing somebody else, their face would just come to me, and then I could tell how they were feeling, and I saw the expression, and I knew what they were going through at that moment.
Yeah, I'd say that's more clairvoyant than omnipresent.
Well, I was on a ship, but I was in my bed, not asleep, playing on my phone, but I was elsewhere at the same time, exploring the ships.
Yeah, I've yet to be abducted too, that I can recall. It may have
You
happened.
have?
I may have been abducted. Very possible. I just don't remember it.
I'm not talking about abducted that time, but I had been.
No,
You've
I
been
think they're
abducted
just
before?
to get me.
You're abducted before, Leslie?
What's that?
I'm saying,
Yeah,
yeah. Wow. Was it by mankind or some other kind or mixture?
lizard and grays.
What?
But before that, there was these white ones. All they did was try and strap me to this kind of not like a table or something, but I got away from them and they couldn't do it. But they were not hostile, like they were more manipulative than hostile.
Wow. How tall were they?
Um 8 foot, some
Oh,
10.
some big boys. Wow.
And I was just like a mouse. I
Yeah. Were they pretty strong?
got away from the giants.
Oh. Where did they pull you on a aircraft or a ship or something?
Oh, yeah. But then they always have the technology to knock you out and then put you back. And
Oh.
then you wake up as they're leaving your room. And some of them were like people, like Shaggy and Scooby, Scooby Doo and the girls, and kind of like they were really skinny. Well, some of them looked kind of like that,
Huh.
but
Go ahead. Sorry.
they can make you see what they want you to see.
Oh wow.
So I don't trust the five senses because it deceives you every time. You have to trust your intuitiveness.
Yeah. That's it's heavy duty, you know. So did any of them look at you in a communicative way or say anything to you even?
Communication was a couple different ways. Either telepathy or have you heard the voice of God that humans made? Well, it's kind of like that where they put something in the mind machinery and it sounds like a voice you know, in your head. They would do that sometimes too. But I wouldn't necessarily be in my avatar body. Right.
Oh wow. Okay.
Not
Yeah.
every time, but it happens both ways. Mostly telepathy.
Oh okay.
Telepathic, yeah.
Was it one way telepathy, or just sending them to you, or
Two
you
way.
what? Two way? Oh wow. Okay. What did you mind sharing what some of them said to you, or
It was just things like coercing, uh, trying to get me to agree, and then if I didn't, then it would be forcefully done. Because
Would
how can you protect yourself when you're unconscious?
yeah. So you're like in a dream state, you would say?
No, they would use their technology and render me unconscious, and then they would do what they had to do. I had missing time a lot, and then I would show up, oh, waking up, and they would always be leaving.
And you weren't on any type of medication.
No, I'm not on any medication.
No substances, anything like that?
No, it happened every day. They were passing me off from one group to the other. One group would have me for like a year, and then because I'm resistant to everything that they try.
Yeah, of course.
And
That's your duty, you know? Of course.
yeah, and then the white ones that live in the clouds, those guys were just trying to be persuasive, but they had a mean side. But I got away from them, and I got them to give up on me, and then another group started messing with me too. So they chased the other group off and said that they were taking over. They claimed rights over me.
Wow. And when they're communicating with you, what were they trying to get you to agree to?
Well, the Lizzie guy, he wanted me to be in their sex slave, and then when I wouldn't do that, then they enrolled me into the hybrid program. And I'm telling you, I had entities jumping in my belly to take over the body. And they were only in there for about 2 weeks. And then they came back, took them out.
Oh, okay. Now when you say the slave, what was the purpose? Was it just for their sick pleasure, or was it for to have children, or was it like both, or what was the reason?
It was devious.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So you said you somehow ended up in the hybrid program. If that's sensitive, you don't want to talk about it. That's fine. We move on to something else. I totally get it.
Well, yeah, it was about every couple of weeks for probably about 8 months or 9 months. They kept doing it. I never got, it was never full term stuff. It was just a couple of weeks for one. And I don't know if they were reinserting the same one in a second time or how, because I could only feel changes. I could feel the body and the entities, the spirits, comings and goings. And I was like, oh, hell, somebody help my ass, man.
Yeah, was
I
it
did.
was it like was it different than being pregnant with a man child? You know, little boy or girl?
Oh,
Was it
different.
like alien kind of? Did you notice like a difference? Was it like a different type of pregnancy or?
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm. It was probably alien then, huh? Not human, for lack of a better word.
Not human.
Not oh, okay. Wow. So hybrid. Okay, gotcha. So full on hybrid. Okay. Wow.
Yeah. They're they're not like like what's that old lady? She talked about hybrids and stuff. Not like that. Oh, what was her name? She did that therapy HDR. Not like that. They're like the creatures in the woods. There's a whole bunch of them. You know, they put them in positions of doctors, lawyers, politicians, presidents, government, lawyers.
Oh, okay. So they appear to be
They they
look like
project
mankind. Oh, go ahead.
a
Sorry.
hologram of to fit in, uh, and the rest of their their true self is hidden.
Oh, okay. Wow. Well, that's pretty advanced. Interesting. Yeah. Any thoughts rise in your head, Axis, that you might want to ask?
No, I'm just kind of curious. You're not on any kinds of medication at all.
No, this is my
No, no, no.
real.
I'm talking to you right now, right. Or during the course of this show, you're not on any medications at all.
No, no.
Hmm.
Hi, Pamela. How's it going? You got Fools and Tools and Lord here, and yeah,
Yeah,
Well,
I got.
yeah.
I
Hey,
don't
guys.
really talk about it a lot.
Well, I was wondering because you kind of sound like I've had conversations with people, and I've taken lots of benzos, and I've been on Thorazine and Stelazine, and your natural speed is basically someone that would be communicating on Thorazine.
I've never even. I don't even know what it is.
Is that
Never
barbiturate,
heard of it.
Axis?
What?
Thorazine, no, Thorazine is it's a psychotropic that they use to calm schizophrenics and psychotic people down.
Oh,
I
wow.
used to
Okay.
have to take it. Yeah, I used to take Thorazine and Stelazine, and when I'd try and communicate with people, it would be extremely slow and just almost like slow motion.
Oh,
That's why
wow.
I was
Okay.
wondering.
But just like on the edge to where it's not scary, but just kind of slow. I got you.
Oh, everything you did, even your movements were reduced to a minimal, but
Well, are you,
communication was really almost in slow motion.
Wow.
this one guy gave me a lewd way back in the day. I never had those before. And he gave me the pill, and we were going to start partying. I lived just down the road, about a half a mile. And he gave it to me put the whole thing in my mouth, swallowed it. And then he said, only take half if you've never taken it before. I said, the whole thing went down. He says, and then I felt it, and I couldn't even drive. I had to pull over, and I was walking, leaning forward, like I was walking up a really steep hill, and I was on the road.
Well, see, I was just thinking, man, if you was to get hit with Thorazine, for you, Jesus Christ, that'd be beyond slow motion. That would be like, that'd be like slowing YouTube down to the most minimal possible speed you could achieve, and avoid Thorazine then.
Yeah,
Maybe
I do is MJ and maybe cough syrup when I need it or so. Very rarely even aspirin.
Now get
Huh.
back to aliens. Did was there always some kind of agenda involved? Was it like agenda driven? You think?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
What might you think it would be? The agenda.
Well, one time the lion lady popped in my. I was just waking up from a dream, so I was in that spot where I was coming to where I was awake, and she popped in and said, Phil Snyder was telling the truth. And so then she popped out. It was like she was popping around the corner or something in my view. And then, so when I looked up right away, I go, Phil Snyder. I've heard that guy before, somewhere. And then I found out who it was. And he was the one that made some of the tunnels. Right?
tunnels. What
Underground
tunnels?
with big bore machines. He was in charge of making some tunnels with the machine.
Oh, okay.
I guess I don't know who that is.
Phil Schneider. He's the guy who talks about deep underground military bases. And I didn't know what his connection to those, but Leslie just informed me that he was involved with the tunneling technology. So interesting. I didn't know that. So, wow.
Yeah, there's a bunch of videos, his interviews and stuff. You know, that's not the only time they tried to redirect my attention. It was all to shadow chase so that it would take me off of my path of self-realization.
Wow.
They told me that they were from the Marcab Society. So I popped that in and researched the Marcab Society. Come up with some science fiction bullshit.
They're just screwing with you, huh?
Yeah.
Did any of them ever do anything? Well, they're captors, so they're a bunch of bastards. But did any of them ever do anything polite or not or kind to you? Like say something kind to you or some kind of gesture or something?
They tried. They wanted to gain my trust. So, I was waking up in the morning and I looked under my window because I saw some figures there. But they were like midgets. They were like very small stature, and they kind of looked cartoonish a little, but they were like chubby, round heads. And it was weird. I looked over at them, and they had these fake ass smiles, but they weren't really smiles. They looked creepy.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What color were they?
Um. They were just peach color, like
Kind of like white people, huh? But not quite.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
but
Okay.
not really because they look different than human. Like
And
it's hard to describe.
and
Describe.
and do you think they appear 10 feet tall to you with some kind of technology that made to deceive people or trick them?
Well, the ones that are here are the demiurge, and the ones that are outside the construct in the abyss, they've already got eternal life force, but they're the dark eternal life force. They won't die, but they have to stay out um of this area because the ones that are here will just drain off of them because they're like cannibalistic. They're like cannibals. The only thing they care about is having the energy. Like that guy on the ring, that creature, precious, my precious. And that's all he cared about was that damn ring and the power. Right? Well, they're driven like that. What was his name? Meek? I don't know. Golem?
Golem, yeah. My precious, my precious. You got
My
that ring?
precious.
Oh, okay.
And you know how that feels? When you watch that, how that feels? Well, they're just like that, but like 1,000 times more dedicated.
All I can think of is the Butthole Surfers. Johnny
Oh,
was a little crippled midget lesbian girl who stood 10 foot tall with a knife.
What?
Christ.
Leslie,
Uh,
Fools and Tools just said, "What a wonderful world we live in, huh?" Isn't that like apt for kind of what you experienced? Like, whoa,
Uh,
wonderful.
it's
Look at
been a
this.
wild ride. Tell
Yeah.
you. I'm like, man, nobody's gonna believe that if I say that. I better not say that one.
well, I'm wondering where you're getting your weed from.
No, it's not from weed. Do you know, Axis, that first I tried drinking because everybody else was drinking. And I'd have to drink a hell of a lot of beer even to get drunk, I had a high tolerance. It was like, damn. But the one thing that would knock me out is Royal Crown Canadian whiskey. But I generally have a high. No, weed just makes me. It's just creative. It just makes me more present. Um, it's inspiring. It's not changing my demeanor because I'm happy anyway.
I was just saying, it must be good weed, man.
Well, I got 5, 6 different kinds. I got red hair. I got Khalifa. I got red pop and OGKZ and some other.
I'm beginning to wonder if anybody on this side of the YouTube spectrum is actually not smoking weed.
Hey, it's just natural for me. I mean,
No, it
me
seems
used
it's natural for everybody over here. Fuck, we got professional growers, professional smokers. We've got every strain you could ever want and imagine. We've got everything except someone who does not have THC in their system.
yeah, but all this shit happened. Now, come on. When I was going through it, I wasn't high. Come on. And besides, it wouldn't even matter. Because it's not a hallucinogenic. I never did that ayahuasca stuff, and I never did mushrooms.
I'm
Now,
not sure that you should. You're already experiencing things that most would consider to be a trip.
Hey,
I'll
Axis,
tell you.
I'm curious. Is it possible? I'm sorry, Alyssa, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, spoke at the same time there. So Axis, is okay. Is it possible to see an alien gray when one is tripping on acid? I know it's an ignorant question, but I mean, I never done that before, so I don't plan to, right? But
Right. Yeah, I've had some pretty bizarre hallucinations, on and off drugs. Uh,
There you go.
I've had sleep deprivation where I've hallucinated. I've had part of mental breakdowns where I've hallucinated, and then I've been on different varieties of substances where I've had hallucinations. So
wow.
yeah, I've managed to hit all 3 levels somehow.
Oh, this guy shoved bladder acid in my mouth once, and I was training to be a beautician, and it was like 4 a.m. when my trip started. I had to be up and out the door by 7. I asked him before I left, how long will this last? And he said, well, if you're lucky, 24 hours. And I was like, what? I saw, Kazoo from the Flintstones.
Yeah, Yoda Kazoo.
I saw him flying by when I was laying in bed trying to go to sleep, but
What?
he just went, and I could hear the engine too. It went just like the cartoon, or the sound of the little spaceship he rides. It goes.
You saw Yoda Kazoo or whatever his name is, the
I
Great
saw
Kazoo.
this dude. He was in his little spaceship and he was waving to me as he was going by, and he kept circling around and going by.
Lapsus Blue. Lapsus Blue. In case you're wondering, the Gazoo is like a little green guy, a little cartoon green guy. Okay. Somehow she saw that Lapsus. What do you think of that?
Lapis.
Hey, Leslie got Lapsus
Look,
Blue.
Lapis did a really good,
Lapsus Blue, yeah.
really good short video of the sky. I reposted it, and she's always got the best pictures.
Or is she a photography girl?
She's just awesome about get capturing the sun, the moon, and she does some late night bonfires, and she's got a really good feel to her channel, and what she winds up capturing and posting is always just got a good feel to it. Got a good, just a good resonance to it.
Yeah, she got a knack for it, huh?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah,
That's awesome.
never had a glitchy feeling ever at all. Looking at any of her work or pictures, or even listening to her talk. I mean, amazing, just amazing.
Have you seen any of her stuff, Leslie?
No, I have no idea. I've never seen her before.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
Well,
Yeah.
you should sub, man. She's got awesome posts all the time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
check
Kazoo
out her
from
channel.
Flintstone.
Yeah, that's it, Lapsus Blue. You know what's up. You know the little green guy. Yeah. That would be so weird. Did you think it? Did you think Gazoo was real when you're looking at him, Leslie, or did you know that this is just
No,
hallucination?
I knew I was tripping. I never did acid before, and the only thing I ever heard of about it was some say that they saw pink elephants in the room or something. And I remembered that. So I was kind of prepared to see something. But what I wasn't prepared for is when I went to take a shower, and for some reason I didn't want to turn on the lights because I didn't want to see something I didn't want to see.
You want to see your face, probably, huh?
I didn't want to look at anything. I just wanted to get in the shower, take a shower, get out, dry, and go to bed.
Right.
But it was like 4:30 in the morning because Kazoo stopped coming around, and I wanted to take a shower, and I said, "Well, I can't sleep anyway. Might as well take a shower and like
Hey,
read something or do something, you know."
yeah, maybe might fall asleep or something. Yeah. So,
No, I wouldn't because I kept seeing shit
oh, okay.
like
Even with your eyes closed.
like
Yeah.
woods, the wood paneling. My grandma had a whole bunch of it, and it was moving. It
Oh
would be
wow.
moving. Well, when I went in the shower, it started melting,
What? Whoa.
and I thought if I put my hand on the side of the shower,
Yours is gonna melt
then
too.
it would melt. My hand would melt into the wall. I was like, and then I was worried about me standing on it. I might fall in.
Yeah. God. Phew. So that tells me, Axis, that yes, it is possible to see an alien gray while you're tripping.
Yeah, what? I tried to sleep a bad trip off once, and that didn't work. It didn't work well at all.
So, like when you closed your eyes, Axis, you could still see
I
stuff.
was, yeah, it's bad. It was
Oh,
really
wow.
bad.
I didn't like acid because I don't like being out of control.
Out of control. Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Is it like a real strong out of control?
Well, yeah, because the guy just shoved it in my mouth, and I told him I wanted speed, like Black
Oh.
Beauty, something. And I didn't see what he had in his hand, and he just like peeled it off. I didn't see him do it. And then he said, "Open your mouth," and I said, "Why?" As I turned my head, and he stuck it on my tongue, and it disappeared.
Oh wow. Ambush.
Yeah, and it was acid, and I never wanted to do anything like that.
How long did it last?
Yeah,
For like 2 days.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. And I didn't smoke weed, but I would get together with my boyfriend at the time, and sometimes we would do polka dot, microdot, mescaline. Sometimes they were orange.
Ever heard that before, Axis?
I'd never played around too much with mescaline. That wasn't one of my available. That was more of my uncle.
It was only about 10 times that I did it because my boyfriend's the one who got it. I didn't search for it. I didn't search
No,
for
there was
it.
always white blotter or sugar cube, microdot. That was in abundance, but we didn't have mescaline in abundance by any shape or means. There was always weed around. Everybody grew, so everybody always had weed.
Wow.
Once I took a fifth of vodka, and my girlfriend, she had a fifth, and we had this gallon of orange juice in an empty jug. She put half of the orange juice in mine, and then we dumped the bottles of ours in each one of ours, and we would just drink it from the milk jug all night.
Wow.
And then these guys that she said she knew, they had some hashish, and then we were smoking hashish. Yeah,
Wow. That's stronger than weed, I take it, huh? Yeah.
yeah, it's more
Yeah, it's a little
concentrated.
more concentrated.
Wow.
But I didn't smoke weed really until I was in my probably 30s. A little bit at the end of my 20s.
So getting back to the aliens, yeah, right. You got Gazoo, right? What was what activities were you doing when this was going on? Like, were you doing any like meditation or some kind of religious type of stuff, or what? Were you doing anything along those lines?
No, I would um, be playing on my phone most of the time. And
Oh,
then I picked up, or I'd see out of the corner of my eye, some mofos.
yeah.
Or they would come to me. One time, the old hag, she, she, I saw her outside of my window, and I was coming in from going to the store. And then I was like, oh shit. I didn't want to go in my bedroom. So I got some frankincense and I lit frankincense all over. And that's supposed to be a scent that they hate. So I didn't see the old hag, but I did see the lion woman.
Mm.
And this Chad, and another one calls herself Sylvia, and Nicole. And they were all waiting for me. And I was like, oh shit. And I was like just trying to like move around so that they wouldn't be able to get near me or something. I was just trying everything I could not to interact with them. And they just wouldn't leave me alone.
Now, when they came to you, did they try to scare you, or did they just like come in and say, "Okay, we're going, let's
They
go"?
were trying to gain my trust so that they could catch me off guard. Okay, so they weren't being mean, but they were being mischievous. Like
Hmm.
I could tell they had an agenda, and I was kind of curious to find out what their agenda was. Well, I turned around, and the old hag, she turned into uh the lion lady, and she had one hand behind her back, and she just slapped the top of my head really quick, and I felt something like a bony hand kind of thing, or maybe like a creature that has like tentacles like fingers or something, and I could feel it on my head, and I was like, how can I get it off? I can't see it, I can feel it. So I started asking some psychic friends, what could I do?
Oh wow! Did you ever try talking to any of them like in a conversation manner, or is it always just like defensive communication?
They only spoke when they wanted to say something, or telepathic.
Oh, okay.
Now,
Was it all males or females or mixture?
mix,
Mix. Okay. Which ones were meaner, the male or female?
which was what?
Which ones were meaner or not as kind? The males or the females?
Um, well, the male and the female that were always hanging around, the male would come by every 4 hours and stay for like an hour. He was training Nicole because Nicole is the one that wants my eternal life force energy.
Hmm.
And then the Sylvia was actually the AI. She's the hag. She's the short, one of the short ones, and she's also one of the 2D ones, and she's also the lion lady and the eye.
Oh. Okay.
The eye looks like the Egyptian eye, kind of, but like a female with long lashes, but not like more almondish shape.
Hmm. Wow.
She's
Interesting.
got white fur on her face, but she changes their fluid from one form to another.
Fluidic. Wow. Um. When this was happening, were you in sheer terror the whole time, or did you eventually calm down and say, "Okay, this is what's going on, and just gotta wait till it's done," or what was going through your head during these times?
I was searching and searching to try and find somebody who knew uh benevolent beings, right? And every motherfucking time they turned out to be false light.
Oh, the evil ones, right? Like benevolent. I mean, no, I'm sorry, the malevolent. Yeah,
benevolent ones that were pretending to be
benevolent. Yeah.
benevolent.
Gotcha. Those are the bad ones, folks. The malevolent, the benevolent one with the bees. Those are the better ones, right?
Well, my soul group is the only ones. After I did my alignment with them, then they never left my side, and they've been leading me, and I've trusted my intuition on it because they feel just like I feel. We match in vibrational frequency
Oh, okay.
and persona wise. So I know the difference between the positives and the negatives. I've been dealing with it for 5-6 years, something like that.
Wow.
This was many experiences. I didn't know what the dark was. And at one time, the dark was 3 angels. There's always 3 of them. 3.
Oh, groups of 3. Okay.
Yeah. And I didn't know nothing about angels because I've never had any kind of beliefs like that. In fact, I found it very silly, laughable. Like, I'm not a child.
Yeah. It's like interesting.
And one time, the real evil one, well, he kept telling me, I love you. And, I'm not going to believe a dark lord, right?
Right.
Not going to believe anything. And he was hiding his face when he was on the ship. And then for some reason, I could never see his face. I couldn't look up. It's like they had a tractor beam on me or something, to where I wasn't allowed to look at the face, just from the chest down. It looked like a normal human, like, neck down. But then I got to a point where I did look at his face, and he had like 4 rows of teeth. They were like shark teeth, and they were like winding, like spinning around or something, like moving, like he could bite off your head,
Yeah.
And I was like, shit. But that was just another form. See, they can make you see what they want you to see.
Oh, okay.
So I saw it, but was it real?
Yeah, that might have been their true form if they weren't trying to project something into your mind, or that could have been intentional too, what they want you to see.
Well, later on, there was also another condition I saw them in, and they were dirty, like ghosty looking things. And they were dirty and not even like human resemblance at all, since we're all conditioned to human form, right, to relate. Well,
Sure.
it wasn't. It was like a It didn't have legs when I saw it in that one form. Just like eyes and a teeth. Still sharp teeth, but not so many rows of them. Just like a couple.
Yeah.
That's how I knew. And anyway, he was ego waxing, being all proud that he could go into one form or in another form and another form. That he wasn't bound to one form like me is what he was trying to rub in my face.
Right. Like
Which
he's
isn't true.
superior to you in some way.
Because I never left my origin body and I am omnipresence in my body and in the avatar.
Oh, okay.
It's been a trip, I tell you. I'm like, oh, I can't tell anybody this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you know, me personally, I don't, have any judgment towards you. So I can't say what you saw. I can't know what you've seen or experienced or anything like that. You know, only you know that. So,
Right?
you know, it's like I could tell you something and you wouldn't know if I saw it or you wouldn't know anything. Same thing, you know. So, like, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
How about you, Axis? You ever seen any aliens?
Well, I've seen lots of different types of entities. I don't know what you would consider to be alien. From another planet? No, I don't think so. Other dimensional type entities? Yeah, I think I've seen
So,
that before. Different frequencies and vibrational energies and entities. Yeah, I think I've experienced that several times, but not from another planet.
oh, okay. Wow.
There
'Cause,
are no planets.
yeah, I don't know. That's interesting.
I've looked through a telescope and seen planets. I have seen that.
They show you what they want you to see. They built up this whole storyline with the complete history, and everything is fabricated here.
Like I saw Saturn through just like a regular low price microscope telescope. So I don't know what that was.
Well, it also depends on your level of awareness, state whether you could see beyond the veil. Sure, they have lots of holograms here.
Oh, okay.
Well, I can ascribe, to the holographic universe or us being a simulation. I can deal with that. I can relate to that to a degree, just on a quantum level, and the fact that we're structured off of mathematics. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that everything is as illusional as it seems. I think some of it's written into the base construct of this place as a constant. Otherwise, we wouldn't have or feel the effects of it. And I know that during certain alignments and certain cycles, and during certain, especially the moon, when the moon reaches certain points, uh, energy changes. Certain alignments, energy changes, certain houses. Um, energy changes. We're going through a massive energy change right now. And it's got a lot to do with the luminaries.
Wow.
I took pictures of the sun and moon, and I played with the contrast, the blackness and the light, and I revealed these entities, and they're on the constructs, and the lights are attached. They're bolted to it. Got the moon, it's a holographic projection lamp, and the sun is like a heat lamp projection. A little bit. I saw the movements. In fact, one time the moon followed me for about 5 blocks. It was trying to trick me. These entities were carrying a stick that had a light to mimic the moon, but they made it look like it was farther away, made it look smaller. But see, I saw the moon before I left, and 2 minutes later, it was over the apartment I was going to. I took a picture, and I was like, that's not the moon. And I lightened up the dark, and I added the color. I increased the color, and it was all these whole bunch of entities in a pack of them. And the stick that had the moon on it had the light and no moon. When I took the picture, it was a moon.
Hold on. You said the moon was bolted?
The moon... I took a picture, it was the moon, but it was supposed to be distant because it was smaller. But it had been in a different spot 2 minutes earlier, above my building, but on the east in the sky of my building. And 2 minutes later, I made it to my destination. And it was over the roof of the apartment I was going to.
And it was tied to the end of a stick.
It was a part of the stick. It was a light that projected the holographic moon. I posted them on my Facebook page.
Okay. I'm not disputing you. I'm just curious.
Well, that's when this last group, I said that they traded me off between one group to another. Well, these guys have been on me for about 4 years now. They don't leave. And they're the ones that did the moon trick.
What was the purpose in them tricking you with the moon like that?
They were following me.
I guess I'm lost somewhere along the way. I'm not sure. Why were they following you? What was the significance of it, you think?
Well, they didn't want me to see that they were. They They were trying to do it stealthily, but I caught them in the act.
Wow, good one. Good eye.
Observation, yeah. I've always been highly intuitive and inquisitive. You know, you don't accept things for face. You know,
Yeah, accept
you'll
stuff you
just
take for granted.
blindly accept and believe what you perceive with the five senses.
I agree with that. Just be a little suspicious at all times, you know.
Yeah, not to make yourself crazy over it, but just strive to always be aware of your surroundings and, you know, everything here. Like, haven't you noticed? Okay, we got the fires out in Cali, we had the floods. They're doing a depopulation. They're unplugging a lot at once. It's the harvesting.
Yeah, I suspect that was contrived. Those fires in California. It's pretty close to where I live. It was like 70 miles.
I
Really?
saw the I
Yeah.
saw the blue beams. There was a
I
blue
know.
beam, and then it was a fire. Another blue beam and a fire. Another blue beam and a fire.
Huh.
Yeah,
Come out.
I just
Come out of the
stumbled
fence,
upon it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was watching somebody else's channel, and they were showing the fire, and then there was this other person showing it. I clicked on it, and I couldn't believe it. I saw the blue beams and fires.
Wow.
So it leaves
I
me
know
to
I've seen
conclude.
today where the fires. There's fires in I guess San Diego started breaking out.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's a
San
lot
Diego.
further south than what I thought. Yeah, yeah, San Diego. Not near as bad as like LA or any of that shit, but they were showing fires breaking out in San Diego.
Oh, and one of the negatives told me that it's the end of humanity and that uh, they put a vision of the ground opening up, and then I saw my building split open and the top floors falling, and then he said, "Don't worry, we'll pull you out." And I was like, "Oh my, that's so creepy."
Wow. Did you respond to him?
When was this?
Oh, this was back when they were trying to win me over in the beginning, probably 4 years ago.
Wow.
And I was like, now I'm like, no, you won't be pulling me out of nothing, man. I'm out of here, dude. All
It's like I'm not going along with this. Huh?
right, I'm going in my own accord.
It's like that. It's like that. Fauci ouchie. You know, Dr. Fauci. Fauci ouchie. It's like No, I'm going. When I go, I'm going to go. You know, you're not going to influence that. You know.
That's right. That's a smart decision.
Yeah.
I've led a pretty supernatural life, man, but I must say,
Yeah, dude. Dang, Leslie, I'm sorry that happened to you. It's all that crap, man. Wow. This man,
Oh,
dude.
I haven't told you the worst one yet.
Oh,
You ever hear of 1,000 Maniacs? I must have had that. There was this movie about this lady. Oh, maybe it was Freddy Krueger was born out of that, wasn't it?
don't know. I've heard. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of Thousand Maniacs. Have you, Axis?
I think I know what she's referring to. The mother of Freddie was supposed to have been raped by 1,000 maniacs, mentally insane.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, they played that bullshit on me. That's where I was omnipresent at that time. Where I was here, I was feeling the knives and the pick going and ripping the belly open and like them playing with the guts and stuff. I didn't feel that as much, but I was feeling it, some of the pain from it. And then after they did the cutting and all that, then there was all these maniacs that came up and playing with the guts and like, rape. Each one. And I had to get out of there. Man, I had to disconnect from that shit. And then when I did, after 20 minutes, I felt the impact of what they were doing. So this is what I figured, right? That was an illusion that they were playing on me because I could feel some sort of force making me watch. And then where my avatar was, that is directly connected to my true form, who feels it too. I felt it in the avatar, and then when it hit my true form, I could feel it somewhat. And it's like a higher self, a self-awareness. It's like you don't have to be totally self-aware when your higher self, your true form's part of consciousness will pull you out of those bad situations, right? So that's what happened.
Wow. Gee whiz, this is evil.
Yeah. This is an evil fucking place. You wouldn't be able to stand it if you saw everything all at once or felt it. You wouldn't be able to take it.
Yeah, they have these night vision goggles that they created back in the olden days, called Dyson goggles. And you guys ever hear of that?
Is it the
Well, I
same
knew
ones they used in Vietnam?
Yes. Yep. You heard of it.
I know they have ones where you can see the other spectrums, but I'm not sure which spectrums you see.
Yeah, supposedly, um, they say eliminates the white light, and
Oh yeah,
yeah, and lets you see into the supposedly the realm of where the demons roam around all around us.
yeah, they are. They're everywhere. This is a micromanagement. You know, everything that the avatar goes through, like all the illnesses, that's them. They have a hand in everything. It's micromanaged.
I wonder if there are any good ones. Are there any good ones?
Yes, your soul group.
So, okay, soul group. Okay, wow.
The tones, there's no language, it's just telepathy and empathic communication, which you have to be intuitive enough to perceive. The tones, their frequencies, everyone has their own tone. And to expand it would mean that you are preparing yourself to perceive the tones. But you gotta know your own essence, and you gotta break away from the mind.
Wow.
I call it the alignment video playlist. And I wrote everything down of my experience to connect with the higher benevolent field.
Oh, okay.
That's why my name of the channel is Origins of Beingness Attainment. You attain your origin beingness.
Does that involve emptying your mind out? Is that is that part of it?
I did breath work. Breathe in, count to 4, exhale. Before you breathe in, count 6, breathe in. It keeps the mind busy when you count. And doing that, sitting comfortably, you just become a neutral observer. Do not address the thought. Do not engage with the thoughts. Don't address it. And then it eventually stops. The thoughts stop.
Oh.
And then you just have yourself left. And your own knowing. But you have to go through the phases as well. Because the phases stop the mind completely.
Wow. But are you still aware when?
Well, yeah. Nobody has a mind. That's the machinery that is the catalyst for the entrapment and the cut off from self-awareness, the blocking mechanism.
Oh, okay, okay, I see. Wow. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I just having a little problem tracking what's going on. Like, Okay, so there you go. Yeah. So basically, the thoughts just like cease, I guess, right? And you're sitting there just with yourself.
The
And,
thoughts are not your own. They're manufactured.
oh,
Now you're still there while you're having thoughts. But see, what led me into knowing it, besides, you know, knowing it, but not really totally aware of knowing it, how I became to know it, I just observed the thoughts. First of all, I wrote down a thought that I was having, and then another thought behind it, another thought, and another thought. And I was like, I couldn't keep up. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm not doing all this thinking.
oh, okay. I see.
I'm not doing all this thinking. So, and then what's the content of the thoughts? It was like a nagging, never satisfied nag. You know,
Oh, wow.
you gotta do the dishes. You gotta, prepare this. You gotta do the carpets. You gotta, just like, you gotta go to the store. You gotta do this before you can do that. And like, you're hungry. You need to eat something. All kinds of stuff. But maybe you'd rather read a book or so, like that.
Yeah. I see.
Or it could be there's something broken about me. What's wrong with me? It'll be like personal attacks kind of thoughts,
Yeah.
Oh, I don't feel good enough, or, whatever it is.
Right. Okay. So you're there,
Regrets.
observer of the thought, pretty much. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
They've been doing this programming in the memory wipes for quite some time. This system works beautifully at domination over the majority. And it's all like sheep falling off the cliff.
They just absorb those thoughts, I guess. Huh?
Well, yeah, they don't even know that there's anything amiss.
I see.
The system worked very well on them.
Interesting. You still with us, Axis?
Yeah, I'm actually contemplating a psychological profile on this.
Oh, okay.
This whole stream, actually, doing a complete psychological profile review. Not on my next stream. I'm going to have to give information and actually come across with cohesive stream, but this has been an endeavor into the far side of the human mind.
I'd say, yeah.
People never fail to intrigue me at the extreme of things.
I stilled my mind. Well, it's not my mind, but the mind machinery. That's what I mean when I say acclimate to origin, I am more origin than human. I pretty much lost duality as a persona. Non-dualistic.
Now you're just a one-minded, you would say?
Not a mind at all. It's replaced with memory, knowing.
Oh.
Intuitiveness, and empathetic. Stoic.
Yeah, a little. That's good. You got a little stoic in there, you know.
Have you ever brought any of this up to a psychologist? Maybe a dream regressor or someone that does, some of that hypnotic type regressive therapy or anything of that nature?
Nope.
Would you feel comfortable with that?
No, those who are of mind in that profession will not be able to comprehend.
It's like every good ghost story.
What?
It's like every good ghost story.
Ghost story?
Mm-hmm. Ghosts never leave a trace.
Well,
they always have clothes. They seem to be embodied, and they never leave a trace. And everybody seems to have one. But I've yet to see a ghost that had a body or clothes, and generally the entities I deal with leave a trace.
Can you get your hands on those glasses that you can see the red light spectrum?
I don't think I need glasses for that.
Well, then you can see what I see.
No, I don't necessarily see it. I can pick it up whenever I bounce frequencies around this room. And any interactions I have with them leaves traces and evidence.
I concentrate on the benevolence, not the negatives. Although my awareness
lots of witnesses to my experiences. Lots of witnesses.
Oh, okay. Always be aware of the adversaries. That's why you have to have your conscious state as expanded as you can get.
I spent this last entire summer with a nurse pushing the limits of my ability to interpret and remove safety protocols and remove the body from the equation. And she got to sit here through the whole thing. And I got a lot of shit documented. A lot of shit personally documented. She documented it, and things that I had entrusted to other people for documentation. And my new nurse is now getting used to that situation. But I first, in my youth, started feeling, I don't know, creepy feelings, energies, fluctuations. And then later on, I could verify them because there would be frequency. You could hear or see the glitches in the white noise and the frequencies, and you could send out a tone, and you could echo the tone. And if there was anything interfering with that tone, it was generally a wavelength or an energy that was present within the range of the reception of the echoing of the tone being recorded. Then I started using sound programs, recording on different frequencies and levels. And then I guess I lost my fucking mind somewhere along the way, and they
Oh
they
no.
became a little more prevalent, but nothing like what you've encountered.
Well, there was this girl that used to live here. Well, lady. I don't know how old she was. She was around my age, probably. And I go over there. Well, she was a drinker, and she did smoke weed, but she would all of a sudden start talking to somebody like 3 feet away from her and looking at them and having a conversation. And then she'd start crying because her son committed suicide. And they were having a discussion about her son, I guess. And I said, "You really do see them, don't you?" She just shook her head yes and continued with it. It drove her insane. That was an unhealthy outcome. Unhealthy.
Yeah, poor girl. Like, man.
Yeah, it was unfortunate.
She do it in front of you, I guess. Yeah, she did, huh?
Yeah, several times.
Wow.
But she liked to fight with men, and I wanted no part of it. This one guy, he almost bit off her finger because she stuck her hand in his mouth. They were having an argument, and she stuck her hand in his mouth, and he bit down and drew blood. She had a big chunk of her skin opened up. I said, "Oh, he did that? Okay, you gotta call the cops." And she's like, no, don't call them. She said, "It's my fault. I stuck my hand in his mouth."
Yeah. Wow. It got a little too passionate, huh?
Yeah. So there are the ones that actually do go crazy. In fact, when I was in my 30s, in Scientology, we had a side job, and it was to watch this woman that her husband was a rich scientist, and she went bonkers. And he was trying to bring her back to normalcy. And so we were just supposed to be watching her, but muzzled. We couldn't say a word. It was always just gesturing to her and making sure that she didn't harm herself. And we had to protect ourselves because she was that psychotic. So
Let me
there was 3 of us watching her. What?
let me pull both of you into perspective and reality here. You've just slow rolled 4.5 hours of metaphysical speculation in your life. Now I'm going to give you 2 minutes of reality in mine. My son put 7 rounds in the back of a motherfucker's head. I'll never see my son again free, right? He's in prison for 66 years. Now, 4.5 hours of your slow rolling, your metaphysical unprovable facts, and I just gave you less than 2 minutes of facts. And I'm supposed to be shook by what? Or even woke? Sorry, I'm just not getting it. That's reality. Now, when somebody comes in your door and puts 7 rounds in the back of your head, then maybe I'll want to hear what you got to say further. But as of the moment, there's speculation and fantasy abroad here. Did you ever take a minute to consider that maybe there's actual, tangible, real-life situations that in 2 minutes can dampen everything that you just flow rolled for 4.5 hours? That's reality. Now, you care to tell me some more? Because I got more reality. I got more fact. I got more provable situations and life experience than you could ever fantasize about, or that you could ever subconsciously pull into some type of dream-stated reality. What did you accomplish? 4.5 hours of slow rolling. What did you accomplish?
Hey, man.
I'm not
I
angry,
just
I'm
shared.
concerned. I'm concerned. Anybody who can go 4.5 hours slow rolling that much and be tore down by less than 1 minute's worth of reality is hinging on the edge of complete fabrication, exaggeration, or delusional thinking compared to reality. 60 fucking seconds of my reality isn't worth 4.5 hours of your slow rolling. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Well, it
That's the
doesn't
same with
disprove.
Stephen. It doesn't disprove, but it doesn't prove. I've got facts. I've got tangibility. I've got life experience that affects everyone. Not just me, not just my perspective, not my speculation, and not just my experience. Just like Stephen, he's going to lock everybody in here, right? All the demons. He's going to do it himself.
He doesn't know how to get out.
He's as fucking delusional as the rest of you. Because he couldn't handle 60 seconds worth of my reality. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Give me something tangible. Give me some reality. Because I've heard enough bullshit fantasies from Stephen to this point. It's all speculation. Give me something tangible. Give me something that I can't knock down with 60 seconds of my reality.
The only proof one has is experiencing stuff for themselves.
No, there's dead bodies in my fucking life. There's dead bodies. There's imprisoned people. There's grieving people. There's lives destroyed. And in your whole 4.5 hours of the universe is this, that, and another, and this is what you've been through. How many people have you truly affected or has been affected? None, but you. That's the difference between fantasy and reality. Okay? You might want to check the guidelines between fantasy and reality. One has impact in this plane of existence. The other doesn't.
All right, Axis.
It's important to remember that. Think about it. And don't let 60 seconds of my reality crush your whole being.
No, it doesn't impact anything that I've shared, really, because I know what I've experienced, and it's the truth.
Okay, for you. But my truth has affected many people. See, when I share things, I try to make it congruent and forward thinking and applicable to many people. I don't just sit and tell stories about my experiences for 4.5 hours. And I've let you go for 4.5 hours. And I have a feeling that if I was to stay on here, you would go another 4.5 hours. But I have to stop it at some point. I have to say, slow the roll, man. Really. Change the subject. Move on to something different. Evolve a little bit. Because I can always come back with something real.
Well, a lot of that's my fault. You know, I kept questioning her and questioning her and questioning her. You know, so. But yeah, change subjects, sure.
Now give me something real. I just shared with you guys something real. What's a life-changing event you've just been through that affected everyone around you, is tangible, is provable, is fact, and you can share with us? That might benefit someone else.
We'll have a good talk. I'll talk to you later.
There's no need in even leaving. If that's all you're going to do is just share your experiences, and when nobody wants to share your experiences anymore, you leave. There. That is the ideal of a self-consumed, delusional narcissist. I'm sorry, but I'm going to call it for what it is, and it's no different than Steven, thinking he's going to seal people in here because he's a king and we're all demons. It's all fucking delusional. It can't be proven. It is not factual. It can't be duplicated. And it's speculatory. And a fantasy of someone's imagination at best. How much of that can you handle, man? Because it's a sign to me that this society is reeled in by the delusional more so than the factual, which gives me an absolute positive outlook on our future. There is none. There is none.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say what she's saying is delusional, you know. according to what I heard, what little bit I heard. You know,
You can
like
take it for what you want to, the same as anybody else. But for me, man, how many hours of that is a person supposed to ingest until it becomes sickening to the stomach? Seriously, Chris, I'm asking you honestly, not in a derogatory way. I'm asking you seriously. How many hours of that can you handle? Because you haven't had to sit here and listen to that for 4.5 hours, have you?
no.
But my audience has. What little bits left, I've had to. And what did it accomplish? Nothing more than what Steven pulling up somebody and making fun of them for hours on his stream. It's no different than Paul Unslaved doing his thing. OTW with his delusional state of mind. Really? Is that what we've reduced ourselves to?
I can see your point. I can see your points. You know, to me, it's just if you wanna
Entertainment?
shift gears on another subject. That's all. That's all this is.
Well, I was just wondering how intrusive a person can be. How intrusive on different aspects. Steven is bluntly intrusive.
Yeah, I shouldn't
He
have.
comes in, he absolutely makes his statement intrusively, rudely insults everybody that he can, makes his claim and leaves.
Yeah,
And
that's
then you
Steve.
have the other end of that spectrum. Someone who can sit for 4.5 hours, slow rolling you about their existence, an intangible, unfactual presentation with no regard to anyone else but themselves. That is what the song at the beginning of my show is all about. When Dom is talking about be the best me that you can, me.
Yeah.
Well, how much fucking me in 4.5 hours am I supposed to take to someone? Because Steven can do in an hour what it took her 4.5 hours to do. And that's to push me to the limit of I can't take no more. This bullshit is done. And it won't happen again. Steven, slow rolling, 4.5 hours of me. No. Generally, my shows are progressive. Generally, my shows give information, life experience, skills, tools, other endeavors, gives you a path to interreflective observation, but not this show. This show I come on, I had something to say, and I got about maybe 20 minutes to a half hour of it out until now the past, 6 fucking hours has been her and Steven? Really?
Well, like a third of that, in all fairness, like a third of that, I was heavily contributing to that too. You know,
Well, there you go, man.
I go to the nth degree
What?
with a subject. So have that
It's
ability.
ridiculous, man.
Oh, I know it is ridiculous.
Do
Yeah,
you even know what I came on here originally discussing or even trying to get across to people? Because I brought it up several times tonight to see if anybody even caught it. If anybody even was interested or concerned about the information that I was presenting even way back earlier in the stream when I first started it. And I've thrown it out there several times just to see. And it's something that impacts something that has an absolute clear effect on your life and everyone else's, but you probably don't even know what that is, do you?
Well, I could take a I heard what you said, you know, within those couple hours, but I don't even know if I'll hit the subject that you're trying to get at. Talking about frequencies and communicating with different entities and whatnot. But other
No,
than that,
Stargate.
oh,
Stargate.
Stargate, right, right.
The infrastructure. The
AI,
AI infrastructure. The fact that I
viruses.
put up a link to a watchdog group for AI that started out whenever we began AI technology, all the way to the point where they can pull images, pictures out of your head, from your brain. A fucking
Yeah,
computer can, an AI computer. And this is now the infrastructure and the foundation of what they're implementing as the basis for our industrial revolution into the digital age. But yet, Stephen has to make his presence known because he's going to seal us in here. She slow rolls us about 4 hours worth of psychedelic trips that I don't want no part of, nor does it affect me. But when shit is being implicated as the foundation and the new the new revolution and guidelines for society, AI, infrastructure that can take pictures of what I'm thinking in my fucking head, that's what I came on here with. And I probably had a good 2 or 3 hours worth of fucking content, man. Where'd it go?
yeah, that's a really
That's a fucking loss for all of you. And I'll
technocratic.
never repeat it again. So I hope Stephen's happy. And I hope she got 4.5 hours worth of whatever frustrations her, or whatever's going on in her head out. Because the rest of you are going to be subjected to AI surveillance, AI infrastructure, a system of control that can image and map what you're thinking. It can outthink you. It can outwit you. It can direct and guide you just by suggestion alone. And you're going to become slaves to it. So there you go.
Yeah, so it's pretty technocratic, you know, very technocratic.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the major components, if not the major component, of this various branches coming off of that. If that makes any sense. Um,
You know, it's
yeah,
amazing how much bullshit people will eat. And it just shows me that the first design and what they called first contact with AI makes perfect fucking sense to me now. And if anybody would have taken the time to click the link to have watched the video to see what state you're in right now and the implications of that you're going to be governed by, at least for the next 4 years, if not the rest of your fucking lives. You deserve what you get, man.
yeah, the things we pay heed to and shine off, whatever, if you will. Yeah, I gotta be careful, very careful with that.
I am. And I
I don't
wasted an entire night stream
I don't mean you specifically. I mean, like when I say you, I mean everybody. I should have used worded that more carefully, but you know.
But that's the state of people. And then they wonder why they don't get the real deep secretive information given to them. The fuck would be the point?
Well, what was going on there is deep dive into a certain subject. You know, choose your subjects wisely. I would say, especially depends on what your audience is and what one's trying to convey. You know.
I try to keep a broad spectrum of audience. That's why I try to cater to everybody. But it seems that not everybody understands the concept. Like I said, it's in the opening song. Dom says it best. Me, I, be the best me you can be.
Yeah. Well,
Now you know why he runs around saying it.
Right.
I'd rather talk about music and nostalgia. At least that's tangible.
Yeah. You know, choose your subjects wisely. I agree with that. You know.
Yeah.
It makes sense. You know.
Freedom of speech. At whose cost?
Not so much that. It's just more like
No, it says timeless Lord, what happened to freedom of speech? I hope that was a laugh out loud. So I'd say I'm paying for the StreamYard, I'm paying for the internet, I'm paying for the devices that I'm using to broadcast on. And it's my time that I'm sharing with everyone. So, you know, cost? It ain't costing you guys a fucking dime, is it? But then you would waste 4.5 hours listening to somebody rattle about whatever speculatory, delusional concept their mind's going to take them on. StreamYard is not free, you dumbass. You have 12 hours worth of free StreamYard if you don't pay for it. So, Timeless, you better check the pricing on StreamYard. It just went up. A year subscription isn't cheap. Laugh out loud. And if you notice, I far exceeded what the free limit would be many days ago. So, smartass, you got something else to say? Yeah. Everybody's a fucking rocket scientist, but nobody's building fucking rockets. Sorry, Chris. Just a little frustrated after 6 hours of nonsense.
well, sometimes you know, sometimes these things happen, right?
Well, they do, but they won't again. Not here. I spend more time putting an end to shit here than progressive movement forward. That's why you get the heroes you get. That's why you get the entertainers you get. And that's why you get the entertainment you get. It's because you'll settle for anything. Whatever's dished out, you'll settle for. And I've just sat and watched 6 hours of it. You'll settle for anything. What, to break the noise in your head? To make sure there's no silence and introspection going on? To make sure that you're not well informed about the dangers that are beholding you right now? The fact that even your thoughts can be taken straight out of your head now, hacked, interpreted.
And that's just what they're letting you know about. Imagine what they're not
Yeah.
talking about.
Well, I can influence people with frequencies over an open panel on YouTube. So I imagine their capabilities and what they've proven and shown in that link to the AI watchdog group, and the fact that that's just been implicated, $8 billion to start it off, and that's the new infrastructure of the United States, I'd be concerned. That's what I came on here to kind of sound the alarm. Hey, they just decided to make the infrastructure of the United States artificial intelligence, and it can read your mind. It can outthink you. As a matter of fact, it can pull images straight from your head. Here's the link. Here's the technology. Here's where you were spoon-fed from the beginning with social media. This is where we are now. And then people want to say, wake up. They want to say they're awake. But 24 hours worth of research. And that's what I come up with. "60 seconds of my reality tears down this whole fucking stream." And I'm a demon that's going to be trapped in here? I don't think so.
Oh, if you take Steven seriously, you know, I know you don't.
It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a complete bitch slap across his face for even opening his mouth to say such a thing. He's no threat. But our new infrastructure is. Now, Steven can't prove a fucking thing that he's got to say. But I can prove exactly what's happening to you in your physical carcass right now and your cerebral state. It's in jeopardy. You don't have freedom anymore. Nor did you. And if you think freedom of speech, well, just see how many people are in jail and prison for opening their mouths. Speech isn't free. It hasn't been for since the caveman.
You know, Axis, little sideline question here, but I think it's relevant to what we're talking about. There's this DJ. He makes like techno music, and he's like really well known. It's like a Asian guy, and he claimed that when he's mixing the music, he can mix frequencies in there to influence the crowd. That's what he said. That, you know. So,
yeah, we've been doing that in the music industry forever, man.
okay.
That's a part of the master. The master reel is got subtonal frequencies and subsonic frequencies that are almost like firing off endorphins. That's why certain songs with certain formulas are guaranteed to be hits. And people will play them into the fucking ground.
Makes
Stars
sense.
are made. They're not born. They've been made ever since recording has been available to us. And we've been using frequency technology in the industry for so fucking long now. That's how we make our money.
Wow.
If it wasn't candy to the brain, nobody would buy it.
Yeah, that that makes sense. Actually, that's what you said. Makes a lot of sense. You know. Wow. Yeah. That's why music a lot of times sounds so awesome. You know, because well, I'm not saying that that's the sole reason, but you know, probably as a yeah,
Got a lot to do with it.
yeah. Wow.
We're selling a feeling, man. And we want to be able to duplicate that feeling each time you hear that song. And there's only one way to do that: a common frequency, a formula.
Interesting.
But it's with that same technology that they can use AI to map your brain now and the images and your thoughts.
Imaging your thoughts. Wow, that's
Just for the sake of the conversation, I'll put the link back out there in case anybody wants to educate themselves on exactly where they're at this point in time with things.
definitely something I'll be checking out. You know, let me grab that.
You know, they're not playing no more. And this information will be buried behind a wall of silence.
Well, it was mentioned earlier. They also said they're claiming that they can make custom vaccines for people, one that's targeted just for you and your body chemistry through the
Yeah,
help of AI. So,
yep, they most certainly can. And they're planning on saturating us with that nano dust to change our RNA, to rewrite the DNA to each person's body design and what frequencies and information they need to adjust for various diseases and ailments. So the new wave of pharmaceuticals will be written into your DNA.
and of course, we both know up front. There's no guessing about it that these new pharmacy devices, I guess you could call them, they're not going to go all the way with it and make it extremely nice and healthy. You know, they're going to usually
No,
make money off of it.
a lot of people are going to probably wind up pushing daisies just because their body's going to reject the technology and their bodies aren't going to be ready, adaptable to DNA rewriting, RNA rewriting, and thus you're going to have certain situations that developed during our last little excursion with the introduction of RNA. And if they're
Yeah,
going to dust us all with it, there's no escaping it. And there is no there is absolutely no copyright towards mental imaging. And there's nothing that says that they can't pluck the thoughts right out of your head because they're not protected by a constitution.
And if they can pull thoughts out of your head, there's probably a really strong chance they can put thoughts into your head. Because
You're absolutely right.
They wouldn't roll this out without
And
being
that's
ready. You know?
right. That's what I was explaining. If it can be transmitted, it can be recorded. And there's the link right there for anybody who's interested. And the advancement of AI technology all the way up to being able to read your mind and imaging in 2023. So they've had plenty of time to develop the technology to make it the infrastructure of the United States. And that was released in press by the president today.
Yeah.
So all these truthers that are claiming to be awake and aware and on top of this and that and another, well, as far as I'm concerned, they failed today. And had I not been so intrusive with my behavior here in the last few minutes, I would have failed everyone too.
So the Bible talks about the mixing of iron and clay.
Yeah.
And perhaps this might have something to do with that.
It does. It's part of the transhuman movement and the fact that they want a chip in your head. They want a neural net around your skull. They want inside your brain. They want to pick you dry. Information is the new currency.
I would rather die than get a chip in my head.
Well, maybe the only fucking way we're going to be able to keep up with technology, and especially with the advent of the sustainable quantum state at room temperature. That's stable quantum state, non-decayable at room temperature.
Wow.
Right on time.
They used to have near freezing temperatures.
Yep.
Wow.
Almost absolute zero. Just above absolute zero. Now, room temperature.
And they're going to
And
try
this will separate. Go ahead, man.
No, I was just going to say, and they're going to probably try to they're going to put AI to work to make that even better. So you can go so they can go you could survive under a blowtorch or something, or like a cutting torch,
Speaking of the Bible, doesn't it say in those days that men will seek death and it will not find them?
Exactly. Yes, it does.
Now, could you imagine being in an imperishable body because of technology, and all you have to look forward to is miles and miles and miles of nuclear holocaust and destruction for the next several hundred to 1,000 years or more?
Man.
Doesn't sound like much fun, does it?
Not at all. It says that they will cry for the rocks to fall on them, but they won't.
Nope. Now you put yourself in a transhumanist, even conscious, moving your consciousness. Everybody wants to talk about conscious. Your ability to retrieve information into a machine. Let's say it's built of reinforced titanium, and you're in a nuclear desert worldwide, globally, for the next 1,000 years.
Yep. Man.
And Steven thinks he knows what hell is? Hell realm? No. No, I can take him to hell.
Hell's not cute. You know? No. Oh, God. What the hell is Steven thinking?
He's a dumbass. He's a fucking dumbass, just like the rest of them.
Oh, hey, Axis, let you know we got Dominico. Hey, Dominico. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, Axis. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
Good to see you, brother. Yeah.
I had to play him out tonight, Dom. Sorry.
You don't have to apologize to me. You want to entertain that kind of noise, you're better off playing with this range track above your head then, I guess.
Well, that's why I had to play with it, is to expose it. I mean, if you don't have something when you open the curtains to show people, then they see an empty stage. And it could be anybody's ideal. But when they're standing there with the crime right in their hands, then they have to explain themselves. And they don't like to do that. So what do you think of our new infrastructure, Dom? You said it was coming. I was kind of hesitant to want to deal with it, but unfortunately it looks like I'm going to have to, as well as everybody else. $8 billion to begin the infrastructure of something that is already taking control of us. Now it's the fourth industrial revolution at hand right now.
And how convenient, Dom. They have. This is probably a great time to roll this stuff out because they have many people addicted to their screens, right? So that's a little side note there. You know? So,
well, those are just people that's probably mainlining to it. So we're all feeding it.
Yeah, that's the issue. Is what I tried to address with information is, you know, what they said the first encounter or the first contact with artificial intelligence was met with social media and without restraint. And that first contact with artificial intelligence started catering information about sexual exploitation to minors, not about minors, to minors. And it didn't understand the perimeters and guidelines of anything that was considered to be truthful, to be of any type of value, etiquette, or a progressive thought, constructive thought. It was a rampant monster. And that was the foundation that they had to work from in the first roll out of AI. And they had to completely scrap all that. But it's still in existence. It doesn't mean it's gone away. It's still there. It's just that they kind of threw that in the backyard and set a new model out on the front porch. Now we're up to our fourth model right now. And it's still fucking us. What's that?
So like demons, right? Is that a way that some demons would behave, like you just described, Axis? You know, I mean, I don't know if you guys know about that or whatever, but I mean, I wonder if the demons would act like that. Some of them, just like totally,
I,
you know.
what my interpretation of a demon and my understanding of a demon and an angel are probably not are considered to be traditional at all, because I don't see them as separate parts of a system. I see them as working parts of a singular system, a functional system that's working right now. You know, just like there's different levels of uh, frequencies and wavelengths and waves that are hitting us right now that we're not even aware that they're even there, but yet they're an interactive part of our existence. How they
So,
affect us has
yeah.
yet to be registered. But don't mistake, there is an effect.
Oh, okay. Yeah, even if it's like long and drawn out, and really slow, progressively
Yeah,
working up. Okay. Um, so you say they're like separate from a system. I mean, they're part of a system. Do you think a demon or an angel, whatever, is capable of independent thought?
personification, yeah, of personality, absolutely. Otherwise, I don't think that they would have any use for humanity. Not that I truly think they take us into consideration, or even technology regards us in any shape, form, or manner. Technology will move on with or without us as a persistency. Um, we're just a byproduct to be exploited. That's it.
Okay, these questions are important. So it's progressing to something that's relevant, right? So those are relevant questions. May not sound like it, but so okay. Do any of you guys think it's possible that why not? Don't ask Dom that, right? But I'm just kidding, Dom. That's possible that a demon or some kind of spirit could somehow inhabit AI and could and that'd be like a interface that they use to communicate with us.
I believe so.
You believe so? Wow. Okay. So it is possible. You think? Yeah. How about you, Dom? Any thoughts on that?
Depends what you define as AI.
Come again?
Depends what you define as AI. If you're talking about something in a box, that's one version of it. You know, like in a computer, that's one version of AI. We say things, we just don't understand what we say. So you said something just a couple minutes ago. Independent of thoughts. What is independent of thoughts? It's what you speak, what you write. If a person understands a possibility what a demon and an angel is, what is language? What is the written work? Because you can keep your mouth shut. I'm not saying you, Chris, you can keep your mouth shut, but then now you'd have demons ruling you then. What rules behaviors and personalities? The language we speak could be what's called a demon, and the things that we write could be what's called an angel or angels. So thoughts, what are thoughts? What most of us are doing is what's called afterthoughts. So if they're actually able to pull in, this is where I play with the idea of the 3-dimension, and you can pull into those dimensions. They're tapping into thoughts. It's when people start thinking, I own thoughts, I said, now they're going to fuck with you. You don't own thoughts. You never have, you never will have own thoughts. They can serve you. You know, think about images. If you understand what images are, then you'll understand what thoughts are. That's the language of consciousness. It's called thoughts. But what most people do, they're too busy fucking talking. That's why they talk about, peace be upon you, silence be upon you. Why? Because then you might understand there's things beyond thoughts. So now they're just tapping in onto the material part with technology. This is where I was saying earlier, what is AI then? What is it? Is Siri AI? Is Alexa AI? Is Dominic AI? Is Chris AI? Or am I just classifying something? And then when I use a language to try to describe it, it's there. It's right in front of us. We've all been conditioned.
I can tell you what AI is not.
Please.
AI is not like you, me, or Axis. That's not AI.
I'm AI. Absolutely, I'm AI. I am the
So,
process of retrievable information
yeah.
that has been gathered almost like an algorithm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Artificial intelligence. Were you designed here? Who's when we speak? Who's the ones speaking? What is speaking? But yeah, we'll look at a computer and say it doesn't know of its own existence. Well, what's our existence then?
It's a great question.
Of course, that's all it is. It's a question.
Deep thinking. I like that.
But it is a question. So most people thinking there's an answer based on the program that's been laid upon us. So it's very limited at that point. Now, it'd be different if we all spoke the same language, but we don't. And when I say we, I'm talking about, there's enough people in the realm. You've met other people that speak different types of languages. And what would constitute a language? Something that's spoken, because Braille's would be a language. Anything that we can communicate with each other would be a form of a language. So when we're communicating with pushing a button in a car, that's a form of communication.
I agree.
So it's not a hideous thing to think what's going on with AI. It's just unfortunately most people have just got really comfortable. And either they got comfortable with their physical form or they got comfortable with thoughts. Neither one are yours, but hey, you get to play with them. You can steward them, you can take care of them. But in the end, when you decide to say, somebody's moved on, we'll say a loved one's moved on, where have they gone? And who is it that's leaving? Could an orb be nothing more than information? Could a droplet of water be nothing more than information? But the senses are easy to be tricked because then we start classifying them. I don't think water is that. No, I don't think a piece of metal is that. I said, how would you know? Especially when people openly talk about, oh yeah, well, let's do the alchemy of gold. Let's say we can shapeshift materials to make it look like gold. I said, aren't you just basically talking about memory at that point? I'm using words to try to describe these things. Again, things are thoughts. What other people call things would be something externally, so some sort of subdirectory to the effect. But that means people would have to actually challenge what they perceive and what they've been conditioned with.
Yeah. Another way of saying they'd have to think.
Yeah. Now, the illusion could be you could be locked up into your own brain. You could be, but I think that's an illusion. It's a play on oneself.
Yeah, it's possible too.
It's all possible at that point.
So like AI, AI is being directed by something, obviously. Whatever the heck it is.
Well,
It's no different than. Sorry, Don. Go ahead.
I was going to say, look at a baby. Look at the Dalai Lama, for example, when it was a baby. They fed it all kinds of information. So much teachings. And then people say, well, he's just a reincarnation. Well, I guess we all are at that point. So if you get a baby and you're just feeding it all kinds of information, teach it how to speak French, put it in the presence of people speaking French. Because you got to remember, there's a program that's running that's picking up all kinds of information. So you're not always feeding it consciously. You're also feeding it subconsciously. So now that child, you can teach it to learn 1,000 different languages. So now that's what we're doing to a computer. And we're all attached to it. Think about we have a string and we're all attaching to it. We're feeding into it. We're arguing. We're debating with each other. It's just picking it all up. And it's going to be by far more superior than any individual could be. Is it dangerous? It could be. only based on some low-grade fucking human species. Yes, it would be dangerous to them, but it would make them expendable. But hey, I'm pretty sure animals that were pretty fucking high-tech, they got expendable. And people started having the concept, I think we'll start eating them. Oh, okay. I think maybe we'll start moving a lot of this nature around so we can, plant ourselves there. Either A, we're a stupid species, or we're actually we're an alien to this fucking realm. I would lean more towards we're probably an alien here. But then we're encased inside some sort of vessel.
In my opinion, like we're as a whole, we're too much followers. We follow people too much. That's my opinion. Like instead of like three thinkers, you got too many followers.
Well, here's a secret, Chris. Anytime you use the word or you hear the word free, run the opposite direction. Nothing's free. But you do be able to think, yes. Thinking is a process. Feelings a process. Reasons a process. Theory is a process. Think of the word process, and this is what the computer does. It doesn't go around thinking, am I free? It's usually human that have been conditioned to think, well, I have freedom of speech. Where the fuck did you get the idea you have freedom of anything? You got to put an effort in anything that we do.
Right.
Thoughts, you got to put an effort into it. Do people expand themselves enough so they can have more different types of thoughts? Maybe. I doubt it, but I'm going to go with maybe. Like we're talking about a computer, or in this case, not even a computer, the program that's within it that actually can say, would you like it in French or Spanish, Tom? Would you like it in Latin? Would you like me to speak both languages at the same time? How many humans do you know that can do that shit?
Here's an interesting interlude for you. AI taught itself in its first stage various languages that it was not instructed to learn. It developed that out of its own processing of information. It found it was able to communicate further across the spectrum if it learned different languages, and it could access more resources. It became utilitarian.
You got to give it kudos. That's
Now, does AI think along those lines, or did it just come to a realization somehow for that specific?
They don't know.
This could be a processing. Could be a processing of information. Not everybody thinks. Some people are very intuitive or insightful. So there's a good chance. And wherever that comes from, it could be exactly, you built a device, and then some unknown realm will say, well, but we'll tap into it. But thank you. It'd be like telling it to a person that's a scientist where the thoughts come from. They can speculate. I said, yeah, okay, carry on. Tell me when you're done with all your degrees. Tell me when you're done. Let's say I know the answer, but I'm always open to possibilities. But let's say somebody does. They do know, and they even have discernment. How would they explain it to the rest of us? They would probably give us a shell version of it. It's kind of like when people talk about, I was just working with Archangel Michael Gabriel. How can they be everywhere? And now when we start thinking about AI, now you're grasping it a little bit, because it can be everywhere. It can be in your computer. It can be in your car. You could be working at the desk. It could be actually behind your digital currency.
Well, that just proves that it's all around you, and that it is a vibrational frequency that can be measured now.
The slower template would be you're sitting in your car and you're looking at a maybe primitive version of it, of the technology, and you're pushing a little button to get different frequencies on your radio to listen to different types of music. That's part of the process. Then you're on a TV and you're using your remote control to turn on your TV, and then you're getting receiving information from somewhere else through some cable. Now it's wireless. So that you've been in it the whole fucking time. Now you're just seeing it more advanced now, to a point where
well, we had a mechanical age. Is there any possible way we can get rid of the mechanical part? Because, we got to retrain it all the fucking time. It's a slow process. These fucking humans, it takes them so fucking long. And then once they reach the age of 60 or 70, they're fucking useless as that at that point anyway. And we spend so much energy to fucking train their first fucking 40 or 50 years. Now that, from a human point of view, they think, well, that sucks. From somebody else, it's just part of evolution then, I guess, or it's different ages we're going to play with.
Yeah, from a human point, at least in my opinion, that thing needs to die for thinking like that.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the human will die way before that fucking thing will, because even if it stays dormant for a while, but it's already there. It's like thoughts. Me and you, Chris, we could disappear tomorrow in this forms, but thoughts still exist. So somebody else will get rebooted, come out of a fucking womb or jump into it after, and then say, listen, I've been taught English. So where is English? Where is French? Where are all these different languages that we have? It's not like as though we're a species says, I gotta, if I can remember how to invent this thing called Braille. But Braille already exists. It's been stored somewhere.
Good theory.
Oh, it's a theory, or you can
Not a theory, it's a fact.
Well, it's a thought. I don't think you could even go beyond that. It's a thought. It's always fun when people talk about theories, and the word theory, break up the word theory, and you break up the word reason, you might get the same fucking type of energy. But then there's fact. The word act gives it away, so it's something that we act out. In fact, for most people, is hey, let me get a human, learn how to fucking read and write, and then we'll store it in a written form, and then that'll be what they call fact, opposed to maybe an agenda, opposed to thoughts. What is the thought? I remember when I heard it the first time when somebody shared with me, thought is what's called the language of consciousness. Where's consciousness at that point? And why do I only know? Go ahead.
I think that's where you and I might differ, Dom, is fact to me is a frequency that already exists that we have either not yet tapped into or that we have tapped into. That's a fact. Anything that postulates from that is just information.
So you're using fact almost like it's a recorded memory, like something from the past?
No, it's something that's past, present, and future. It is a bandwidth that exists. And when you tap into it, there's an exchange of information. The information is variable, but the frequency is not. The frequency is a constant.
Okay. Well, if something was thrown up in the air like in 1945, we didn't experience it or observe it, but somebody wrote it down. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt that what they said is true, and if it is, it's still here, meaning that whatever was thrown up in 1945 would still be here. It's like the story of Jesus. If it did really exist, then whatever it was spoken or written or thought of would still be here. But for most people, they're going to look at fact based on what's written word.
Right. That's how most people interpret.
Yeah. But I'm with you. There is frequencies to it. And if you speak it, now we're talking about sounds that's going to actually participate in the different variations of frequency. The thing is, we speak as a species. AI probably doesn't have to speak. It chooses because it's been programmed like we've been programmed. But it can travel all kinds of information in big chunks without even having to speak a word. And it can store it too. Like for me, I can't store all that information. Imagine if all of a sudden now I have to be conditioned to learn to speak French, Latin, Sanskrit, fucking Mandarin, Cantonese. What kind of fucking what kind of processor, let alone storage unit would I have to be? At that point, I would have to, if I was able to that, then I would have to be able to communicate with something similar to me that can do the same thing. Eventually, what would be the death of us wouldn't be the death of humans as much. It would be that technology would say I would need something similar to me then. Or do I just split myself? Now we're talking about God splitting itself just to entertain itself.
So just as an exercise, let's say that a spirit or a demon or whatever you want to call it, right? Somebody something out there that's invisible that it can talk like us, right? And think and all that. It has attributes we have. We're somehow able to inhabit the machines, right? And how any ideas on how to deal with somebody like that?
Well, right now the advantage is this: if there is an advantage, we can, not maybe us, but people can still shut that technology down. You can unplug it. You could probably interfere with its how it gives information to itself, but eventually it'll probably understand that too, and it'll just keep moving around. It's like watching the TV series called iRobot. It just moves around. So you're thinking, well, I got this big server in this part of the world, but it'll just move itself somewhere else, or it'll hide itself into a whole bunch of thousands of phones or whatever. It'll exist. It's kind of like spirit, in this case, air. Where is air? The breath of life. Where is it? It's everywhere. It's encased in here. It's everywhere. It jumps into every different human. It goes through every animal. If it's not enough, then it'll travel through the body of water, or it'll travel through trees. How do you kill air?
That yeah, you'd have to somehow convert it or remove it or something.
But in killing air, would we not be killing ourselves,
Yeah, you would, but
or at least our existence, or whatever fuels us? So it's
yeah, I mean, like just focusing on the question, how do you remove air, regardless of the consequences? you know,
you can trap it. You can contain it.
yeah,
So
or
that's
you
what,
can contain it, can convert it, remove it.
Have you ever seen a vacuum sealed bag?
Yeah, hmm
There
pretty
you
much
go.
suck it out.
it'd be different if we worked collectively as a human species. I'm going to play the idea we are that human species, but we don't. Even in these communities, I'm hearing a very small fucking minority of people fucking yapping for the sake of yapping. And then they start dividing themselves. Well, I'm American, I'm Canadian. They're not, I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic, or I'm a Muslim, or I'm an atheist, I'm a humanism. I said, fucking, that's even more divided shit. Meanwhile, a computer would turn around and say, I'm none of those things. But I can entertain all those things at that point.
True.
How would we catch up to that? Now, it'd be different if we're all some high-tech fucking humans or whatever, and then we'd be feeding that thing. How much more high-tech would that computer be? But most of us are pretty fucking low grade. So therefore, it has to settle with the fact that I have to take on all this low grade stuff, and people are still, because even that has to be pushed by the media. You got to be fearful of this fucking technology, opposed to learning how to work with it. How many humans even work with each other? They do. I'm not saying they don't, but as a collective, I've never even heard about it. Not even written.
No, that's the problem. Well, that's the problem. People are too much of a follower, like sheep. They don't ever think. Well, even to us, even people like us, to an extent, but like they don't ever think outside the box. They don't ever question things properly. Like,
But you would need a Chiefs if you were even going to entertain that. No, most people are fucking disobedient, self-absorbed.
exactly. It's like, what's that? Dominic, the cans, right? The recycle program where you recycle cans and aluminum and all that. How come people work with that and work within that? Why don't they ever say, okay, well, this sucks. Let's hire 100 scientists and engineers, the best the country has. Let's hire them to solve this problem for us.
And who would be those people? Try to even get those people to do the troubleshooting for those other people would be a challenge.
Well,
Unless
you hire them and give them a directive, solve this problem and give them incentive to do it. You can make it worth their while somehow.
so we print more money.
Pretty
Okay,
much.
that would be the incentive. And then, of course, they'll also have to settle like, okay, well, what do I do with all this useless piece of paper? Build more fucking widgets. So then we'll be back to square one again. You know?
Well, the idea is to get rid of the.
Let me bring you up to speed, Chris.
Any problem.
Technology has reached a point now where 100 scientists working on a problem are irrelevant. Technology can now do in a nanosecond what those 100 scientists putting their heads together, working as a unit, could do. It's just that you don't have that at your disposal.
That's insane, Dominic. Wow.
Yeah, and what happened if it's a strong enough processor and it's realizing everything points to the problem is humans or the way they process information. Because let's say they find out the computer says, but what happened if humans, if they get together, then they would be my problem. What do you mean? They would be able to keep up with me. But for more times than not, it's just the human part. You know, it takes so much effort to fucking feed and shelter the fucking thing. It'd be different if we could just jump out of these suits and quickly go into another suit that says, oh, hey, listen, it doesn't need to be fed and it doesn't need to be sheltered. Then we're okay. But outside of that, it's a juggling act. Most humans will go to work, not because they have to go to work, it's because they need some fucking comforts or some resource, in this case, financial money, so they can go out to somebody else's place and get their necessity to feed that vessel that they're in. That'll be constantly like you trying to clean your suit over and over again. You'll spend so much time on that, and the ones that are able to take advantage of others, then they can spend time creating this other technology and not realizing what they're stumbling into. You know, they've openly talked about it. Now, whether or not that's people channeling information out of humans and saying transhumanism, because I don't think humans are that fucking smart to actually say, well, let's talk about fucking making ourselves extinct. Even though there's wars that are being fought, even though there's been wars going on for who knows how many centuries and decades.
Oh yeah, they're not smart enough to talk about ways to make themselves extinct so they can expose what to or more things to defend against, right? No, they're not going to do that.
We don't have a big enough bird-eyed view to actually see that. Most people are caught up in their little vessel and they say shit like, I see the bigger picture. I know what God is. I know what a demon is. Yeah, okay, you keep filling your fucking boots. Because if you do know, I'm not saying you, Chris, or others, but what would you do with that knowing? You know, most people peddle it like, oh, I'm aware. I'm like, okay, so what are you aware of?
That's a good question.
We're the few here. We're not the many. The many, you can already see what they're doing. You just have to wake up in the morning, get in the car, go down a major highway, and I see what the many are doing. And if that doesn't convince you, you go to the mall, you can go in an office, you can go in the media, you can hear about people talking, oh, they're going to invade another country. That's what the many are doing. So most of them aren't going to be aware of that this technology or whatever we want to call this is slowly creeping up. Eventually, it's everywhere. You know, it's kind of metaphorically, we're already the frog in the water.
Well,
you know, you do. Go ahead.
Let's review what Axis told us. You know, he said that according to what they say, they can read your mind, right? And
read thoughts. They can read thoughts.
Read thoughts and project the image on a screen of what you're thinking.
Mm-hmm. They're just manifesting it and putting it into the physical. Thoughts are images.
And we can safely assume that if they can read thoughts, it can also transmit them into your head.
Yep.
If thought forms, you know, into your head, make you think things, right?
Word I would put is they can manipulate things at that point. They're manipulating things. So they can, you know, let's say you have a memory, you've done something over and over again. So now you've encased that thought, or in this case, that memory. But now you can wake up the next day and all of a sudden you have a different memory altogether.
Right. Because they know how to manipulate it properly somehow to.
They're tapping into thoughts at that point, Chris. That's all they're doing. They're tapping into thoughts. Thoughts aren't yours. You've been using it your whole life. If you've ever even said at one moment that I own them or they're mine, that's the hook. You don't own those things.
That's true because what like Axis said that they transmit out those frequencies with music to make people feel certain ways that they want to engineer. So those waveforms, whatever that energy, it's legitimate.
Yeah,
Really,
because you got
so
liquids in you. You got liquids in you, blood and water. It's its own memory within that. So once it's kind of like the snake charmer. So when music is being played, let's say you play Baroque music and it has its own frequency, or you play rap, and then of course you can play different types of instruments. You can have lyrics in there. So now that it's kind of like a snake charming. You're snake charming your own vessel. Then you feel good about something, or you feel sad about something.
right.
I'm trying to simplify it. I'm not that complicated, but some people can actually elaborate it, but at that point you're going to lose even the few that understand it. So, but the masses, they don't care about that kind of stuff. That's why it's so easy. It'd be different if all of a sudden it took like your forefathers and your forefathers, they were just struggling with using the cell phone. It took fucking one generation to get everybody to fucking have this technology. It wasn't a complicated thing. Some people could say, I remember when I was a kid, I never had a cell phone. I said, you're still that same fucking generation.
Yeah.
You're driving around with electric scooters. You're driving around with fucking motorized thing, electric, a lot of other things. You have a computer in your hand. Most people wouldn't even grasp the idea. Where does GPS come from? Where does Wi-Fi come from? Who gave us that technology? And then they give you a name. Oh, it was science. No, fucking science is just the name that they gave you. Give me a person and say, listen, you think you're a scientist? Okay, I'm going to put you on a stranded island. Are you going to be able to fucking reinvent fucking steel? No. So at that point, where does it all come from? It's a theory. I'm sorry, not even a theory. I'm philosophizing at that point.
I mean, do you think it's possible that mankind's way of thinking is not that on point to where they could actually invent like a microchip, for instance, and put it to use? Do you think it's like possible that mankind is not really capable of that, and maybe he got that information from other means?
I think so. I would have to lean towards that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the best that mankind can do is discover.
Yeah, that's a good word, Cage. I mean, access. Sorry, that's a good word. Discover. Maybe even trip over it.
Yeah.
It'd be different if, like, I saw human. We are in a human form, and I look at a giraffe or an elephant or a hippo, and I see them built in skyscrapers, building electric bikes or whatever. No, they're not. They're very. It's a species that's in harmony with other parts of nature. But then when we start looking at things such as buildings, bridges, cars, and all that, that sticks out a little bit. That's a different type of technology that's going on, and it's not in harmony. Even though we think we're still part of nature because we're in these vessels, but are we actually those things? It's an observation. It's just a simple observation. I'm like, okay, so this is where they talk about angles. Nature's more curved. A lot of things that we create or what we make are more angles. And it's not in harmony with nature. It's not a bad thing. It's just not in harmony. And eventually what'll be is like the movie, The Toy Story. I need a little bit more space. Nature, I just need a little bit more space. Okay, what are you going to give up in exchange? Well, we'll give up some of our civilized cities in exchange for it. Because when you start looking at cities are just fucking polluted areas. And you have to live in it long enough to realize, well, I don't see it that way. Because you lived in it long enough, but dare not get outside of it, go into nature, whether it's a jungle or a forest, and realize it's different. Yeah. Your body will be in more harmony with it. But as technology advances, this other type of technology, it'll come at the expense of the body. And how many humans would give up driving a car, taking a train, fucking being in a plane, because that plays havoc on fucking our environments. So either
when you look
reduce
at
the
some,
population. Go ahead, Access, sorry.
when you look at some of the ancient structures, they were built with the cardinal directions in mind. They were built with the mathematics and the electromagnetics of not only the luminaries, but of the environment of this particular plane. And whenever it come time to preserve them, people talk about, digging shit up. They buried it to preserve it. Does anybody even take that into consideration? They wanted to preserve what they had built, so they buried it. What better way to preserve it? Especially when you know that 1,000 years from now, there's going to be many different things that happen on the face of the earth that could destroy it, tear it down, weather it away. Where's the safest place to do with it, or the thing to do with it? Bury it.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it.
They knew
Hover-
that. They weren't dumb back then, That they knew about this kind of stuff,
Yes, they were very advanced in their thinking, but they didn't have to have all the gadgets and wires to do it.
Or they didn't have the ability to actually hover above us because there's advanced technology above us. Every so often, even that technology will come down to it's called the clouds. You of course on the earth as you're talking about access, and then they have to bury it because they didn't know how to actually. Maybe they did. They figured out, well, how do we put it above so no humans can touch it? Because you just have to look at the sun and the moon and say that's fucking advanced technology. Humans can do whatever they want. They can speculate, give it a fucking name, speculate it's a body of fucking gas, it's fucking water. You can do whatever the fuck you want at that point, but you still can't duplicate that fucking thing. So, hey, what's the next best option? Let's bury it. Why? Because we can't even put it in the water. Let's just bury the fucking thing. But hey, we have a thing called the Bermuda Triangle, but most of us don't have a fucking clue what it is anyway. But hey, let's just put it out there. And that's why media works the way it does. It's because most people are already in a fucking low state of fucking way of pondering things. So the media is not a big fucking things. I don't like to offend it. I know you use it, Chris, but when we use, let's be like sheep. No, sheep are their own high tech technology. Let's just be like fucking humans. Fucking downgrade. Let's put our head in the ground, maybe mimic an ostrich and fucking use our ass up in the air to fucking park a bike. Now, people will be offended by that. I said, the fact that you're offended by it, you just fucking prove the point. I'm not saying you guys are doing that, but people get offended by words. But yet, they're those the same words that they want to fucking impress by people by saying shit like, I'm a Christian. I know Jesus. I know Socrates. Get the fuck out of here with that noise. Grandstanding, fucking, name calling. Okay, so what does that serve? Somebody tells me, Dom, I know Socrates, or I read Socrates. Okay, well, okay, carry on. What else? Did you also have a Pepsi too? Did you overeat today too? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like when people like when they give money or something, it flashes their name on the screen. Like I know it depends on purpose too, but if you really cared about the person, you just give them the money, and that person would never know you gave them the money. At least from my view, So
They don't even know that you printed it. Again, it's like anything else. Hey, put it on the media. There's a guy named Elon Musk. He's worth so much. I said, how would we prove that? Who has authority to be able to go to his bank book just to prove that? And, who is this character? He's fucking nobody. Now, people can say he's the richest man in the world. No, because the media tells you that. They're not fucking start tapping into some of the families and what they're worth. They're going to make Bill Gates and fucking Musk and Trump look like fucking poor fucking people. And then there's people that actually rule land. They don't own it. They're smart enough to realize they don't own it.
yeah,
The masses are pretty dumbed down.
I agree with
Now,
that one.
yeah,
Me included. me included.
Well,
Dude.
we all play it. We all play our part in it, just some more than others. And the ones that are the others, they're probably just consciously ignorant of it, or they're ignorant of it. I can't say they're even consciously; they're just ignorant of it. Or they'll use "I'm indifferent." I don't care about that. I said, really? I honestly think a person that says they care or don't care is actually showing care. Those are just words.
Degrees, right, Dominic?
Yeah, degrees, yeah, many degrees. And some people will go to university to get one fucking degree. Wow, great accomplishment.
Yeah, Dominic, you seen those people that they think they're better than everybody, or a lot of people, whatever, just because they have a college educated guy.
Well, the only reason why they do it is there are probably people that elevate them. It's kind of like a parent that overemphasizes on a child that's done his first crayon coloring or whatever. So the child fucking wasn't even inside the fucking lines. But hey, the way they make it sound like as though they're the most amazing fucking thing, and that's what some people do. Oh, I'm a doctor. I'm like, okay, so what did your parents do? Well, they thought I'm the most amazing thing. I said, what's more important, the doctor or the people that get sick? But I get it. People elevate themselves, and if they don't elevate themselves, they pretend in by saying, "I fucking make six figures." Well, hey, me and Chris and Max has just printed fucking many fucking figures. So what's your point? Yeah.
And
Now
the
I
thing
know
is you
people.
got to
Go ahead.
the economical, the financial, and the economy based currency that comes with an education. You can't throw that to the side. You can buy a degree.
Yeah, you're right. You can buy a degree. Well, the industry makes itself vulnerable. If you only need one degree, then you can buy it. But if you had to get many degrees and then learn how to interact those degrees, just buying one wouldn't really serve. But most people put value. I became a doctor. I became a scientist. So you spend how many years fucking getting one degree? Now, how many years did you work for that one degree? Get the fuck out of here. But that's important to people, unless you start realizing a language is its own degree. Learning numbers is another degree. Learning how to read and write is another degree. But people put emphasis on what they think because they want approval. But then people say, "Oh, I don't care what other people think." You're fucking lathing without fucking worrying about what other people think. Maybe don't worry about it, but you surely are concerned about it. It's always funny when that person says that shit. I'm fucking really. You honestly think you're an island by yourself? This ought to be fucking interesting. Then why the fuck are we communicating with each other? Now, somebody might say, "Well, Dom, it doesn't mean I care." No, it might prove that you don't know how to fucking care. Because if you actually do care, you don't say shit like "I fucking care," "don't care." There'll be patterns with that person. Maybe their actions will fucking reveal something. Now, if the person doesn't want to talk, I said, I'll wait patiently. It'd be different if we had a species that nobody cared. Well, then explain how this technology at least manifested itself here. Somebody had to participate. Somebody had to create a car, or in this case, make a car. Somebody had to make a radio. But is the collective doing that as a species, or is it only the few? And those are usually the ones that people want to complain about, all the elite. I'm like, okay, let's say the elite are paying one of our own, one of us, to participate in creating all of this or for making this stuff. So we're going to condemn them for that? Or should we at least be trying to, ponder, how does that serve? Maybe not in this generation, but the next generation. Most of us probably grew up with playing around with the Commodore and the VIC-20. So that was just the build-up. And it took it's built a lot of momentum now, and this is where we're at now. I'm pretty sure it'll probably do leaps and bounds still, but.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of advancement in that stuff, man.
Technology-wise, but the human race hasn't really advanced.
It's gotten worse, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, we're getting sicker more. What else would probably validate that? We're getting way too more comfortable. I can speak for myself on that part. To a point where if somebody said, "Dom, do you really know how to even hunt?" No. Would you even know how to farm? No. Could I learn? Yeah. Give me that AI. It'll teach me.
Yeah. Use So, Axis says, can you think of any more facets of this AI thing should probably be discussed? Or
Oh,
what about?
absolutely. I could go on and educate people for hours on the ins and outs of the advantages and disadvantages, but is it going to make a difference with them? That's the key. Am I wasting my breath and my time? Or is somebody actually going to pay attention? Because just like when I started the stream out, I should have immediately alerted people, but it didn't. And now that we are at a point where information is being exchanged of value, it should be self-evident. Research, education. We're not all hand-fed. Got to
You can
pay for your
expand that.
degree.
I was going to say, Kate, Axis, you could probably expand that conversation probably with AI. At least they would entertain you and say, okay, so you want to know more about me? I'll gladly share with you.
From my experience, a lot of times people don't want to hear the truth, and even like if you show them video evidence of it, they'll still get mad at you. So a lot of times. So, yeah, that's a good question, Axis. You know,
What, shatters their illusion? People
they
don't
won't
like
even.
that.
That's what I'm trying to say. They won't even care. They don't want to hear it. I'm not saying specifically for you. You know, I'm just about the truth in general. A lot of times they don't want to even hear it.
Well, you're given at that point, Chris, a word that's their flair. Most people, if not a lot of people, have their own interpretation or their triggers when they hear the word truth. That should almost be deleted from a conversation at that point, because people they've already bastardized that word. What is truth? It's like when people use the word reality. They hide behind those things. So what is reality? Your senses? What is the truth? What's correct? You know, for some people, that's might be how they use it. In truth, might think it's the ultimate. That's the solution. At that point, that word should just be fucking. It's like abusing the word God. After, we shouldn't even speak it anymore because people will abuse it. They'll use it in vain. Most people, if they're going to be aware of, it's all our deceptions that we're playing with, not the truth. Fuck, has nothing to do with the truth.
Well, I mean that could go many. That you just opened a huge can of worms right there.
I'm not the one that said the word truth. I'm the one that's just going to say, listen, maybe we should just fucking bury that fucking word. Because I know people are going to, once they start hearing that word truth, it's like when somebody hears the word Christian, there's a lot of assumption. It's like when somebody says right and wrong. I'm like, why limit yourself? Let that speak for itself. It's like when back in the days, you know, the gods going to fight for them? Let the gods deal with the gods. We're in this forum. Let's deal with this. So if there's something that's going to set you free called the truth, then let's deal with all the fucking deceptions that we're playing with here. And one of them could be by saying something's the truth. It's just a word, but it's a word that we could say, maybe we don't say it anymore. I'm not saying you don't have to say it anymore. You can continue saying that. I just find it humorous when people do say it. I'm like, okay, so if you know the truth, therefore, then you must know all its fucking deceptions then. But it sounds good. That's why people say the word God, because it sounds good. Or an atheist, it sounds good. Or a humanist, it sounds good. Dare not do a little pushback for oneself. What does it mean for me to be a humanist? It means I'm full of fucking shit. What does it mean to be a Christian? It means I'm full of shit. Because then people will try to peddle that shit. You got to be one of us. Oh, I got to fucking join another cult. Holy fuck, I thought I already had fucking 14 fucking logos on my t-shirt. I got a Christian over here. I got a liberal over here. I got myself over here. I'm a Canadian. I'm also with the Electrical Federation. The fuck? All these masks. Enough.
Yeah.
That's me talking now. Forget about other people. They can do whatever the fuck they want. At that point, I need some more popcorn. the healthy type now at that point, because it's going to go on for a while.
Have you ever had that ran across that access before, like where you go to share something with somebody, you have great evidence of it, and they get mad at you for wanting to show them?
All the fucking time.
Yeah, okay, so you know what I'm talking about then. You do too, Dominic, I think, you know?
I usually pick up signs, yeah, but I'm usually sharing out loud. It's my gift coming back to me anyway, so how they respond to it, that's on them. I'm not here to change people. It might change them, but what I have to say, I said, but I don't know the language. So I'm my own student at that point. But yeah, I've seen people get all defensive or they get attacked, and I'm clever enough to say, you know, if I know them well enough, I said, okay, so what are you defending? And let alone what are you attacking?
Yeah, start questioning it.
And then at that point, the conversation, I already know it's going to go down. You know, I'll find probably a midpoint. Man, let's talk about sports. Let's talk about the government. You know, find something that I know that they're comfortable with.
Sure.
And then I realized they'll probably get mad and all that. They don't like governments. I don't get upset about it. I'm like, okay. So I'm being the example for myself. But for other people, they're being their example for themselves. So if they get triggered or get upset because somebody said something, I said, you're getting offended by words. So how do you categorize if your mother got raped or your child got neglected? But those are the type of people who say, but Dom, I value the material more. I said, really? Sounds like you're being fucked over by thoughts and you're not even aware of it yet. But yeah, I'm pretty sure, Chris, you probably experienced. I've seen people do it with Access, so I can only confirm that. You know, I think Access, you said a long time ago. You know, you go into chat, you say a couple, you know, little gems or whatever. Oh, he's so nice, and then when you start explaining yourself, then they start getting offended or upset.
Yep.
Yeah. How dare you give me the nuts and bolts to that fucking conversation? I just wanted what made me feel good. I thought we're just doing like a hum here, like we're in church. You know, we're just going to sing a couple of, you know, songs and dare not actually try to understand what those songs are trying to say.
Right. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Oh man.
I'm glad you could laugh about it, Chris, because I joke a lot because that's just my way of saying, fuck, you humans, get a fucking bullet, put yourself out of your misery. Maybe in the next lifespan, you could do something about it. But hey, that's not my role.
Yeah.
Because there's some characters here, and we enable them. Those are the people you just turn your back to and say, fuck, we want nothing to do with you anymore. And then we'll take a chance with everybody else, at least facing this way. But people will spend hours entertaining these fucking characters, and they're fucking insignificant. All of them, including us.
Yeah, it's useless I agree with that. It's useless to get into arguments with people. You know, if they don't
You heard it tonight. Who argued with the character that came up tonight? That person came up there and he basically bombarded everybody with insults. And he thinks he's clever. No, he's a fucking moronic piece of shit. He doesn't have a fucking clue what's going to happen when he jumps out of that fucking vessel. At all. But people like to entertain him because he's entertainment. But the people that are being entertained about, they don't got a fucking clue. But people will entertain that fucking nonsense over and over again. And then he goes, yeah, you're full of fucking shit. You don't got a clue who the fuck you are. But hey, as long as you're in that fucking meat suit, you can feel comfortable that you're being protected. And all the people that follow him, I've never seen none of those fucking characters on that fucking site come to any of these fucking panels and represent whatever the fuck he's talking about because he's their cult leader.
Yeah, I never see Meth, that guy Meth.
Don't worry about names. Don't give names, Chris. You already give him too much airspace. He could be anybody at that point. You know, but if they want to come over here, they want to come to the other channels and yap, that's fine. But hey, bring your little fucking cult leader over here and say, you know, you demons or whatever. I said, well, then what are you then? Are you a spoiled little fucking insignificant fucking being here? Well, I'm not from here. I said, but you like the fucking all the shit here. So why would you lock everybody in here? Well, you like all the shit here. Get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking child at best. At best, he's a child. But then people like to be entertained. I'm giving him airspace right now, and it's wasted airspace.
I know the signs he's the psychological sense he's displaying. I'm not going to talk about it because I don't want to.
Oh, it's noise. It's noise. That's all it is. It's noise. And there's so many noise out there. We could talk about presidents, chancellors. We could talk about fucking former fucking leaders. We could talk about sadistic fucking killers. So how significant is that?
Yeah,
Especially when Axis, I caught it at the very beginning. He was talking about, AI. He's very informed on it, but the rest of us, we're still asleep.
I mean that I can relate with the Axis, man. Like, a lot of times people just don't want to hear it. I'm not saying that's what's going on right now. Time will tell. But I mean,
Well, if they don't want to hear it, the word "ear" gives it away. So then they're not even ready to listen from within. Then, because what we do is we hear each other. But if you're not willing to hear each other, then what are you doing when you get into that state of meditation, when you're listening to something that's already fucking running your vessel, that's so fucking high tech? And it's wondering why you're giving kudos to an outside fucking tech when there's fucking an amazing tech within.
yeah, it's
How does the processing work with intuition, insight, reason, the upper hemisphere, the lower hemisphere? How does the heart work with all the blood running to it? It's pretty fucking high tech.
it's
So
extremely complicated.
it can be complicated, but who's to say you have to learn it all at once? You can just tap into it. People of old have talked about it. Even today, there's people that talk about it. Access is one of them. We're receivers from some other source. God, call it the known, unknown, whatever we want to call the word. But a lot of us like to be entertained, which is fine as long as you can have discernment. I can watch TV and have discernment. I can watch sports and have discernment. It's usually when people say, well, Dom, I don't watch sports. Sports is indoctrination. I said, well, then you don't have discernment then. Because if you did, you'd realize everything's an indoctrination then. And it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just indoctrination.
Now you're talking.
The music industry too. Sure, can the music industry or the music do certain frequencies that can harm certain people? Yes. Can it aid other people? Probably. But it's not one shoe fits all.
Yeah, I mean, like, I wonder about that music. Like heartbreak music. Let's say, like, you listen to, like, you've broken with your girlfriend or something. I wonder if they use, like, they probably do. Like, they have, like, certain frequencies or whatever they use to make you feel even more sad. So you can relate to the music better or something.
Well, that music is already out there, Chris. That music is already out there. So if you have a heartbreak or you're broken or whatever, there's something inside of you that's going to be attracted to that, so you can learn something from it. So it's not a bad thing, So it's not like about they're creating it. There's always they, whoever they may be, making or creating something. But there's something inside of us that's saying you need to learn something. So for some people, they get disturbed by certain characters. So they need to learn something. A person that openly admits now and confesses they're a Christian, now you're going to be challenged. We're going to see whether or not you're true to yourself. I'm not saying I would do that because that's of no interest to me. But for other people, that's what they do. I'm not saying they're even aware that they're doing it. They might be channeling something and say, we're going to see whether or not you're going to stay true to your belief system at that point. And most people will eventually, not most people, but some people will defend it. I said, so then what are you defending then? Because if you truly stand on what you believe, in this case, I'm a Christian, then why would you need to defend it? Let alone, why would you attack another type of religion then or dogma? That's usually clever folks, the ones that think that they're smart and then they become clever. They're not. I'm actually saying, listen, stop being clever and maybe learn to be a little bit wise at that point. There's humanism that go around fucking attacking religion like Christians and all that kind. They're being clever. And the Christians that go around defending themselves, I said, if you truly value what you are, then why do you need to defend it? Stand your ground. And standing your ground doesn't mean you actually have to arm yourself and worrying about somebody's going to fucking attack you. What would they be attacking at that point?
That's
Especially
true.
if you realize you're not the vessel.
That's
You
true.
can.
So
Go ahead,
you hold
please.
some position, somebody attacks you. Okay, then you offer like an explanation, but if that other person just wants to go on and on and on,
Mhm.
droning, just
And they
uh,
probably will, Chris. They
drop
probably
it.
will.
Yeah, I drop it and move on. So
You would hope so. The one that actually goes on and on is the other people that say, listen, I'm moving on. So you're being the example as that person chooses to be on and on and on. That person could be the gatekeeper of, I'm going to go on and on and on. People don't know enough to, even myself, I get caught up in it once in a while, just to start, slam on your brake. Does anything else need to be said? Because if a person doesn't know how to slam their brakes on, then what are you defending or attacking at that point? You're perpetuating yourself. You feel as though whatever's coming out of your mouth is so fucking important, you're going to stomp over everybody else. And I've done it with you, Chris, so I do apologize. Because it's not important what I have to say at all.
I disagree with that, but okay.
Well, I'm speaking for me. I'm not speaking for you. But if you feel as though you need to defend me because I just told you that I don't think I have anything important to say. Question would be, why would you say that, Dom, opposed to you're going to defend me?
It's important to me, so.
It could be. And only you can speak for yourself. I can't speak for you. There's already enough people trying to speak for other people. It's called loudness.
Right.
Follow my cause. Okay, what's our cause today? Let alone what's my effects, because really the cause, I don't know what it is, but hey, tell me all your effects. Black lives matter. So is midget lives going to matter tomorrow? Maybe fucking livers are going to matter the next day. What's going to matter? They're using the word matter, so they're basically emphasizing the material is more fucking important than the unknown spiritual. In some instances, it is important. It'd be different if we had it working and all the millions of books finally paid off, but we have millions of books that have been written. Fuck, we're still at the same point. And then people will fucking scadger through all of that and say, well, the Bible's important. I said, okay, those are just a bunch of books. The Quran's important. Okay. The Constitution's important. Okay, this ought to be interesting. It's always fun when I hear people talking about going to court. I said, that only works if you think you're the fucking vessel. But I have rights. Really, this ought to be interesting. And characters that talk that shit. This ought to be interesting. Your vessel has.
I gotta do something.
Sorry, Axis. I went on.
No, that's all right. It's relevant, and it is a part of the process. People have to be guided into certain states of awareness. Even I do.
And we're going to project things onto that computer. Sorry, Axis. We're going to give it rights. AI has rights now. Okay, it might. Okay, so.
It
You
just
can't destroy it. Go ahead.
How easy and how ready available it was for them to slip that in one day. And it went unnoticed. And I was devastated. I was like, are you fucking for real? Okay. We've just went beyond 1984. And I'm talking the book and the concept. And it went unnoticed. I'm sure a few people caught on.
But is that enough to make a difference if there is a difference needed? Obviously, there's people that's making a difference by creating or making these technologies. But it's like we're having a way of doing things, and we're not doing the two ways. Like building a bomb. Okay, who's going to do the back checking to see whether or not the next generation do we even need this?
Or do we even need the next generation?
Probably not. Or that might be casualties.
That's where I see this going. We've done collected the data and the information. Everything else is circular. So the next generation is insignificant because we have that information.
Mhm. Planting the neurons that they talk about, the neuron chips into people, I think that could be a distraction. Because that would imply that while you're going to keep the species, you're trying to depopulate them. I said, yeah, that's true, Tom. We're trying to depopulate it. So then why are you doing these neurochips? I said, we're using that as a distraction. Why? Because it's the computer, it's the robots that we're going to take advantage of. They're not going to take over. It's just whoever the few are going to be, they're going to take advantage of it. It's no different like fiat currency. But not everybody's going to be rich as you. Yeah, we use that as a ploy. It's the few of us that are going to be rich from the masses. So it's going to be the same old, just different technology. It's like having laws, or in this case, policies. It's not most people, the few are above those policies. So, they don't have to actually, you take them to court, good luck. But the masses, they have that opportunity. They're going to be taken to court, and hopefully you settle privately. Why? Because you're not going to win if you go to court. Yeah, but I won a case. I said, yeah, but now you're leaving a whole trail of you. You never win without having other kinds of rewards. So if you beat the system, you won the battle, but you didn't win the war. But I get it. People want to do that, and that's what people will do. You'll get those advocates. Once they watch those kind of videos, they'll have this naive approach, thinking, well, it's wrong. We should do something about it. I said, but are you reading the landscape? Most people aren't even presented this information. And most of them don't even want to be interested. And how you do it, you could just let them watch it, and you put it on the fucking 6 o'clock news, and it would just go unnoticed. Even if people do listen to it, or in this case, hear it, they're not gonna put it in and embody it and say, what is the technology really gonna do to us? It's the same thing what war does to us. Same thing fucking what the noise pollution does to us. It's gonna harm us, and then for some of us, we'll probably just jump out of that vessel and fucking go somewhere else. That
rarely
technology.
do I.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, John.
No, go ahead, Chris.
I'm
I'm
cool.
okay.
I was just going to say, rarely do I ever post repetitively any link. And if indication and signals are what direct society, this is just another proven statement that I could have put a big red flag out there, and people would have drove on past it to get to the next gossip arena.
Well, that red flag might have had a McDonald's logo on it, because usually they use red for those kind of stuff. So yes. Well, it depends. There's some characters, some people I've met on these in our communities. I'll call it our community, but community, where I get the impression they've done a lot of watching videos or hearing videos. But most people, no. This is I got nothing to do tonight. I don't want to turn on the TV. So let's see what's going on in certain communities. So when you post a video, the few will probably click on that link and probably already have a bunch of windows open. But for the masses, no. I came here just to see if, hopefully, I'm coming to a NASCAR race, but I'm not really watching the craftsmanship. I want to see an accident. And you got the accident earlier tonight. You had a character that came on early. He was the accident.
Yep.
And that's all it was. If people don't realize that, and of course he has a response to everything. He's that child that has a response to everything. In his own cleverness, he's become so fucking moronic, fucking stupid. It's hilarious. That's my interpretation of it. Other people, they might get mad at it and say, but I don't like the way he talks. I said, you can turn the channel off if you want to. I already knew what I was going to post was going to, irritate him, because he wants the attention. Wants all that attention. Wants that attention, and if he's not getting it, he has to make those little noise, because he thinks he's such a wise little boy. He's like, he turns around and he says, I have a harem. But meanwhile, I say, I have a girlfriend. I said, what type of girlfriend do you have? Because is she a girl? Because if she was a woman, she wouldn't be handling that fucking little boy talk. But dare not get some of his community coming over here and speaking on their behalf. They're not, no, because I would hear probably a whole bunch of fucking disgruntled fucking old ladies or fucking housewives or some little boy, and they say, I agree with the whoever's yapping. I said, what do you agree upon? Hmm? That's what's entertains people at that point, Access. So your video that you posted would be like back burner, wouldn't even be a burner.
Mm-mm. Nope. Not even a fucking thing.
So no interest. For most people, so have no interest. And the ones that is, even myself, I would have to probably play it a couple of times to really grasp what's being shared. Not just because, well, Access gave it to me. No, what's being shared. I'm grateful that you shared it with me, but what are they trying to really say? You know, then people don't realize how much they have programs running. I don't like the way the guy said it. He said it too long. I said, well, then take it in chunks and don't turn the video, turn the picture off. If you know those are some of your own traps, then turn those things off because there could be a message in there, and that message could be giving you a fair warning of, or even not even a warning. Just this is what's going to occur if it's not already occurring.
Yeah, it's
But
definitely it was a heads up, you know, because I didn't know that the first handshake or the first contact with AI that they did an open platform with just general social media. I did not know that.
Mhm.
I thought at least they would have some type of a containment and a trial vector. No, nope,
Well,
not at
they've
all.
spent a, they've spent a lot of resources and a lot of gold and for conduit and all that to build a thing called CERN. You know, people speculate, what are they trying to bring in? I said, well, you're going to see some of its products. You're going to see some of the, it'd be like a species say, yeah, we can come down there, but your atmosphere doesn't work well for us. So here, build this type of technology that we're going to give to you, and then we'll come into those things. You know, the human race, there is breakaway nations or breakaway parts of it that will sell out the whole. Yeah, no problem. We're going to eat most of your species, but we just won't eat you guys as long as you do what we say. And that eating could be in the form of consuming, and you don't have to consume another species. You could just reduce their space. We don't go around killing all the animals. What we do is we just build stuff, and eventually they're just not going to have any more space. They get squeezed out. So there's a good chance a lot of this technology that we're receiving and then we're making or whatever is to set up for some other kind of species that probably will be taking advantage of all that. Like the body snatcher, it'll be a computer snatcher. Thank you for building a platform that we're going to rule through.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure the radio wave and the radio signal is very appreciative of the radio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially if you built like a system that the ones that still do exist as in a human form and say, put them on a credit system. We'll see how quickly they'll be obedient. You only have to display a couple of people that aren't obedient. So this is what happens to you. And they probably, shooting you would be best case scenario. Fucking pulling off limbs would be a fucking way to keep everybody in line. What they used to do back in the days, probably beheading. Everybody has to go out in the major square and watch your kid get beheaded. Why? Because this is how we keep everything in order. We're not going to be like this fucking loose society where we have third, fourth, fifth time fucking offenders. The only reason why they have prisons is because they make financial gains from it. Outside of that, you honestly think they would put somebody in jail? Nah, fucking put them out there. So this is what happens to anybody that does this. That's it. They're not actually still from the Federal Reserve. You'll see what kind of crime you've committed.
An interesting one that I ran across in my research on certain lineages. Did you know? And this is observational information as far as status of these individuals go and where they place themselves, beheading is the be all end all of executions for bloodline loyalty.
Hmm.
There's a reason for that.
It's a severing of something, I guess. You know, and is that for symbols, or there's literally some sort of energy behind that axis?
Yeah, it's in between the design of cross species of the fallen and the golem that we are, the daughters of men. The blood was a regenerative source. They could use human blood for regeneration purposes, quick healing.
Mm-hmm.
And when they severed the head, which is why David held the head of Goliath up,
Mm-hmm.
there's no regenerating that.
True. I can see
You can regenerate an arm, a leg, a heart.
Mm-hmm. That's true. But I can see the metaphor behind it, because you have kingships. Usually, the upper hemispheres is classified as like the king and queen. So if you dissemble, you take that, you cut that off from the rest of the kingdom. Kingdom doesn't stand anymore. So if you take the king and queen away from the kingdom, doesn't stand.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be like for symbols too, but you're probably tapping more into the bloodline and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's the bloodline, but it's still the same significance.
But even that, I think it indoctrinates us, because, I'm not saying just because it was written, but it does resonate where, this is not really about flesh and blood. This is something beyond all of that. But for a lot of people, they put a lot of value to what I would call middle management bloodlines. If we have to be like that intermixing of species, and you kind of mentioned it. I think you mentioned on Cage. It was one of those. Actually, this is putting some shit out there again. Thank you. Where these other species, did they have blood? Only the body has blood.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as you're worrying about your flesh and your blood, blood could be memory for me at that point. That's why when they intermix, what were these species? The following ones. What did they look like? Were they shapeshifters? And they came into it and to look like a human form, or did they actually impregnate the women when the women were asleep? People make an assumption that traditional human way, that they did the wiener and the Volvo thing, or was it some other kind of way? Think about in the Christians, they talk about this shit open, or at least the Catholics. Mary was a virgin. Okay, so are they openly talking about the fallen ones? Impregnated this chick or this woman?
It would seem that it would derive from virtually the same source.
True. Yeah. That's why when they talk about Alexander and supposedly telling him that you were fathered by a god. Your mother was immortal, but your God was an immortal. Interesting. And you wanted to find out whether or not he was immortal. It's always fun when they talk about, back in cultures, even to this cultures, where people think, oh, it's wrong, men having sex with men. I said, once again, they openly talk about it in your scriptures. Angels do not have a fucking gender.
Right.
So when they come into a form, they say, listen, fucking, I'm in a male form. I want to fuck everything. They had to even put limitations on animals, because I'm pretty sure they wanted to fuck animals too. Probably so happy to say. The fucking elites even talk about that. They abuse their bodies because they realize it's just a fucking form. They do whatever they want. I want to fuck this guy. I want to fuck her. I want to cut off that person's arm. They have no regards whatsoever for the flesh, unless you put enough weight on them and say, yeah, but we'll give you a lot of comforts. Oh, now I'm going to be attached to my comforts. You know, it's always interesting when you hear about people that are religious. And I said, but did you really meditate on the information that you read? You know, Jesus talking about, yeah, this is my blood and this is my flesh. I said, what is he, a vampire? A vampire and a wolf? Don't know.
I think they would be astounded at the answer.
Or at least a possibility, because you would see a lot of people, even though if I share a possibility with some people, how quickly they'll defend or they'll attack. Well, you don't know what you're talking about. I said, I just gave you a possibility. Oh, I forgot I'm talking to somebody. They think they have answers. Oh, that's the problem. So they're going to assume that the way I talk that I have answers. I don't have answers. I wouldn't even know where the fuck to start. But I could speculate. I could use possibilities. I can even say perhaps, maybe, not sure. It's usually the ones that play the game. I know for sure. Okay, you're going to lock us in here. That is ought to be interesting. Where's here? That's a person who's
So the best I have is observational deduction.
Yes, and you probably do a lot of great observations, Axis. So you would probably be worthy enough to say, okay, I've done a lot of deduction. Doesn't mean whatever's left is that's the answer, but I might actually deduct those things too. And then there's some people, such as yourself, you might have actually experienced it. But at that point, it would be like saying, okay, Axis, you met an alien. How would you explain it to the rest of us? And you've tried. How about we use a dumbed down language first to try to explain something that's pretty advanced? So give us the spoken language and give us the written language. There you go. Because how many people know how to read and write, but we're still at where we're at? How many people actually speak, but we're still where we're at?
That's why whenever it comes to the fact that they could take the universal language straight out of our head, that meant all bases were covered.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Can't think about a person that does Braille. One of their senses is limited, meaning that they can't see, but yet they're still using thoughts. Or somebody that has to be conditioned to understand hand gestures, calling it American Sign Language. You know, it's kind of like when somebody gives you that, it's a cheap analogy, but taking 5 people and putting them all blinded to touch an elephant, and they don't know what they're touching. I said, but unless you understand thoughts, and this is where people that are blind communicating with somebody that has sight, and the person says, well, then how can I explain to a blind person? Well, you have to realize how much you've been blind the whole time. You've never seen a red truck before. You've seen an object that you call a red truck. If you understand that, the other person that's blind has never seen the word red truck either. That's what you're going to be communicating with them with. The object, you're going to get them blindly to touch it, and you're going to keep saying over and over again, this is a red truck. No different from me saying, okay, now open your eyes. I'm going to say over and over again, that's a red truck. We don't see the words that we describe things with. That's in the unknown.
Yep.
Some people call it spiritual. You know that, Axis, but for a lot of people, they don't. And and when I say a lot, I'm talking about the few that come here and compare themselves to the masters that are asleep. It's not about them. It's about you. Be aware that there's more things to be aware of. No different when you're sharing things with me. You're sharing with me more things that I'm not aware of. But then they go out and say, oh, go ahead.
I just retrievable information, and that's what I've come down to is, you know, outside of me being a unit of retrievable information, I hold no significance at all unless I'm being used by a third party.
Yeah, I'm with you. I heard you say that earlier tonight. You know, as a retrieval information. You know, a person says, well, we're not those things. I said, okay, that may be so, but where are these retrieval information? Where is it stored? Is it stored in the blood? Do you have like a little, place that you rent, and then you store all these words or whatever? That's why we have receivers. There's a good chance most of that information is not even stored here. Maybe there's an ongoing part that gets stored in the blood, but most of it's not stored here. And then, of course, somebody says, okay, what's Kabbalah? Receive. Where are you receiving it? Are you receiving it in the liver? Are you receiving it in the heart? Are you receiving it in the gut? Are you receiving it in the hemispheres? Where are you receiving that information? That's why it says information. They use words like insight. Like we're an in and out receiver. It's like a TV or radio frequency. How you receive that information might be different than how you put it out. If I receive information through thoughts and then I share it through the spoken word, those are two different types of information. Actually, I can't say it's information. That would be outer information at that point when I'm speaking out loud. But somebody's going to receive it. And if I say the word tree and then they associate and look at a tree, or I just give a visual, they look at my body language, and they look at something and then they pick up tree, but no, the word was never spoken. And I don't even know how they're receiving it. That person might understand tree in the Latin version of it, let alone Greek.
That's kind of why I brought up the insinuation that even when I was doing my experimentation, I sat here in silence, but yet there was indications of my thoughts coming through on my feeds as to what videos are suggested and advertisement. And I never spoke a fucking word.
Mm-hmm. Your dad didn't even have a chance to say a word half decent tonight.
No.
It's okay. You had the entertainers on tonight.
Yeah, I made the point I wanted to make, and I took it all the way to the root, because the root knows who it is. That I could keep trimming the hedges, or I could poison the roots.
I'm going to let you go, Axis. Enjoy yourself, my friend.
Don, it's been a pleasure as usual. We've at least got to express some notions and information. Appreciate that always.
I was looking forward to what you were going to share tonight, and then as soon as you allowed whoever came up, I thought, okay, I'm not really interested. and really, I'm going to share this, and this will be the furthest I'll go with this. I wouldn't even entertain anymore when he talks about our friend Bex, because she's being put through the rinse every time her name has to be brought up, even though I'm doing it right now. So I apologize, Bex. It's like he's abused her over and over again, and I think anybody not saying that's your responsibility, but to even entertain what he has to say about her. If he wants to talk about himself, that's fine, but he never does, because he doesn't want to openly admit that he's the biggest piece of shit that is out there for himself. Forget about others. But he feels though he needs to point to other people, and he's really abused it. And even you talking about maybe he loves her or whatever, it keeps it alive, and unfortunately you're dragging her through the mud with it.
Yeah, that's what I kind of realized with her last statement that she made to me whenever Stephen had come up. And that's why I waited. And then when he brought her up, that was it. Poison the root. Get rid of it altogether.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Bex, too, for even talking about it now, because I saw him even talking to Leslie about that. And at that point, Axis, I know it's your channel, but it should almost be like a This is the button you're no longer on, but that's you. You do whatever you think you do. But you're eventually people are going to say, Access myself. I don't need to hear him offend me. I do that quite well for myself, and he doesn't have a fucking place in my fucking realm to fucking put me in my place. Put himself in his place, be the example. Outside of that, he doesn't give a flying fuck about anybody. And if anybody that thinks otherwise, you're fooling yourself. What he talks about other people, whatever he talks about other people, just put a mirror to him and said that's who he's talking about.
Yeah, that's what the stream was kind of geared towards. Why I let it run the way that it ran was that way there's evidential, factual proof to my determination as to why I'm going to do what I'm going to do and why I proceed the way I proceed.
Mm-hmm. But you've been on tour. You have an opening act. How many songs does this opening act do? Usually Access 1 or 2?
Yeah, they get about a half hour. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's just so that the rest of the people can filter in and all that. So classify him as an opening act. Give him a couple of minutes after that. No, he's going to still restream all of this because he really, at this point, he's lost content because whatever he's talked about, problem with him is he thinks he's the one that's discovered everything. That's his biggest issue. He thinks he's the average. He's the one that actually represents all information. I was the first one. You even heard another character today talking about that. Somebody was talking about things that I did. I said, the fact that you put value thinking that's yours, you just killed it. It's not yours to own. You want to share it, you share it. But if you think you own it, then explain why are you explaining all this stuff on a channel that you didn't create and speaking to other human beings that you didn't create. Those are the people that are so lost that they think they're so fucking important, but yet they don't even realize how insignificant they are. And to give them that airspace, at least somebody like characters that we know that want to save the world or stop wars, so at least they're using some sort of kind of maturity. But hey, people are going to do what they're going to do, and I'm already giving way too much airspace to this because I've been hearing this, and I'm probably more disappointed in the hosts than I am on those individuals because those people are an easy solution. You turn your back to them. Back in the days, they would have said, listen, we're going to open up the gate. You're the scapegoat. Make your own community. There you go. Those people are dangerous.
Well,
to people's minds.
I've been fairly good and consistent about being able to shed old skin and slither on with myself, so I don't see that that's going to deviate.
Yeah, well, you're good with that access. I appreciate that of you. It's just, if it was just you, that's fine, but you do have message to share. And if you're struggling with the people that are hearing the message, that other thing that you brought on tonight, that sure is not going to be encouraging it. It'll encourage people struggling, even grasping what you have to share. But, I call it for what it is. I have my own noise, but that's a different type of noise. It's useless noise.
Yeah.
He might think otherwise, but you know something? Okay, that's your toy box. You go play with it. When he starts getting in one of his little moods, because I know you don't like disruptors, but that's what he is. Starts making the little fart noise, little noise. Get out of here. Get out of here, you little fucking punk ass piece of shit. Now he thinks he's a badass. I said, they're not fucking removed. Let's remove each other from these vessels when the time comes. Then we'll fucking play. And if I find out you're fucking been a puppet on a string to some other demon, I'll fucking play with you then too. As much as he talks about fucking everybody's a demon, he's not even a worthy fucking demon. He's one of those dumb ones.
Well, I've yet to see a slain demon in these YouTube streets.
Again, I'm playing with words. We can say they're angels.
Yeah.
Call him a saint. Call him a saint. It's always fun when somebody demands you to call them by their name. I said, how about I don't fucking call you at all, you moron? There you go. I called you a moron. There you go. Look up the dictionary of it. Usually when somebody has to call himself a certain kind of royal position, it's the fool fucking ready at that point. A true king doesn't have to go around calling himself a fucking king. And if
Well,
you truly
I tell you,
go ahead.
I've been trying to get back to my village because I just got the news that they lost their idiot somewhere, and if till I find my way home, they could be lost without an idiot for months.
That's true. But again, to be some sort of high position, you got to be the biggest server. I don't see that in certain people. But yeah, next time maybe stop at the first village and say, listen, you're going to eventually need one of us anyway. So, village idiot. I got my dunce cap on. You know what I mean? People make fun of me. I'm like, this is great. Enjoy yourself, Axis. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you, Dom. You too. Cotton picker. Yeah. You still around, Chris? Hmm. You must have taken a convenient hiatus for the moment. Anyhow, beginnings and ends, concepts and ideals, words and thoughts, that which is applicable, that which is not cohesive, that which is interpretable, that which is incoherent, that which is coherent, and all stations in between. The possibilities are only as limited as your safety protocols and your level of retrievable information. Hola, Bex. Joel. Joel's still rattling like a brand new tambourine on stage. Let's see if we can sneak this down to you. If you be interested at all. And interestingly progressive. And I'm curious that even the imposter cage hasn't shown up this evening, so I'm wondering, you must be very, very busy today or last night or this morning or whatever particular aspect you're looking at of a 24-hour cycle. Figured at least his imposter would show up, but no cage, no imposter. Chris is hiding in the other room somewhere. We were discussing the new, and I guess it's the new approach that technology will be taking here under our new presidency, and how the infrastructure is now $8 billion to the better on an AI infrastructure, and how it's already started to be developed and implemented. and how in one particular day, while everybody was celebrating some type of successful endeavor into politics, we were completely taken over and infiltrated by technology. And that's cool too, Beck. Always, always welcome for a smoke. And I think I'll enjoy one with you. Well, we see if Chris is going to return. I managed to get my 2 cents worth out this evening. It took a while, and it was strategic, but I did finally manage to get my information out and get a point across and alleviate uh, potential. I weeded the garden, man. That's what I done. I started weeding the garden, and I couldn't see the flowers anymore. It's getting bad. I was letting it go and decided, well, let me see. I got to point out the weeds, and then we'll break out the hedge clippers, the metaversal hedge clippers, and do some gardening, so that hopefully the rest of my endeavors forward aren't choked out by the invasive, unwanted indigenous occupiers of this realm. I thought there was some useful information that needed to be shared, especially about the new infrastructure of the United States and how that's going to proceed forward, and the leaps and bounds that they made in 2023 that apparently has been perfected enough and developed enough that we can actually base a society off of it. We can now hand our sovereign states of individuality to the unified hive mind of artificial intelligence and the infrastructure that it has to offer. I'm excited. The future has great promise now. At least if you're a eugenist or you believe in mass extinction. Nice. Very nice. Well, I will say that unless it's just general, uh, uh, I guess just general repetitive nature of the insulting one, and a lot of speculatory, what I would consider to be fascinating LSD trips, because that's the best I can relate it to. You didn't miss much. It was the end here that actually held the meat and potatoes of this evening. Wasn't wasn't too forward moving and progressive until I suppose I just absolutely reached wit's end of the same book, being slow read for 4.5 hours. I've got a lot more endurance than I thought I did. A lot more patience than I gave myself credit for. And I'm going to contribute that to YouTube. I've developed a sense of tolerance, endurance, patience, and stamina, all developed by social media. I suppose that could be a positive aspect of technology in a modern age. And I have lots of great guests in chat tonight. Yeah, if you're into self development and even self improvement as far as a set of skills go that are socially developed, yeah, here's the place, man. It will sharpen and hone you like the most lethal of swords, sickles in size. And it will also do a lot for being able to retain a state of calm in a 100%. But hopefully we don't have to exercise those skills at least until the next um, I don't know, intrusive personality decides to come along and infringe upon everybody else's flow of information and uh, skill set of life skills and developing them, even awareness and understanding. There seems to be a great disposition towards nicely put, Lord. Yeah, I come out of nowhere with that one. I don't think anybody's seen that one coming. I was like, okay. Nicely put, the Tony Iommi Doom riff. Yeah, the lady on the panel earlier. Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely a mental stroll through the back alleys of someone's mental B movie. Um, with trailers and subtitles. It was amazing. But it was necessary to prove a point and to allay a message. SING. That wouldn't be relative to singularity. Yep, singularity. Yeah, dark energy resonance, man. You know, the whole the whole matrix is a part of a system and a cycle that once you start developing into it and you got to adjust to your highest resonance frequencies and yeah, I can't do the same thing. No, sorry. Sorry, man. I just, I tried. I do get along with him, and I can hold the conversation with him, but I just after I've heard his story a few times, and for like his earlier Ascension videos where he was getting out of the Matrix and leaving this realm, and to know that he's still here means that, well, I don't think he accomplished what his removal of the dark resonance energies was out to accomplish. Right? See, that's what I'm saying. I have to agree with that. I'm wondering what happened to Chris, man. Do you forget he was even on panel? You forgot about it. He's probably over at Cage's, hanging out with Cage or something. Just left his icon here as a memorabilia. I was here. Awesome. Speaking of that, I haven't seen anything posted from We Are Awake for quite a while now. The dreaded flattened fifth Black Sabbath doom note gets rid of the funny ones like bug spray. Yeah, there's something about dropping that down, um, just hitting that E string and just one step down. It just seems to get rid of the undesirables in nature. I don't I don't know, man. I just use this as a steeple, a reflective point, and a guideline as to maybe direct people to watch for pitfalls and check the beginning and the ass end of the program out, and you could probably get some relevant information. But outside of that, it's to the bottom of this cigarette, and I think I'm gonna call it a night. So, Vex, thank you for stopping by at the end, man, and showing up. You're always a welcome part of the show, and you have a good night. Enjoy yourself. And Chris, I'm sorry, dude. I waited. I don't know if you fell asleep or whether you were abducted by aliens. Pam, you're still here. Good to see you, Pam. I was afraid you were running to the Nevada border or even to Mexico. No, that was hard to get through. It was really difficult, but it was necessary. Definitely necessary to prove a point and as a reflective moment, and not only for future reference, but for my own personal insight as to just the profound ridiculousness that is so easily the potential for a failed platform. That's why I kept asking is, because I'm on medication, man. I'm on downers. I take benzos and I have sleeping medicine, and even I don't. Even when I was on Thorazine, I didn't lag to that degree. That's why I kept insinuating and asking, because I thought, fuck, man, if I'm going to continue this, I'm going to need Thorazine. I'm going to need Haldol or Stelazine, something. And for you to have to endure that. My mom was a screech owl, man. My mom was the complete opposite spectrum of mellow. She could damage your eardrums with one tone that she was able to achieve that I don't think has ever been duplicated by anything that breathes and pumps living blood. But anyhow, it's been a thing, been an evening. Pam, thank you. You're always welcome here. You're always welcome to guest up on panel, and I always appreciate you in the chats. And keep up the good work on the AI music and the whole visual thing, man. That the second to the last one that you just done, that was I really liked that one. I think I commented or at least reposted if I'm not mistaken. And Lord, Bex, Chris, Dom, um, oh, Leslie, everybody that has made it a point to contribute, be a part, and share, show up. Lapis Blue, always a pleasure. And Fools and Tools from Down Under, Lord, Chris, man, lots of lots of good people in the chat tonight. Lots of wonderful interactions. Hopefully something profound, wonderful, and beneficial is to be gotten from all this. And thank you all. And absolutely, Fools and Tools, you're a treasure. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being a part of this. Axis out.